Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to Harry Fix. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if stories where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker, untold secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin, this video is self recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if 11-year-old Harry entered Hogwarts as the crowned Lord Black Potter? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe to Harry Fix. Now, let the story begin.
The London townhouse at number 12 Grimmauld Place had not known silence in 10 years. Not the living kind of silence. For a decade, the old house had breathed only the shallow breaths of abandonment, dust settling, floorboards contracting, the faint echo of a mad portrait's screams fading into nothing. Then, 3 months ago, the door had opened again. Now, in the hour before dawn on the 1st of September, the silence that filled the house was something else entirely. It was the silence of waiting. Harry stood at the window of what had once been Sirius's childhood bedroom, his reflection a faint ghost against the glass. Beyond the pane, London slept beneath a sky the color of old pewter. Street lamps cast amber pools onto wet pavement. Somewhere, a milk cart rattled. His reflection stared back at him. Same unruly black hair that tangled no matter how many times Creature tamed it with meticulous, grumbling care. Same two large glasses that slid down his nose when he leaned forward. Same lightning bolt scar, pale and quiet against his forehead. But the eyes had changed. They were not the eyes of the boy who had lived under stairs, who had flinched from raised hands and learned to make himself small. Those eyes had been summer green, wide, always searching for exit routes. These eyes held winter in them. And around his neck, beneath his shirt, a signet ring hung on a fine silver chain. 2 rings, actually, fused together by ancient magic until they became one. The Potter crest intertwined with the black family star. Cold against his chest, warm against his heartbeat. He touched it now, through the fabric. You'll wear a hole in that shirt. Sirius stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed. His hair was longer than it had been 3 months ago, less ragged. He'd gained weight, not much, but enough that his cheekbones no longer looked sharp enough to cut glass. Enough that the light in his gray eyes had started to return. He was wearing muggle jeans and a faded leather jacket that had probably been James's. Wouldn't be the first time Creatures had to mend something, Harry said. Sirius smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He'd probably enjoy that more than he should. Footsteps on the stairs, Remus, moving quietly even in a house full of people who knew better than to startle him. He appeared behind Sirius, one hand resting briefly on the other man's shoulder, a touch so casual and natural that neither of them seemed to notice it. You should eat, Remus said. It's a long journey, and the train food hasn't improved since our day. I'm not hungry. Then you should sit with us while we eat. Harry turned from the window. The pretense of watching London had served its purpose. They knew what he was doing, knew he was memorizing this room, this house, these moments. The last morning before everything changed. Again, the kitchen smelled of bacon and toast and Creature's particular brand of grudging efficiency. The old house elf moved between stove and table with surprising speed, his bat-like ears twitching as he muttered under his breath about ungrateful wizards, and needing proper breakfasts before embarking on dangerous educational establishments. A place had been set at the head of the table. Harry didn't sit there. He chose the chair between Sirius and Remus, the same chair he'd claimed on his first night here, when Sirius had shown him the faded photograph of James and Lily on their wedding day and they'd both cried without acknowledging it. Creature made a sound of disapproval but didn't comment. So, Sirius said, spreading marmalade on toast with forced casualness, Hogwarts. Your mother was sorted into Gryffindor, you know. Your father too. I was in Gryffindor. Remus was. A hat tried to put me in Ravenclaw, Remus interrupted mildly. I convinced it otherwise. You convinced it by panicking so loudly that the hat decided you were clearly too Gryffindor to argue with. It worked, didn't it? Harry listened to them banter, their voices weaving around each other like they'd done this for years instead of just relearning how to exist in the same room without the weight of Azkaban and grief and 12 years of silence pressing down on them. He was 11 years old. He was Lord Black Potter, heir to 2 ancient houses, bearer of a lordship that had been transferred in a ritual witnessed by goblins and magic itself. He was 11 years old, and he was going to Hogwarts, and he had no idea who he was supposed to be there. "You're not James," Sirius said quietly, as if reading his thoughts. Harry looked up. Sirius set down his toast. His gray eyes held something complicated, grief and love, and the particular pain of seeing a friend's face in a child who was not that friend, could never be that friend. "You're not James," he repeated. "And you're not me, thank Merlin, because I was an idiot at your age. You're Harry. That's enough. That's more than enough. But it's not, though, is it?" The words came out harder than Harry intended. "I'm not just Harry anymore. The goblins called me heir. Then they called me Lord. Then they called me Lord Black Potter, and everyone just accepted it. Like it was obvious. Like I'd always been this thing I didn't even know existed." He pulled the chain from beneath his shirt, the twin rings catching kitchen light. "This isn't just Harry. This is 2 families and 1,000 years of magic and responsibility. I don't know how to be that." Remus set down his tea. His movements were always careful, deliberate, the habit of a man who'd spent decades trying not to draw attention to himself. "Harry," he said, "do you know what Sirius and I did the night after the goblins confirmed your lordship?" Harry shook his head. "We sat in this kitchen until 3 in the morning, Remus said, and drank far too much fire whiskey, and argued about whether it was possible to teach an 11-year-old the difference between a betrothal contract and a marriage contract, and then we gave up and ordered takeaway curry from that place in Diagon Alley that Sirius swears is the best in London. It is the best in London. We nearly poisoned ourselves. My point," Remus continued, "is that none of us know what we're doing. Sirius has spent the last 3 months learning how to be a person again. I've spent the last decade avoiding people altogether. You're 11 years old and you've been Lord Black Potter for exactly 93 days. He leaned forward. "There is no manual for this. There's no right way. You'll make mistakes, we all will. But you're not alone in this house, Harry. You're not alone anymore." The kitchen was quiet. Somewhere above them, Walburga Black's portrait began screaming obscenities. Sirius threw his butter knife at the door with practiced precision, and the screaming stopped. Harry laughed. It was a small sound, rusty from disuse, but it was real. "I packed your trunk 3 times, Creature announced from the stove. The goblin silver must be wrapped in dragonhide to prevent tarnishing. The books must be organized by subject and then by author surname. The potion's ingredients must be. I know, Creature. You showed me. And the Mister's father's cloak is in the bottom compartment, beneath the warming charms, because Creature knows what is valuable and what those light fools would steal if they could. Creature." The house elf stopped mid-sentence, his large eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on unsettling. "Thank you," Harry said, "for taking care of everything." Creature's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Creature serves the House of Black," he muttered. "The Mister is Lord Black. Creature does what is required." He turned back to the stove with suspicious abruptness. Sirius caught Harry's eye and raised an eyebrow. Harry shrugged slightly. 3 months ago, Creature had tried to serve him poisoned tea. 3 weeks ago, Creature had spent an entire afternoon teaching him the proper way to polish the Black family silver, a process that involved moonstone dust, incantations Harry still couldn't pronounce correctly, and approximately 17 warnings about what happened to wizards who neglected their heirlooms. Progress, of a sort. The journey to King's Cross was conducted in near silence. Remus drove. He was the only one of them with anything resembling functional Muggle driving skills, having spent years navigating Muggle cities during his periodic exiles from Wizarding Society. Sirius sat in the passenger seat, his long legs folded awkwardly, one hand drumming an unconscious rhythm against the door. Harry sat in the back, his trunk shrinking in the boot, Hedwig's cage warm on his lap. The owl hooted softly and pressed her face against the bars. "I know," Harry whispered. "I'm nervous too." London passed outside the window in shades of gray. Commuters with briefcases. Mothers pushing prams. A group of teenagers laughing at a bus stop, their school uniforms crisp and new. None of them knew that a lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black was passing by. None of them knew about magic or prophecy or the scar beneath the messy black hair. To them, he was just a boy going back to school. He wished, fiercely and suddenly, that this was true. Platform 9 and 3/4 existed in the space between heartbeats. One moment they were walking through the solid barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Sirius going first, his face pale but determined, Remus close behind with Harry's trunk, and the next they were standing in a cloud of steam, the scarlet Hogwarts Express gleaming under the arched ceiling, the air thick with the sounds of families reuniting and children shouting and owls hooting in protest. And silence. Not complete silence, the platform was crowded, bustling, alive with the particular chaos of September 1st. But as Harry stepped forward, as the light caught the chain at his throat, as the Black Potter airwalked among them, the silence spread, heads turned, conversations faltered. A woman near the train dropped her daughter's trunk with a thud that seemed to echo. Harry kept walking. He'd learned, in the past 3 months, that the worst thing he could do was acknowledge it. If he stopped, if he met their eyes, if he showed any sign that he noticed the weight of their stares, it would only get worse. So he walked toward the train, his trunk floating behind him, his owl silent in her cage, his godfather and his godfather's friend flanking him like bodyguards. Harry. The voice came from his left, familiar, grating, carrying the particular condescension that only Draco Malfoy could achieve at 11 years old. Harry stopped. Draco stood beside a tall, severe-looking man with platinum hair and cold gray eyes. Lucius Malfoy. Harry recognized him from the briefings Remus had prepared, the dossiers on every significant wizarding family that might cross his path. Lord Malfoy's gaze swept over Harry with the casual assessment of a man evaluating livestock. "So," Lucius said, his voice silky, "this is the new Lord Black. I confess, I expected someone taller." Sirius stepped forward, his jaw tight. Remus caught his arm. Harry tilted his head. He'd spent 93 days learning from Sirius how to read people's intentions, from Remus how to control his reactions, from Creature how to maintain a neutral expression while contemplating violence. "My Lord Malfoy," he said. His voice was steady. "I appreciate your interest in my height. It's good to know the wizarding nobility concerns itself with such important matters." Lucius's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Beside him, Draco was staring at Harry with an expression that shifted from contempt to confusion and back again. "You've gotten above yourself, Potter," Draco said. "Just because some goblins waved their hands and gave you a title doesn't mean." "Draco." Lucius's voice was sharp. "We do not discuss matters of inheritance on train platforms." He turned his cold gaze back to Harry. "I'm sure we'll have opportunity to speak more, formally. In more appropriate settings. I look forward to it," Harry said. He didn't. The Malfoys departed, Draco casting one last confused glance over his shoulder. Sirius exhaled slowly. "Well, that was exactly what we expected," Remus finished. "The question is whether he was testing Harry or confirming something for himself." "Both," Harry said. They both looked at him. He shrugged, adjusting his grip on Hedwig's cage. "He wanted to see if I'd flinch. I didn't. Now he knows I won't. That's useful information for him." Remus studied him with something like concern. Sirius just looked proud. "When did you get so political?" Sirius asked. Harry thought about it. "About the same time I realized that being Lord Black Potter isn't just about magic. It's about people believing you have power. And people believing you know how to use it." The whistle blew. Remus crouched down, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. His face was grave, but his eyes held warmth. "You write to us every week," he said. "If you need anything, anything at all, you send Hedwig. Don't wait. Don't think you're bothering us." "I won't. And trust your instincts," Sirius added. He was trying to look casual, failing completely. "You've got good ones. Better than mine, anyway. If something feels wrong, it probably is." Harry nodded. His throat had gone tight. "I should." He gestured vaguely at the train. "Yeah." Sirius pulled him into a sudden, fierce hug. "You should." Remus's hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. Then Harry was climbing aboard the Hogwarts Express, his trunk somehow finding its way into a compartment near the back, Hedwig settling onto a luggage rack with regal displeasure. He stood at the window. Sirius and Remus stood on the platform, side by side, two men who had lost everything and somehow found pieces of it again. The train began to move. Harry watched until he couldn't see them anymore, until the platform dissolved into tunnel darkness, until the only light came from the corridor outside his compartment and the faint glow of his signet ring beneath his shirt. He was alone. He was Lord Black Potter. He was 11 years old. And Hogwarts was waiting. The compartment door slid open. Any room in here. Everywhere else is, oh. A boy stood in the doorway, round-faced, anxious-eyed, his trunk clutched in both hands like a shield. He was shorter than Harry, broader, with the kind of earnest expression that made Harry think of a puppy who'd never quite learned not to trust people. Neville Longbottom, the boy said. Then, as if remembering something, Heir Longbottom. I mean, you probably don't care about that. You're Lord Black Potter, everyone's been talking about it. Gran says it's very significant, but I don't really understand politics and, I'm babbling, aren't I? Yes, Harry said. But it's fine. Sit down. Neville sat. He placed his trunk carefully beside him, then moved it to the luggage rack, then moved it back to the seat, then stopped, looking mortified. I don't know where to put things, he admitted. Neither do I. Creature packed mine. I think I have 17 pairs of socks. Neville stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. 17 pairs. That's kind of impressive. My house elf is very thorough. Mine's named Tilly. She keeps trying to knit me jumpers in Gryffindor colors. I haven't even been sorted yet. Harry considered this. Maybe she knows something you don't. Neville's smile grew. Maybe. The train carried them north through the fading afternoon. Outside, London gave way to countryside, grey sky to deepening blue, the familiar to the unknown. They talked, hesitantly at first, then with increasing ease. Neville spoke of his grandmother, his parents, the weight of expectations he carried without ever quite understanding why it felt so heavy. Harry spoke of Sirius, Remus, a house that had been dark for a decade and was slowly learning to let in light. Neither of them mentioned the war that everyone knew was coming. Neither of them mentioned the prophecy that everyone pretended not to remember. Neither of them mentioned the scar beneath Harry's hair, the one that had made him famous and orphaned and alone, the one that had never hurt the way it did on the nights when Voldemort was particularly angry. Instead, they ate the sandwiches Creature had packed, roast beef with horseradish, because the Mister requires proper sustenance, not those pathetic pumpkin pasties the train sells, and watched the landscape change through the window. We should change into our robes, Neville said eventually, as the light began to fade. We'll be there soon. Harry nodded. He pulled the Hogwarts robes from his trunk, black, simple, unremarkable. No house colors yet, no emblems or crests, just fabric that would, in a few hours, be transformed by the decision of an ancient, tattered hat. He paused with the robes in his hands. What if I'm not? He stopped. Started again. What if the hat puts me somewhere that's wrong? Neville looked at him with those earnest, anxious eyes. My gran says the hat never makes mistakes. That's not what I asked. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Then, my great-uncle Algy dropped me out a window once. To see if I'd show any magic. I bounced. That's how they knew I was a wizard. Harry stared at him. Neville's face was very serious. My point is, everyone expects things from me. From you. From all of us, probably. But what I actually did was bounce. Not fly, not cast a spell, not do anything impressive. I just bounced. He smiled, small and slightly sad. Maybe that's enough. Being who you actually are, I mean. Even if it's not what people expect. The train whistled long and low. Harry pulled his robes over his head. The boats drifted across the black lake in silence. Harry sat in the prow of one, his hand trailing in the water, feeling the ancient magic of Hogwarts rising to meet him. Above, 1,000 stars reflected on the surface. Below, the giant squid moved in slow, patient circles. The castle rose before them, windows blazing with light, towers reaching toward the sky like fingers grasping for something just out of reach. Harry had imagined this moment 100 times. In his cupboard under the stairs, he'd pictured Hogwarts as escape, a fortress against the Dursleys, fists and Petunia's cold silence. In Grimmauld Place, he'd pictured it as destiny, the place where Lord Black Potter would prove himself worthy of his titles. In the quiet moments before sleep, he'd pictured it as home, the home he'd never had, the home he'd always wanted. Now, watching the castle grow larger with each stroke of the oars, he realized that none of his imaginings had been accurate. Hogwarts wasn't escape. Hogwarts wasn't destiny. Hogwarts wasn't home. It was something else entirely. Something older and stranger and more alive than any of those words could contain. It was magic, made manifest. It was the place where his parents had fallen in love. It was the place where Voldemort had learned to become a monster. And it was the place where Harry would have to decide what kind of wizard he wanted to be. The boat scraped against the shore. Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance, her tartan robes severe, her mouth a thin line of professional neutrality. Her gaze swept over the first years, assessing, categorizing, filing them away in whatever mental system she'd developed over decades of greeting new students. When her eyes met Harry's, something flickered in their depths. Not warmth, exactly. Not recognition. Something closer to grief. "The sorting ceremony will begin shortly," she said. "Follow me." The great hall was full of stars. Not painted stars, not enchanted stars that merely imitated the night sky. Actual stars, woven into the ceiling by magic older than Hogwarts itself, burning in constellations that had guided wizards for millennia. Harry stood at the back of the first-year group, Neville trembling slightly beside him, and stared upward. First years. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through his reverie. "When your name is called, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the sorting hat on your head." She held up a hat, ancient, patched, unremarkable. Harry had expected something more dramatic. "Abbott, Hannah." A blonde girl hurried forward, perched on the stool, and the hat settled over her eyes. "Hufflepuff," it shouted. The table to the right erupted in cheers. And so it continued. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, Gryffindor. Each name, each sorting, each burst of applause. Harry's name was near the end. He stood in the growing line of unsorted students, feeling the weight of stares from every direction. The students at the tables were whispering, pointing, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Lord Black Potter. The teachers at the high table were watching with varying degrees of interest. A thin, greasy-haired man whose expression was pure loathing. A giant of a man with a bushy beard who was beaming at everyone indiscriminately. A tiny professor perched on a stack of cushions whose eyes glittered with something like amusement. And at the center, in the largest chair, a man with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles. Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met across the length of the hall. Dumbledore smiled. Harry didn't smile back. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked toward the stool like a man approaching his own execution. He sat. The hat descended. A long pause. The hall held its breath. Gryffindor. The hat shouted. Neville's face transformed, terror melting into disbelief, disbelief into joy. He practically ran to the cheering table, where a red-headed boy was clapping so hard his hands must have hurt. Malfoy, Draco, Slytherin. That table's cheers were more restrained, more dignified, but no less genuine. Draco Malfoy walked to his seat with the satisfied air of a prophecy fulfilled. Moon, Lily, Ravenclaw, Not, Theodore, Slytherin, Parkinson, Pansy, Slytherin, and then, Potter Black, Harrison. The hall went silent. Not the attentive silence that had preceded other names, a different silence, heavier, charged with expectation and anxiety and the weight of history. Harry walked forward. Each step echoed against stone. The stool was hard beneath him, the wood worn smooth by generations of students who had sat exactly here, in exactly this moment, waiting for an old hat to tell them who they were. He placed the hat on his head. And the world fell away. "Interesting," said a voice in his ear. Very interesting indeed. Harry's first instinct was panic. Had the hat spoken aloud? Had everyone heard? "No, no, just you and me, boy. This is the private part." The hat's voice was ancient, crackling, full of dust and wisdom and the accumulated weight of 1,000 years. "Lord Black Potter," it mused. "Now there's a combination I haven't seen in quite some time. The Potter line was always Gryffindor, brave to the point of foolishness, your father especially. But the Blacks." A pause. "The Blacks have always been Slytherin. Every generation, without fail, until Sirius. And even he might have been different, if he hadn't been so determined to rebel." Harry waited. "You have courage," the hat said. "More than you know. You have loyalty, though you've had little opportunity to exercise it. You have intelligence, sharp, practical, the kind that survives rather than merely learns." Another pause. "And you have ambition." The word hung between them. Not the petty ambition of children who want to be popular or powerful. Something deeper. Something that frightens you. Harry thought of the rings against his chest. Thought of Sirius's gray eyes, Remus's careful hands, Creature's grudging devotion. Thought of his mother's voice in a memory he couldn't actually recall, his father's laugh in photographs that never moved. I don't want to be like them, he thought. The Blacks who hurt people. The Potters who died for their bravery. I don't want to be anyone's weapon or symbol or prophecy. Then what do you want? The question was simple. The answer was not. I want to survive, Harry thought. I want the people I love to survive. He stopped. Yes, I want to be worthy of them. Of the names they gave me. Of the trust they've placed in me. I want to be the Lord Black Potter that Sirius believes I can be, that Remus hopes I can be, that my parents would have. He couldn't finish. The hat was silent for a long moment. You could be great, it said finally. Not in the way your parents were, not in the way Voldemort was. A different kind of greatness, the kind that rebuilds rather than destroys. The kind that heals. But greatness requires choices. Hard choices. And you are 11 years old. I know how old I am. Do you? The hat's voice was gentle, almost sad. Do you truly understand what it means to carry the weight you've been given? To be Lord Black Potter at 11, to enter this castle with half the wizarding world watching your every move, to have a madman hunting you and a prophecy marking you and 1,000 years of history pressing down on your shoulders. Harry didn't answer. I can put you in Gryffindor, the hat said. You would be brave there. You would find friends, cause trouble, fight for what's right. Your father's path, waiting for you to walk it. He thought of Sirius, who had been sorted into Gryffindor and spent 7 years rebelling against everything his family represented. Thought of James, who had been arrogant and reckless and ultimately heroic. Or I can put you in Slytherin. You would find power there, allies, resources, the tools to protect what matters most. The Black family's path, waiting for you to reclaim it. He thought of the Slytherins at the table, watching him with calculating eyes. Thought of Draco Malfoy's confusion, Lucius's assessment, the weight of expectation from a house that had produced Voldemort. And Regulus Black and Severus Snape. Or, the hat said slowly, I could do something else. Something that hasn't been done in 700 years. Harry's breath caught. The houses are tools, the hat said. Means to an end. They are not destinies. They are not identities. They are simply frameworks. Structures. Ways of organizing children so they can learn without killing each other. A pause. But you are not simply a child, Lord Black Potter. You are something else entirely. And perhaps it is time for Hogwarts to remember that houses are not the only way. The hat began to laugh, a low, rumbling sound like distant thunder. Do you know what the Sorting Hat represents? It asked. Not the founders' wisdom. Not their values. Their compromise. Their admission that none of them could build the perfect system alone. What are you saying? I'm saying, the hat murmured, that you don't have to choose. The hall swam back into focus. Harry was still sitting on the stool, the hat still covering his eyes. The silence stretched on, longer than any sorting before, long enough for whispers to begin, for Professor McGonagall to shift her weight uncomfortably, for Dumbledore's smile to falter almost imperceptibly. Then the hat opened its brim and spoke. Black Potter. The words echoed against the enchanted ceiling. And beneath the great hall, deep in the stone foundations where the oldest magic slept, something ancient and powerful woke. The Gryffindor table erupted first, confused cheers from students who recognized the Potter name and assumed this was some variation of their house. The Slytherin table went utterly still, their eyes fixed on Harry with new calculation. Ravenclaw leaned forward, analytical. Hufflepuff simply waited, uncertain. But Harry wasn't looking at them. He was looking at the ceiling, where the enchanted stars were, shifting. Constellations that had held their positions for 1,000 years were slowly, deliberately rearranging themselves. Orion's belt tilted. The dragon curled around an unfamiliar star. The Grey Lady, no, not the Grey Lady, something older, something that had been waiting. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the murmur. The Sorting Hat that is not a recognized. It appears, Dumbledore said quietly, rising from his chair, that the hat has created one. His blue eyes met Harry's across the length of the hall. For once, the twinkle was gone. Harry stood on legs that didn't feel quite steady. The hat had not assigned him to a house. It had assigned him to something else entirely, Something that existed in the space between houses, the space between identities, the space between the boy he was and the lord he was becoming. The Gryffindor table was still cheering uncertainly. The Slytherin table was watching in absolute silence. And deep beneath his feet, in the stone foundations of Hogwarts, the ancient magic that had slept for 700 years was fully, finally, irrevocably awake. Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. He had entered Hogwarts as Lord Black Potter. He had no idea what he would become when he left. The stars were still moving. Harry watched them wheel overhead, constellations sliding into configurations that had no names, patterns that predated the founders themselves. The Gryffindor table's uncertain cheers had faded into confused silence. The Slytherins sat frozen, their calculating expressions giving way to something that looked almost like fear. Ravenclaw's whispers had stopped entirely. Hufflepuff simply stared, and still the hat's words echoed in the stone. Black Potter. Not a house. Not a legacy. Emerging. Professor McGonagall's hand was white-knuckled around her parchment. Albus, she said quietly, the Sorting Hat cannot. This isn't, there are protocols. Indeed there are protocols, Dumbledore murmured. His eyes had not left Harry's face. Protocols established by the founders themselves. Protocols that explicitly grant the Sorting Hat sole authority over the sorting of students. But this is unprecedented. So is Lord Black Potter. The words hung in the air like frost. Harry remained on the stool. His legs wouldn't cooperate with the command to stand, to move, to walk toward a table that didn't exist for a house that had never been. The hat was still on his head, its brim hovering just above his eyes. You need to let go now, he thought at it. In a moment, the hat replied. There's something you should know. What? The founders didn't build this castle to house 4 houses. They built it to house 1 school. The divisions came later, after the fighting started. But the magic beneath these stones, the oldest magic, doesn't recognize Gryffindor or Slytherin or Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. A pause. It recognizes heirs. And you, Lord Black Potter, are the first heir in 700 years to arrive without a single house claiming your allegiance. I didn't arrive without allegiance. The Potter family. The Potter family gave you blood. The Black family gave you name. But the magic beneath us doesn't care about blood or names. It cares about oaths. And you have sworn none. Harry's chest tightened. Is that bad? That, said the hat, remains to be seen. It lifted from his head. Harry stood. The hall remained frozen. Hundreds of eyes tracked his movement as he stepped away from the stool, his robe settling around him like a second skin. He had no table to go to. No cheering housemates to welcome him. No prefects to show him where to sleep. He was, quite literally, houseless. Professor Dumbledore. His voice carried in the silence. Where do I sit? Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. For once, the famous twinkle was absent, replaced by something older and more calculating, the look of a man who had spent a century playing chess with powers beyond mortal comprehension. A fair question, he said. And one that has not arisen in living memory. He turned to the staff table, his gaze sweeping across the assembled professors. Flitwick was consulting an ancient text he'd somehow produced from his robes. Sprout was wringing her hands. Snape's expression had curdled into something that might have been satisfaction, the look of a man watching his enemies walk into traps they couldn't see. And at the end of the table, nearly invisible in the shadow of a pillar, a tall figure in flowing white robes met Harry's eyes. Professor Binns. The ghost of Hogwarts, history of magic professor was, as always, utterly unremarkable. Gray. Faded. The kind of ghost you looked through rather than at. But in that moment, Harry saw him clearly. And Binns, who had not shown emotion in 400 years, inclined his head, almost imperceptibly, in acknowledgement. Perhaps, Dumbledore said slowly, the hat's decision suggests that Lord Black Potter requires different accommodations. Accommodations. McGonagall's voice was carefully neutral. You're suggesting we create an 8th common room. For 1 student. I'm suggesting we allow Hogwarts to provide what Hogwarts knows is needed. The castle shifted. Not visibly, the stones didn't crack, the ceiling didn't fall, but Harry felt it. A deep, resonant vibration that traveled through the soles of his shoes, up his spine, into the rings against his chest. The Grey Lady drifted forward from the Ravenclaw table. Her translucent features were composed, serene, but her eyes held something that made Harry think of glaciers moving. The castle remembers, she said softly. There are chambers that have waited. McGonagall's head snapped toward her. Lady Ravenclaw, surely you don't mean. I mean exactly what I said, Minerva. The Grey Lady's voice carried the weight of centuries. The Founders' Compact was not dissolved when Salazar left. It was merely suspended. And compacts, once sworn, cannot be broken. Only fulfilled. She turned her ancient gaze to Harry. Lord Black Potter, you bear two names that predate this school. Two bloodlines that helped build these walls. Two legacies that have waited 700 years to be reunited. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. The chamber has been waiting for you. Harry followed the Grey Lady through corridors that shifted and rearranged themselves with each step. The portraits they passed were silent, not the usual curious silence of painted figures observing passers-by, but something deeper. Reverent. The subjects within the frames bowed their heads as Harry passed, ancient wizards and witches acknowledging something they hadn't seen in lifetimes. The Founders' Compact, the Grey Lady said, her voice echoing slightly in the empty corridor, was created in a time before Hogwarts existed. Before the four houses, before the school, before the divisions that would eventually tear us apart. What was it? Harry asked. A promise. Godric, Salazar, Rowena, Helga, they were friends first. Colleagues. Equals. The compact was their agreement that no matter what differences arose between them, they would always be united in one purpose. She paused before a blank stretch of wall. The education of magical children. The preservation of magical knowledge. The protection of those who could not protect themselves. Her hand passed through the stone. And the defense against the one enemy that could destroy them all. Harry stared at the wall. What enemy? The Grey Lady didn't answer. Instead, the stone began to change. It rippled like water, smoothing from rough-hewn granite to polished obsidian. Veins of silver appeared, tracing patterns that looked almost like constellations. The patterns shifted, rearranged themselves, formed words in a script Harry had never seen but somehow understood. The blood of the old guard. The name of the unbroken line. The heir of two houses. Enter if you were always meant to leave. That doesn't make sense, Harry said. Doesn't it? The Grey Lady's expression held the faintest suggestion of a smile. Sometimes, Lord Black Potter, the only way forward is through the door that should not exist. Sometimes, the only way to belong is to first accept that you belong nowhere. She faded. Harry stood alone before the wall. Behind him, the castle breathed. Before him, the silver words pulsed with slow, patient light. He reached out and touched the stone. The chamber was round. Not the perfect circle of architectural design, but the organic roundness of something that had grown rather than been built. The walls curved inward slightly, creating the sense of being inside a cocoon, or an egg. The floor was polished black slate, veined with silver that glowed faintly beneath Harry's feet. The ceiling arched high above, open to a sky full of stars that were not the Great Hall's enchanted constellations. These stars were different, wilder, older. And they were moving in the same patterns Harry had seen overhead during his sorting. 7 chairs surrounded a central table. Not 4. 7. 4 of the chairs were familiar, the Lion of Gryffindor, the Serpent of Slytherin, the Eagle of Ravenclaw, the Badger of Hufflepuff. But 3 others stood empty, their crests worn away by time, their identities lost to centuries of neglect. Harry walked slowly around the table, his fingers trailing across the ancient wood. Founder's table, said a voice behind him. Harry turned. Professor Binns stood in the doorway, or rather, drifted. His translucent form barely registered against the silver-lit darkness. There were 7 founders, the ghost continued, his voice the same dry monotone he used for 500 years of goblin rebellions. History records 4. History is often incomplete. What happened to the other 3? Binns was silent for so long that Harry thought he wouldn't answer. They chose to be forgotten, he finally said. When the compact broke, when Salazar left, when the 4 houses became 4 armies, the others saw what was coming. They saw that Hogwarts would survive only if its founders became less than they were. He gestured at the empty chairs. So they erased themselves, removed their names from records, their faces from portraits, their magic from the castle's foundations. All that remains is this room, hidden, waiting for the day when their sacrifice would no longer be necessary. Harry looked at the 7 chairs. At the 4 that still bore their founders' symbols. At the 3 that bore nothing at all. And that day is now. Binns's faded eyes met his. That day is you. His trunk arrived an hour later, carried by a house elf he didn't recognize, smaller than creature, with enormous green eyes and a nervous twitch in her left ear. "Mipsy is bringing the Lord's belongings," she squeaked, depositing the trunk beside the largest of the 7 chairs. "Mipsy is preparing the Lord's sleeping quarters in the side chamber. Mipsy hopes the Lord finds everything satisfactory." "Thank you," Harry said. Mipsy stared at him. "No one thanks Mipsy," she whispered. "Then no one's been paying attention." The house elf's ears flushed pink. She gave a jerky bow and disapparated with a crack that echoed against the curved walls. Harry stood alone in the chamber that was now, apparently, his common room. His sitting room. He opened his trunk and began to unpack. Hedwig adjusted to the chamber faster than Harry did. Within minutes of her cage being opened, she had explored every corner of the curved space, selected a perch near the highest window, a narrow slit in the stone that somehow showed a view of the forbidden forest despite the room being deep within the castle, and arranged herself with regal satisfaction. Harry arranged his books on a shelf that materialized when he wished for somewhere to put them. His robes hung themselves in a wardrobe he hadn't noticed until he needed one. His cauldron and potions ingredients organized themselves in a corner that grew a workbench and storage cabinets while he watched. The chamber was responding to him. Not through conscious magic, he wasn't casting spells, wasn't willing changes into existence. The room simply knew what he needed. And provided it. This should have been comforting. Instead, it made his skin prickle with unease. Magic this old, this intuitive, it wasn't meant for children. It wasn't meant for students who hadn't yet learned to control their own accidental magic, let alone the accumulated power of 7 centuries of waiting. He was 11 years old. He was sleeping in a room that had waited 700 years for his arrival. He sat on the edge of the bed that had grown from the wall and pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. Morning came gray and soft through the narrow window. Harry dressed in his school robes, still unadorned, still lacking any house colors, and stood before the wall that served as the chamber's entrance. "How do I leave?" he thought. The stone rippled. He stepped through into the corridor, which was now bustling, with students on their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. They stopped. A circle of silence opened around Harry as he walked, students pressing back against the walls, whispers rising and falling like waves. "Didn't go to any table. The sorting had actually. My mum said the Black family used to have their own Potter, but also Black, what does that even?" Harry kept walking. He found the Great Hall by following the smell of bacon and the sound of clattering dishes. The enchanted ceiling showed a pale autumn sky, clouds scudding across distant blue. The 4 tables were filling rapidly, students jostling for seats, prefects attempting to maintain order. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley was gesturing animatedly at the empty space beside him. Harry didn't notice. He was looking at the staff table, where Professor Snape's black eyes were fixed on him with an expression of absolute, crystalline hatred. And beside Snape, at the center of the table, Dumbledore was watching him with that same unreadable gaze. Harry took a breath. Then he walked to the very front of the hall, to the place where the 4 tables nearly met, where an empty space existed that no one had ever claimed. He sat. The students around him went very, very still. Hermione Granger, who had been reading at the Ravenclaw table, lowered her book. Neville Longbottom, picking nervously at his toast at Gryffindor, looked up with wide eyes. Draco Malfoy, holding court among the Slytherins, went silent mid-sentence. Harry picked up a piece of toast. He buttered it. He took a bite. And the hall, slowly, reluctantly, returned to its morning routine. He had 3 classes that day: Charms with Flitwick, Transfiguration with McGonagall, and Potions with Snape. Charms was fine. Professor Flitwick balanced on his stack of cushions and beamed at the class with genuine delight. He didn't treat Harry differently, no lingering glances, no special attention, just the same enthusiastic instruction he gave everyone. The levitation charm was harder than Harry expected, requiring a precise combination of wand movement and concentration that his fingers couldn't quite achieve. Wingardium Leviosa, he muttered, for the 8th time. His feather twitched but didn't rise. Beside him, Hermione Granger's feather floated gracefully above her desk. "Swish and flick," she said, not looking up from her work. "You're flicking before you swish. It's disrupting the airflow around the feather." Harry adjusted his grip. Tried again. The feather rose 2 inches before plummeting. "Better," Hermione said. Harry glanced at her. Her brown eyes were fixed on her own feather, which was now doing lazy circles in the air. "You're in Ravenclaw," he said. "Yes. I thought you'd be Gryffindor." Now she did look at him. Why? He didn't have an answer. He'd just assumed, somehow, that the girl who knew every answer and couldn't stop raising her hand would end up in the House of Bravery and Daring. But watching her now, the precise, methodical way she approached each spell, each correction, each incremental improvement, Ravenclaw made more sense. "You're not what I expected," she said. "Neither are you." Her mouth twitched. "The Sorting Hat said I have a good mind and a need to prove it. It said Ravenclaw would teach me that knowledge isn't the same as wisdom." "That's deep. It's accurate." She paused, her feather settling gently to the desk. "What did the hat say to you?" Harry thought of the voices in his head. The ancient magic awakening. The chamber that had waited 700 years. "It said I didn't have to choose," he said. Hermione studied him for a long moment. "That's not an answer," she said. "No," Harry agreed. "It's not." She nodded once, sharply, and returned to her feather. Transfiguration was harder. Professor McGonagall's classroom was arranged in precise rows, each desk exactly the same distance from its neighbors, each student's materials arranged with military precision. The professor herself stood at the front, her tartan robe severe, her expression giving nothing away. "Transfiguration," she said, "is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at this school. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She turned to the blackboard and began to write. The lesson was matchsticks to needles. Simple in theory, the transformation of one object into another through targeted application of force and will. Impossible in practice, at least for Harry. His matchstick remained stubbornly matchstick-shaped, despite his best efforts. "Mr. Potter Black," McGonagall said quietly, appearing beside his desk. "A word." He followed her to the corner of the classroom, away from the curious stares of his classmates. "Your living situation," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "I understand the Grey Lady has arranged accommodations for you." "Yes, Professor. And these accommodations are satisfactory." Harry hesitated. "They're very old. And they seem to know what I need before I need it." McGonagall's expression flickered, concern, quickly suppressed. "The Founders' private chambers were not designed for children. If you feel unsafe, or overwhelmed, or simply wish to be reassigned to one of the 4 houses." "I don't." She studied him. "You're certain?" "I'm certain." A long pause. Then, unexpectedly, McGonagall nodded. "Very well. However, you will report to me once weekly for a private consultation. I will not have a first year navigating Hogwarts' oldest mysteries without oversight. That's non-negotiable. 7 o'clock, Tuesday mornings, my office. Don't be late." She returned to the front of the classroom. Harry stared at his matchstick. It remained a matchstick. And then there was potions. The dungeons were cold and dark, the walls lined with jars of preserved creatures that floated in viscous liquid. Snape swept through the aisles like a specter, his black robes billowing behind him. "Before we begin," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I assume you have all read the first chapter of Magical Drafts and Potions. Those who haven't." His gaze landed on Harry. "Need not remain." Harry didn't flinch. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Ah, yes. Our celebrated Lord Black Potter. Famous for surviving, it seems, rather than achieving. Tell me, Lord Black Potter, what would you get if you added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question hung in the air like poison. Harry knew this. Remus had drilled him on potions theory every evening for the past 3 months, anticipating exactly this kind of interrogation. "Asphodel and wormwood," he said slowly, "create the draft of living death. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's expression didn't change. "And where would you find a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat. It's effective against most poisons." Silence. "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry paused. "There is no difference. They're the same plant, also known as aconite." Something flickered in Snape's black eyes, not respect, not approval. Something older and more complicated. "Sit down," he said. "And don't speak again unless spoken to." Harry sat. Beside him, a boy with sandy hair and a nervous expression was attempting to shrink into his chair. "That was brilliant," he whispered. "No one ever knows those answers. Remus made me study." Remus Lupin. The werewolf. Harry turned to look at him. The boy's face went pale. I didn't mean, that is, my father says he's a good man, I wasn't trying to. What's your name? Ernie Macmillan. Heir Macmillan. My family's neutral, I swear, we never took the Dark Lord's mark, my great-uncle was in the Order of the Phoenix. I wasn't going to hex you, Ernie. Ernie swallowed. Right. Of course not. Sorry. He turned back to his cauldron with visible relief. Harry watched the blue flame flicker beneath his own cauldron and tried not to think about the way Ernie had flinched. The way the other students had pressed back against the walls when he walked through the corridors. The way McGonagall had looked at him when he said the chamber felt like it knew what he needed. He was 11 years old. He was Lord Black Potter. And everyone was afraid of him. That night, Harry dreamed. He was standing in the chamber of 7 chairs, but the chairs were occupied. Gryffindor's lion pulsed with crimson fire. Slytherin's serpent coiled in silver shadows. Ravenclaw's eagle spread wings of bronze light. Hufflepuff's badger glowed with golden warmth. And the 3 empty chairs, they were no longer empty. Figures sat in them, their faces obscured by shadow, their forms shifting and indistinct. But Harry could see their hands, resting on the arms of their chairs. Old hands. Worn hands. Hands that had wielded magic before Hogwarts was built, before the Founders' Compact was sworn, before the 4 houses became 4 armies. One of the figures spoke. He is too young. Another. He is exactly the age we were. A third. The Compact requires balance. Blood. Sacrifice. He is a child. He is the heir. He is 11 years old. He carries the weight of 2 houses. He carries the mark of the enemy. He carries the prophecy that will decide whether magic survives or fades into memory. He carries all of this. And still, he is 11 years old. The first figure leaned forward. What would you have us do, Rowena? The Grey Lady, no, not the Grey Lady, Rowena Ravenclaw herself, young and fierce and terrible in her ancient beauty, turned her gaze upon Harry. I would have us remember, she said, that we built this school for children. Not soldiers. Not weapons. Not saviors. And yet, said Salazar Slytherin from his serpent-wreathed chair, children become soldiers. Children become weapons. Children become saviors. That is the tragedy of raising them in times like these. Then perhaps, said Godric Gryffindor, his voice like a struck bell, we should raise better times. The 3 shadowed figures were silent. Then Helga Hufflepuff spoke, not from her chair, but from beside Harry. She stood at his shoulder, a small woman with kind eyes and hands that had healed 1,000 broken children. He needs time, she said. He needs to learn. He needs to be a child before he must become anything else. Time is the one thing we cannot give him, Salazar said. The Dark Lord will not wait. The prophecy will not wait. The war will not wait. Then we must make time. All eyes turned to her. Helga Hufflepuff smiled, sad, knowing, infinitely patient. We are founders, she said. We built this castle to protect children. Surely we can protect one. She looked at Harry. The chamber will keep you safe, she said. The castle will keep you safe. But you must promise me something. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. You must promise to live. Not just survive, live. Make friends. Make mistakes. Make memories that have nothing to do with war or prophecy or the weight of your names. I don't know how, Harry whispered. Then learn. That is what Hogwarts is for. She touched his forehead, just above his scar. Learn. Harry woke to Hedwig's beak, tapping urgently at his window. Outside, the forbidden forest was dark and still. Inside, the chamber's silver veins pulsed with steady, patient light. He sat up, his scar tingling faintly. The dream was already fading, the Founders' voices dissolving into the gray pre-dawn mist. But Helga's words remained, carved into his memory like runes in ancient stone. Make friends. Make mistakes. Make memories. He dressed quickly and slipped through the chamber wall into the corridor. The castle was quiet at this hour, the portraits dozing in their frames, the ghosts retreated to their favorite haunts, the suits of armor standing sentinel in patient silence. Harry walked without purpose, letting his feet carry him where they would. He found himself in a corridor he didn't recognize, lined with tapestries depicting battles he'd never studied and victories he'd never learned. At the end of the corridor, a door stood slightly ajar. Golden light spilled through the crack. Harry pushed the door open. It was a classroom, old, clearly unused, dust sheets covering the furniture and cobwebs draping the windows. But at the front of the room, behind the teacher's desk, a fire burned in a grate that should have been cold. And standing before the fire, his back to Harry, was a man. No, not a man. A ghost. The figure turned. He was young, barely older than Harry, with dark hair and gray eyes that held the particular sorrow of someone who had died before they'd had the chance to live. His Hogwarts robes bore the crest of Slytherin. "Hello," he said. "I've been waiting for you." Harry's scar erupted in pain. And the ghost, the boy, smiled with Regulus Black's face and said, "My brother didn't tell you about me, did he?" The pain in Harry's scar was a live thing, not the searing agony of Voldemort's rage, not the sharp stabs of proximity to dark magic. Something else. Recognition. Warning. The scar knew this ghost, even if Harry didn't. Regulus Black watched him with gray eyes that were nothing like Sirius's. Where Sirius burned, Regulus was ash. "I know who you are," Harry said. His voice came out steady, which surprised him. "You died in the cave. Trying to destroy the locket." Regulus's smile didn't waver. "My brother told you that much. Did he tell you why?" "He said you joined the Death Eaters. Then you realized what Voldemort was really doing and tried to stop him." "Tried. And failed." Regulus drifted closer, his translucent form catching the firelight. "Did he tell you what was in the locket?" Harry's scar pulsed again. He knew this. Remus had explained it, weeks ago, his voice carefully controlled while Sirius sat in silence by the window. "A Horcrux," Harry said. "A piece of Voldemort's soul." Regulus nodded slowly. "And did he tell you what happened to it?" "No. He said that part wasn't his story to tell." Something shifted in Regulus's expression, surprise, perhaps. Or gratitude. "My brother," he said quietly, "spent 12 years in hell because of choices I made. Because I believed the same lies he'd rejected. Because I was too proud, too afraid, too desperate for my parents' approval to see what I was becoming." He drifted toward the window, his gaze fixed on something beyond the glass. "And when I finally did see, when I finally understood that the Dark Lord I'd sworn to serve was building an empire on the souls of the murdered, I went to Creature." Harry's breath caught. "Creature helped you. Creature saved me. Not from death, I was already too far gone for that. He saved me from becoming something worse than a corpse. He saved my name from being carved forever on the roll of Voldemort's faithful servants." Regulus turned back to face Harry. "And now Creature serves you. The Lord Black. The heir my brother chose over our family's darkness. Do you understand what that means?" Harry thought of Creature's grudging devotion, his meticulous care of the Black family heirlooms, his muttered complaints about the Mister's proper breakfast. "He believed in you," Harry said. "Even after you died. Even after everything." "Yes." Regulus's voice was barely audible. "And I spent 40 years watching him grieve. 40 years unable to apologize, unable to explain, unable to do anything but haunt the halls of the school I should have attended with my brother instead of following our mother's poison into the Dark Lord's service." The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle, a clock began to chime. "Why now?" Harry asked. "Why show yourself to me?" Regulus was silent for a long moment. "Because the compact has awakened," he said. "Because the chamber has chosen an heir for the first time in 7 centuries. Because my brother's godson, the son of Lily and James Potter, the boy who survived the killing curse, is sitting alone in a forgotten classroom at dawn, asking questions that no one else will answer." He drifted closer, his gray eyes intent. "And because you carry the mark of the man who murdered me." Harry's hand moved instinctively to his scar. "That mark," Regulus continued, "is a connection. A door. Voldemort left a piece of himself in you when the killing curse rebounded. Not a Horcrux, not exactly. Something else. Something he doesn't understand and can't control. A Horcrux is a piece of soul stored in an object," Harry said. "I'm not an object. No. You're something far more dangerous. You're a living anchor. As long as you exist, Voldemort's original soul is bound to this world. He can't move on, can't truly die, can't be fully destroyed." Harry's scar throbbed. And he knows this. He suspects. The connection works both ways. You feel his emotions, his presence, his moments of greatest rage or triumph. But he feels yours too. Your fear, your pain, your moments of weakness. He's been hunting you since you were 15 months old. Not for revenge, not just for revenge. He's hunting you because you're the only thing in the world that can truly end him. The clock chimed again. 6:30. I have to go, Harry said. Breakfast. Classes. Yes. Regulus drifted back toward the fireplace. Go and learn. Go and grow. Go and become what the prophecy demands. His form was fading, the edges of his ghostly body dissolving into the morning light. But remember, Lord Black Potter, prophecies are not commands. They're warnings. Maps of what might happen, not what must. The future isn't written in stone. It's written in choices. He smiled, sad, resigned, infinitely weary. I chose wrong for 17 years. I chose right for exactly one day. That one day cost me my life. But it saved my soul. He was almost gone now, barely a shimmer in the air. Make better choices than I did. And then he was nothing but firelight and silence. Harry was late to breakfast. The great hall was crowded, the 4 tables packed with students fortifying themselves for a day of lessons. Harry collected toast and eggs from the platters that appeared as he approached the empty space at the front of the hall, but the food tasted like ash. His scar still throbbed. Not painfully, not the way it did when Voldemort was particularly angry or triumphant. Just, present, aware, like a half-healed wound that remembered being fresh. He feels yours too. Your fear, your pain, your moments of weakness. Harry set down his toast. Are you all right? Neville was standing beside him, his own plate piled high with food he wasn't eating. His round face was pinched with concern. You, look. Neville hesitated. You look like my grand is when she's been reading the Daily Prophet. And how's that? Like someone just told you the world's ending and you're the only one who can stop it. Harry stared at him. Neville's face went red. I didn't mean, sorry, that was really stupid. No. Harry picked up his toast again. It wasn't stupid. Neville hovered uncertainly. Can I sit with you? Only the other first years are nice, but they keep asking about my parents and I don't really want to talk about it, and you're sitting alone and... Sit down, Neville. Neville sat. They ate in silence for a few minutes. Around them, the great hall's morning chaos continued. Hufflepuffs comparing homework answers, Ravenclaws debating the finer points of Flitwick's charm theory, Slytherins speaking in low, careful voices, Gryffindors being loudly Gryffindor. My gran knew your grandmother, Neville said suddenly. Mrs. Doria Black Potter. They were in the same year at Hogwarts. Gran was Hufflepuff, your grandmother was Slytherin. But they were friends anyway. Harry looked up. My grandmother was in Slytherin. Doria Black, yes. She married Charles Potter and took his name. Everyone expected her to be disowned, but the Black family never did. My gran says it was because Doria was the only one who could stand up to Walburga. He paused. That's Sirius's mother. Your great-aunt. Something like that. The screaming portrait. I know who Walburga Black is. Right. Sorry. Neville's face was red again. I'm not very good at this. At what? Talking to people. Gran says I need more practice. She says I hide behind her skirts even though I haven't fit behind her skirts since I was 7. Despite everything, Harry felt his mouth twitch. You're not hiding now. Neville considered this. No, I suppose I'm not. He smiled. Small, uncertain, genuine. Maybe Hogwarts is good for that. The morning passed in a blur of defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell, who stammered his way through a lesson on red caps and smelled faintly of garlic, and herbology. Professor Sprout, who was delighted by Neville's unexpected gift for plant care. By lunch, Harry's scar had settled into a dull ache that he could almost ignore. Almost. He was leaving the Great Hall when a voice stopped him. Mr. Potter Black. Professor Snape stood in the shadow of a pillar, his black robes blending with the darkness. His expression was as neutral as carved ice. The headmaster requests your presence in his office at 8 o'clock this evening. The password is sherbet lemon. He turned to go. Why are you telling me? Harry asked. Dumbledore usually sends notes. Snape paused. His back was to Harry, his shoulders rigid beneath his robes. Because I was in the area, he said. And because the headmaster believed my delivery would attract less attention than a floating parchment. Less attention, or less speculation. Now Snape turned. His black eyes swept over Harry, the scar, the rings beneath his shirt, the absence of house colors on his robes. Both, he said. Neither. It makes no difference to me. He swept away. Harry watched him go. The dungeon's corridor was cold, even in September, and Snape's presence seemed to drain what little warmth remained. He hates me, Harry thought. But it's not simple hatred. It's something else. Something personal. Regulus's words echoed in his memory. He feels yours too. Your fear, your pain, your moments of weakness. Snape's face, frozen in that moment of barely suppressed emotion. What moments of weakness do you see when you look at me? Harry wondered. And whose face is it really? At 7:55, Harry stood before the stone gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. "Sherbet lemon," he said. The gargoyle sprang aside. The spiral staircase rose to meet him. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry had imagined it, cluttered, comfortable, filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of sleeping headmasters. The man himself sat behind a massive desk, his half-moon spectacles pushed up his forehead, a letter held loosely in his weathered hands. "Ah, Harry," he said, setting down the parchment. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." Harry sat. The chair was too large for him. His feet didn't quite reach the floor. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. Behind him, Fawkes the Phoenix preened his golden feathers with patient, methodical care. "I imagine you have questions," Dumbledore said. "About the sorting. About the chamber. About the Founders, magic that has awakened within our walls." "Yes," Harry said. "But I don't think you're going to answer them." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "I think," Harry continued, "that you're going to tell me some things and not others. That you're going to be kind and patient and understanding, and then you're going to send me back to my chamber without explaining what's really happening." The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. "That is a remarkably cynical perspective for someone your age. That's what happens when you grow up in a cupboard. You learn to recognize when people are managing you." Silence stretched between them. Fawkes's feathers caught the firelight and scattered it into rainbows. "You're right," Dumbledore said quietly. "I had intended to give you partial answers. To protect you from information you might not be ready to carry." He removed his spectacles and polished them slowly. "I underestimated you. It's a habit of mine, I'm afraid, underestimating the young. Assuming that age and wisdom are the same thing. They are not. You have wisdom, Harry. The hard-won wisdom of survival. And you deserve the truth." Harry waited. "The Founders' Compact," Dumbledore said, "was created in an age before the Ministry, before the International Statute of Secrecy, before the wizarding world retreated into the shadows to escape persecution. In those days, magical children were hunted, killed, their families burned. The Founders built Hogwarts not as a school, but as a fortress. A sanctuary." He paused. "And a weapon." "A weapon," Harry repeated. "The compact wasn't just an agreement to educate children. It was an oath, sworn in blood and magic, that the Founders would unite against any threat that rose against them. That they would pool their power, their knowledge, their very souls if necessary, to protect what they had built." He met Harry's eyes. "And when Salazar Slytherin argued that Hogwarts should only admit pure bloods, that Muggle-born children were a security risk, a liability in times of war, the compact broke. Godric refused to compromise. Rowena tried to mediate. Helga wept. And the three Founders who had sworn the oath with them chose to be forgotten," Harry said. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. "You know of them. The chamber showed me. 7 chairs, not 4. 3 of them empty. Professor Binns said they erased themselves so Hogwarts could survive." "Yes." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "The unknown Founders, their names are lost to history, their faces erased from every portrait, their magic withdrawn from the castle's defenses. But their sacrifice kept Hogwarts standing when it should have fallen. When Salazar left, when the 4 houses became 4 factions, when the school nearly tore itself apart." He was quiet for a moment. "And now, 700 years later, the compact has chosen a new heir. Not a founder, an heir. Someone who carries the blood of the old houses and the potential to unite them again." He looked at Harry. "Someone who must decide whether to rebuild what was broken, or let it crumble entirely." Harry's scar pulsed. "I'm 11 years old," he said. "I don't know how to rebuild anything. I don't even know how to cast a proper levitation charm. And yet the compact chose you. Not a 7th-year prefect, not an adult wizard with decades of experience. You." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "Why do you think that is?" Harry thought of the Sorting Hat's words. "You don't have to choose." He thought of Helga Hufflepuff's touch on his forehead. "Make friends. Make mistakes. Make memories." He thought of Regulus's gray eyes, so like Sirius's and so different. Because I don't belong anywhere, he said. I'm not pure Gryffindor or pure Slytherin. I'm not just Potter or just Black. I'm the space between things. The place where compromises live. He looked up at Dumbledore. I'm what happens when you refuse to choose. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Yes, he said softly. I believe you are. Harry left the headmaster's office with more questions than answers. The corridors were empty at this hour, the portraits dozing, the ghosts retreated to their favorite haunts. His footsteps echoed against stone as he made his way toward the chamber that was now, impossibly, his. He was so lost in thought that he almost walked past it. A door he'd never noticed before, set into a wall he'd passed a dozen times. Plain oak, unremarkable, with a handle shaped like a serpent coiled around a lion's paw. Harry stopped. The door wasn't there this morning. He was sure of it. He reached for the handle. You must promise to live, Helga's voice whispered in his memory. Not just survive, live. Make friends. Make mistakes. This felt like a mistake. He opened the door. The room beyond was not large, smaller than his chamber, smaller than most classrooms. Bookshelves lined every wall, crammed with volumes that ranged from pristine leather-bound folios to crumbling parchment scrolls tied with faded ribbon. A fire burned in a marble hearth, though there was no visible source of fuel. Two armchairs faced each other across a low table. And in one of the armchairs, reading what appeared to be a Muggle comic book, sat Hermione Granger. She looked up. Oh, she said. It's you. What is this place? Harry asked. Hermione marked her page with a strip of parchment. I don't know what it's called. I found it yesterday after charms. The door wasn't there, and then it was, and I thought it might be some kind of magical library. There are books here that aren't in the restricted section. She held up the comic book. This one's about a wizard who fights crime in Muggle New York. It's fiction, obviously, his magic doesn't follow any known laws of thaumaturgy, but the narrative structure is fascinating. Harry stared at her. What? Hermione said. Nothing. It's just, you read Muggle comics about wizards. I read everything. She set down the comic. Why are you here? I don't know. The door appeared. I opened it. Hermione considered this. Doors that appear when you need them. Rooms that change to suit their occupants. Magic that responds to intention rather than incantation. She looked around the space with new eyes. This is a come-and-go room. I've read about them, but I thought they were theoretical. The room of requirement, some people call it. It only appears when someone truly needs it. And you needed a library with Muggle comics about wizards. I needed somewhere quiet to think. Her voice was carefully neutral. The Ravenclaw Common room is very intellectual. Everyone wants to debate everything. Sometimes I just want to read without having to defend my interpretation of the text. Harry understood this more than he wanted to admit. Does it always look like this? He asked. The room, I mean. No. That's the point. It changes based on what you need. When I came in yesterday, it was full of reference books about obscure charms theory. Today it's. She gestured at the comic book stacked beside her chair. Lighter. She hesitated. Do you want to sit down? You look like you haven't slept. Harry sat in the empty armchair. The fire crackled. Somewhere, in the walls, the castle breathed. My parents were killed when I was 1 year old, Hermione said quietly. Not by Death Eaters, by Muggles. A car accident. I don't remember them at all. Harry looked at her. I read about you, after I got my Hogwarts letter, she continued. The boy who lived. Everyone knows that story. But no one talks about what comes after. No one talks about the boy who grew up without his parents, without knowing why they died, without anyone to tell him that it wasn't his fault. Her brown eyes met his. So I just wanted to say, I don't know what it's like to survive what you survived. But I know what it's like to be alone. And you don't have to be. Not here. Not in this room. The firelight painted shadows across her face. This room doesn't care about prophecies or lordships or ancient compacts. It just gives people what they need. She picked up her comic book again. And right now, what I need is to find out if Doctor Strange can fix a hole in reality using only a sling ring and questionable judgment. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. What's a sling ring? He asked. Hermione's face lit up. He stayed in the come-and-go room until nearly midnight. Hermione explained the plot of the Doctor Strange comic with enthusiastic detail, occasionally pausing to critique the magical theory or point out inconsistencies in the depiction of interdimensional travel. Harry listened, asked questions, and tried to remember the last time he'd had a conversation that wasn't about prophecies or lordships or the weight of his names. He couldn't. "You should join the chess club," Hermione said at one point. "You have a strategic mind." "I can tell." "How can you tell?" "Because you've asked 17 questions about Doctor Strange's tactical choices and 0 questions about his magical abilities. You're more interested in how he thinks than what he can do." That's strategy. Harry wasn't sure if this was accurate. But it was nice to be seen as something other than Lord Black Potter. "The chess club meets on Thursdays," Hermione continued. "Though most of the members are in 3rd year or above. Ron Weasley is apparently quite good, but he's more of an intuitive player than a tactical one." "Ron Weasley. Red hair, freckles, perpetually hungry. He's in Gryffindor. His brothers are Fred and George, they're the ones always causing explosions in the corridors." Harry filed this information away. "You pay attention to people," he said. "I pay attention to everything. It's not always useful, but it's never wasted." She paused, her finger marking her place in the comic. "Except when it comes to making friends. I'm not very good at that part." "Neither am I." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Then Hermione yawned, and Harry realized how late it was. "I should go," he said. "Class is tomorrow." "Yes." Hermione closed her comic. "Will you? I mean, if you want to, this room is useful for studying. And reading. And not being interrogated about your feelings by well-meaning housemates." She wasn't quite looking at him. "I could use a study partner," Harry said. "Someone who actually does the reading." Hermione's mouth twitched. "I always do the reading." "I know. That's why you'd be useful." She smiled, small, genuine, the first real smile he'd seen from her. "Thursday, then. After charms. I'll bring my transfiguration notes." "Thursday," Harry agreed. The chamber was waiting for him. Its silver veins pulsed with steady light as Harry crossed the threshold, his trunk, his books, his all arranged exactly as he'd left them. The 7 chairs stood empty around the central table. The stars wheeled slowly overhead. He sat in the largest chair, the one that corresponded to no house, the one that bore no crest, the one that had waited 700 years for someone who didn't belong anywhere. His scar was quiet now. Not healed, not gone, but quiet. He touched the rings beneath his shirt. Felt the weight of 2 families, 2 legacies, 2 names that had shaped the wizarding world for centuries. "Make better choices than I did," Regulus had said. "Make friends," Helga had urged. "Make mistakes. Make memories." He thought of Neville, anxious and earnest, sitting beside him at breakfast despite his grand's expectations and his own fear. He thought of Hermione, fierce and brilliant, reading Muggle comics in a magical room that appeared when she needed it most. He thought of Sirius and Remus, waiting for his letters at Grimmauld Place, trying to learn how to be a family from books and memories and the broken pieces of their shared past. He thought of his mother and father, whose faces he knew only from photographs and whose voices he'd never heard at all. And he thought of Regulus Black, who had spent 17 years following the wrong path and one day finding the right one, and who had paid for that single day with everything he had. "That one day cost me my life," Regulus had said. "But it saved my soul." Harry pulled the chain from beneath his shirt. The twin rings caught the starlight, the Potter crest intertwined with the Black family star, cold metal warmed by his heartbeat. He was 11 years old. He was Lord Black Potter. He had friends, 2 of them, maybe, if friendship could be built in a single day of shared silence and comic books. He had a chamber that responded to his needs, a castle that remembered his ancestors, a legacy that stretched back 7 centuries and forward into a future he couldn't predict. And he had a choice. Not the choice the Sorting Hat had offered, which house, which path, which version of himself he would become. A different choice. Whether to spend his life running from the weight of his names. Or whether to carry them. Harry slipped the chain back beneath his shirt. Then he took out parchment and ink, and began to write. "Dear Sirius, Hogwarts is not what I expected. The castle is alive, really alive, not metaphorically. It remembers things that happened hundreds of years ago. It remembers my grandmother. It remembers the founders. It remembered me before I arrived. I met Regulus tonight. He didn't say much, but he said enough. I know about the locket. I know about the cave. I know about Creature. And I know that you never told me any of it. I'm not angry. I think I understand why you kept it secret. Some stories are too heavy to share, especially with someone who's already carrying so much. But I want you to know, you don't have to protect me from the past. It's already inside me. It's in my blood, my name, the rings around my neck. The past is part of who I am. I need to understand it. All of it. The good parts and the terrible parts and the parts that are too complicated to be either. Not because I want to dwell on old wounds. Because I want to heal them. Right. Back when you can. Remus too. Tell me about my grandmother. Tell me about the Black family before it broke. Tell me about Regulus before he became a Death Eater. Tell me the stories you've been afraid to tell. I'm ready to hear them. Harry. He sealed the letter with wax that melted at his touch, the black Potter crest pressing into the warm red surface. Hedwig took it from his outstretched hand, her amber eyes soft. Take this to Sirius, Harry said. And stay with him tonight. He might need someone to sit with while he reads it. Hedwig hooted softly and flew through the narrow window, disappearing into the star-scattered sky. Harry watched until she was nothing but a speck against the darkness. Then he lay back in the chair that had waited 7 centuries for someone who didn't belong anywhere, and watched the ancient constellations wheel overhead. His scar was quiet. His heart was not. Dawn came gray and soft through the narrow window. Harry hadn't slept. He didn't feel tired. He dressed in his school robes, checked his bag for the books he'd need that day, and stood before the chamber wall. Open, he thought. The stone rippled. He stepped through into the corridor. And nearly collided with Draco Malfoy. The other boy staggered back, his pale face flushing with indignation. Behind him, 2 larger Slytherins, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry's memory supplied, loomed like particularly dense shadows. You, Draco said. I've been looking for you. Harry waited. My father says you're dangerous, Draco continued. He says the Black family always produces either heroes or monsters, and no one knows which one you'll be. Still Harry waited. Draco's flush deepened. Aren't you going to say something? What do you want me to say? I don't know. Deny it, threaten me, explain why my father's wrong. Something. Harry considered this. Your father, he said slowly, spent years supporting a man who murdered muggles and tortured anyone who disagreed with him. He called that man Master. He wore his mark on his arm. And when that man fell, your father told everyone he'd been under the Imperious curse, even though everyone who knew him knew it was a lie. Draco's face went white. So no, Harry said, I'm not going to explain why your father is wrong. He knows he's wrong. He's been knowing it for 11 years. The question isn't whether I'm dangerous. He stepped around Draco and began walking toward the Great Hall. The question is what he's going to do about it. Behind him, Draco didn't move. Behind him, the chamber wall sealed itself into seamless stone. Behind him, the castle breathed. And in the highest tower of Hogwarts, in an office filled with whirring silver instruments, an old man watched a constellation rearrange itself in the pre-dawn sky. You were right, Dumbledore murmured. He is exactly what the Compact has been waiting for. Fawkes sang one clear, pure note. He is also 11 years old. The Phoenix's song faded into silence. Yes, Dumbledore said. That is what concerns me. The letter arrived on Friday. Harry recognized Sirius's handwriting immediately, the same slanted, impatient script that covered the margins of his potions textbook, the same ink that smudged at the edges because Sirius never waited long enough for it to dry. But this letter was different. The envelope was thicker than usual, the parchment heavier, the seal pressed with the Black family crest instead of plain wax. He didn't open it in the Great Hall. He carried it through the corridors, past the moving staircases, past the suit of armor that saluted him now whenever he passed. He had no idea why it had started doing this and tried not to think about it, past the stretch of wall that rippled into stone at his approach. The chamber welcomed him with silence and silver light. Harry sat in the largest of the 7 chairs, the one without a crest, the one that felt less like a throne and more like a question, and broke the seal. Harry, I sat down to write this letter 6 times. 6 times I got halfway through and threw the parchment into the fire. Remus stopped trying to talk me through it after the 4th attempt. He just made tea and waited. That's what he does best, I think. Wait. 12 years in Azkaban, 12 years of waiting for something he couldn't name. And then you came to Grimmauld Place, and he started waiting for something else entirely, for you to look at him and see not a monster, not a reminder of everything he'd lost, but just Remus. You did that, by the way. You looked at him and saw Remus. He'll never say it, but that's why he'd walk into fire for you. I'm walking into fire too. I just need you to understand that before I tell you what I should have told you months ago. Regulus wasn't supposed to be a Death Eater. He was supposed to be the good son, the obedient son, the one who stayed and married a pureblood girl and continued the Black family line so I could run off and be disinherited without dooming our entire bloodline to extinction. That was the plan, anyway. That was what our mother told us, over and over, until the words became scripture and the scripture became our bones. Regulus believed her. I don't say that to excuse him. He made his choices, I know that better than anyone. But I need you to understand that the Regulus who joined the Death Eaters wasn't the same Regulus who died in that cave. The war changed him. The Dark Lord changed him. Watching our mother torture our house elf for serving cold soup changed him. And watching me leave, watching me walk out of number 12 Grimmauld Place at 16 years old with nothing but my wand and the clothes on my back and James Potter's hand on my shoulder, that changed him too. He wrote to me, after. Once. A single letter that creature didn't deliver until after Regulus died. You were right, it said. I was too cowardly to admit it while I was alive. Forgive me. That was the entire letter. 3 sentences. 3 sentences that took 40 years to reach me. I burned it. I was so angry, at him for dying, at myself for leaving, at the war for taking everyone I ever loved. I burned his letter and I told myself I didn't care, that he'd made his choice, that the brother I grew up with had died long before the cave. I lied. I've been lying for 12 years. About Regulus. About my family. About the locket he died trying to destroy. You asked me to tell you the stories I've been afraid to tell. Here's the one I'm most afraid of. The locket wasn't destroyed. Dumbledore tried. He had it, creature brought it back from the cave after Regulus died, and somehow, through means I still don't understand, Dumbledore acquired it. But he couldn't destroy it. Horcruxes require specific methods, basilisk venom, fiendfire, things that aren't easy to come by or control. So he hid it. I don't know where. I don't know if anyone knows where. Dumbledore keeps his secrets like dragons keep gold, hoarded and guarded and never quite revealed. But the locket exists. Voldemort's soul exists. And as long as it exists, he can never truly die. I should have told you this months ago. I should have told you the moment the goblins confirmed your lordship, the moment you became Lord Black Potter and inherited everything my family left behind. I should have told you because the locket is part of that inheritance, the worst part, the part one tried to bury under 12 years of silence and self-destruction. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't the brother Regulus needed. I'm sorry I wasn't the godfather you needed. I'm sorry I'm still learning how to be someone who doesn't run away when things get hard. But I'm here now. I'm not running anymore. Right back. Tell me about Hogwarts. Tell me about your classes and your friends and whether the giant squid has surfaced yet. Tell me about the chamber and the founders and whatever else the castle has decided to reveal to you. Tell me you're okay. Tell me you forgive me. Sirius. P.S. Remus says to tell you that your grandmother Doria once hexed Walburga so badly that she couldn't sit down for a week. The reason? Walburga called Charles Potter, blood traitor scum, at a family dinner. Doria waited until dessert, then cast a cushion hex that turned Walburga's chair into a solid block of ice. Apparently your grandfather laughed so hard he choked on his treacle tart. This is the Black Potter legacy I want you to remember. Not the madness, not the darkness, not the cousins who married each other to keep bloodlines pure. Your grandmother hexed bigots and married for love. That's who you come from. That's who you are. Harry read the letter 3 times. The first time, he felt nothing but the mechanical act of processing words, Sirius's handwriting, Sirius's guilt, Sirius's desperate attempt to make amends for 12 years of silence. The second time, the words sank deeper. He saw Regulus's 3-sentence letter, burned before Sirius could truly read it. He saw Dumbledore hiding a piece of Voldemort's soul somewhere in the world, waiting for someone to find it. He saw his grandmother turning a dinner party into a battlefield over a single insult. The third time, his hands began to shake. Not from anger. Not from fear. From the weight of knowing that the story he was living was only one thread in a tapestry 7 centuries old, woven from choices made and unmade, lives lived and lost, secrets buried and resurrected. He reached for parchment. Sirius, I don't know if I forgive you. Not because I'm angry, I'm not, I don't think, but because I don't know what forgiveness is supposed to feel like. The Dursleys never apologized for anything. They never admitted they were wrong. They just kept going, the same way they always had, and expected me to keep going with them. You're not them. You apologized before I even asked you to. You told me the truth when you could have kept hiding. I think that's enough for now. Hogwarts is strange. The castle knows who I am, and I don't mean Lord Black Potter. It knows something else, something older, and it keeps trying to show me things I don't understand. I met a boy named Neville Longbottom. His parents are insane. Mungos. Bellatrix Lestrange tortured them until they lost their minds. Neville remembers them, barely, visits on holidays, sits beside their beds and tries to talk to people who can't talk back. He told me this on Tuesday, over breakfast. Just said it, like it was any other fact. And then he asked if I wanted to try the treacle tart. I don't know how to carry what I'm carrying. I don't know how to be Lord Black Potter and also be Harry, just Harry, the boy who lived in a cupboard and didn't know he was a wizard until he was 11 years old. But I think Neville doesn't know how to be Heir Longbottom and also be Neville, the boy who bounces when his great uncle drops him out windows. And I think Hermione Granger doesn't know how to be the smartest person in any room and also be Hermione, the girl whose parents don't understand why she's so excited about a school they can't see. We're all just figuring it out together. Tell Remus I said hello. Tell him I'm eating properly and sleeping enough and not doing anything recklessly heroic. That last part might be a lie. I opened a door that appeared in a wall I'd walked past 12 times. It turned out to be a magical room that gives people what they need. Hermione says it's called the Room of Requirement. I needed somewhere to sit with someone who didn't expect anything from me. The room gave me Hermione. Harry. P.S. Tell Creature I'm polishing the Black family silver every Saturday morning like he taught me. He'll know what that means. Saturday morning found Harry in the chamber with a chamois cloth and a jar of moonstone dust. The Black family silver was extensive. Creature had packed 17 pieces, candlesticks, goblets, a small serving platter that had belonged to Sirius's great-grandmother, and Harry had made a silent vow to maintain each one with the obsessive attention to detail that Creature's tutelage demanded. It was tedious work. It was also the only time Harry felt connected to a family he'd never known, a history he'd never learned, a legacy he'd never asked for. The silver caught the chamber's starlight as he polished, each piece reflecting the ancient constellations overhead. His fingers moved automatically now, dust, buff, incantation, repeat, while his mind drifted elsewhere. The locket exists. Voldemort's soul exists. He'd known this, intellectually. Remus had explained Horcruxes in careful, clinical terms, the way he explained werewolf biology, facts to be memorized, dangers to be avoided. But knowing intellectually was different from knowing in the bones. The locket was out there. A piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden somewhere in the world, waiting to be found. Waiting to be destroyed. Dumbledore keeps his secrets like dragons keep gold. Harry set down the candlestick. He was 11 years old. He was Lord Black Potter. He was the boy who lived in the heir of 2 houses and the first student in 7 centuries to be sorted into nothing at all. And Dumbledore was keeping secrets. Not the careful, protective silence of a man trying to shield children from horrors they weren't ready to face. Something else. Something that made Harry's scar prickle with unease every time the headmaster looked at him with those twinkling blue eyes. What else aren't you telling me? Harry thought. And why? The chamber offered no answers. Only the stars, wheeling overhead. He found Hermione in the library that afternoon. She was seated at a table near the window, surrounded by towers of books that leaned at precarious angles. Her hair was escaping its play in determined tendrils, and her quill was moving so fast it was practically smoking. You look like you're preparing for a war, Harry said, sliding into the chair across from her. Hermione didn't look up. I'm preparing for Snape's potions exam. It's the same thing. Exam. It's September. He gives pop quizzes. Weekly. With essays. Her quill scratched across parchment. Did you know that the draft of Living Death requires the juice of a saprophyros bean crushed with silver dagger, not pressed, because pressing releases enzymes that compromise the binding agent? No, neither does anyone else in our year. That's why I'm going to get the highest mark and everyone else is going to get. She finally looked up. Why are you smiling? I'm not smiling. You're smiling. It's unsettling. Harry stopped smiling. I need your help with something. Hermione set down her quill. Her brown eyes sharpened with the particular intensity she usually reserved for particularly challenging texts. What kind of something? Research. Historical research. He hesitated. Do you know anything about the founders? Which founders? The Hogwarts founders are the founders of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or the founders of the Wizengamot or the Hogwarts founders, but not just the four everyone knows about. Hermione's expression shifted. The three unknown founders. The ones who erased themselves. Harry stared at her. What? Hermione said. I read. How do you know about them? The same way you do, probably. She pulled a thick volume from the nearest tower. Hogwarts. A history mentions them in a footnote. Chapter 12, page 347. Some scholars theorize that the original Hogwarts charter was signed by 7 magical founders rather than 4. However, no contemporary evidence supports this theory, and the names of the alleged third signatories have been lost to history. She flipped pages. The footnotes cite 3 primary sources, all of which have been removed from the restricted section. Her voice carried a hint of indignation. Removed, not restricted. Removed, as in, no longer part of the library's collection at all. Harry leaned forward. When were they removed? Approximately 43 years ago. Hermione's quill tapped against the table. The same year Tom Riddle graduated from Hogwarts. The name hung between them like frost. You think Riddle removed them, Harry said. I think someone with considerable influence and access to the restricted section removed them. Someone who didn't want future students learning about the 3 unknown founders. Someone who knew exactly what information to suppress and how to suppress it permanently. She closed the book with a decisive thump. The question is why? What did those books contain that someone wanted to hide? And what does it have to do with you? Harry thought of the chamber. The 7 chairs. The silver veins pulsing with ancient magic. The stars that rearranged themselves when he entered. I don't know, he said. But I think I'm supposed to find out. They worked through the afternoon and into the evening. Hermione attacked the problem with the same systematic intensity she brought to everything else. Cross-referencing, note-taking, constructing elaborate theories and then dismantling them when evidence failed to materialize. Harry watched, contributed what he could, and tried not to think about the weight of the rings against his chest. Here, Hermione said, pushing a stack of books toward him. These are all the texts that mention the founders without focusing exclusively on the 4 houses. Start with pre-Hogwarts magical education in the British Isles. Chapter 6 has a section on the original charter. Harry opened the book. 3 hours later, they had accumulated approximately 17 pages of notes and 0 useful conclusions. The problem, Hermione said, rubbing her eyes, is that all the primary sources are gone. We're working with secondary accounts that contradict each other, speculation disguised as scholarship, and, she paused. What's that? Harry held up a slim volume he'd pulled from the bottom of the stack. Personal Reflections of a Hogwarts Ghost, he read. By the Grey Lady. Hermione's eyes widened. The Grey Lady wrote a book. Apparently. Harry opened it. It's short. The book was less than 50 pages, the parchment yellowed with age. The Grey Lady's prose was spare, elegant, utterly devoid of the emotional language that characterized most ghost memoirs. I have walked these halls for 1,000 years, she wrote. I have watched students arrive and depart, teachers teach and retire, headmasters govern and pass on. I have seen wars begin and end and begin again. Through it all, the castle has remained. Stone does not forget. Stone does not forgive. Stone simply waits. My mother built this school with her own hands. Not literally, she was never particularly skilled at construction magic, but the vision was hers. The dream of a place where magical children could learn without fear, grow without persecution, become without limitation. Godric provided the courage to pursue that dream. Salazar provided the cunning to protect it. Helga provided the patience to sustain it. And the others, the ones whose names I will not write, whose faces I will not describe, whose legacies I have spent a millennium guarding, provided something else. They provided the price. Every great magic requires sacrifice. Hogwarts required more than most. I cannot tell you what they gave up. I cannot tell you why. I cannot tell you who they were before they chose to become no one at all. But I can tell you this, they did not regret it. Not once. Not ever. They looked at the school they had helped create, at the children who would be safe within its walls, at the future they would never see but had made possible. And they called it enough. I have walked these halls for 1,000 years. I have watched the living forget what the dead gave them. I have watched the compact weaken, fracture, fade into myth and rumor. And I have waited. Stone does not forget. Stone does not forgive. Stone simply waits. The compact is not dead. It is sleeping. And one day, an heir will wake it. I hope I am still here to see. Harry closed the book. Hermione was very still. She knew you were coming, Hermione whispered. The Grey Lady. She wrote this, when? 500 years ago. 600, and she knew. She didn't know me specifically. Harry's voice came out rougher than he intended. She knew someone would come. Eventually. Someone who could wake the compact. And you did. Hermione's eyes were very bright. Harry, do you understand what this means? The founders, all 7 of them, they designed Hogwarts to do something. Something that required a specific heir, a specific moment, a specific set of circumstances that wouldn't occur for centuries. She grabbed his arm. They built this school as a weapon. Or a shield. Or both. And they've been waiting 700 years for you to figure out how to use it. Harry looked at the book in his hands. Looked at the silver veins pulsing beneath his skin. Looked at Hermione's face, fierce and frightened and absolutely certain. I don't know how to use it, he said. I don't even know what it is. Then we learn. Her grip tightened. We research. We ask questions. We find the sources that someone tried to hide. She released his arm. That's what you do when the world expects you to save it. You learn. You prepare. You make sure that when the moment comes, you're ready. Harry thought of his mother, who had faced Voldemort without a wand and died anyway. His father, who had tried to hold the door. Sirius, who had spent 12 years in hell and emerged still fighting. I don't want to be ready, he said quietly. I don't want any of this. I want to be 11 years old and worry about homework and Quidditch and whether the girl I like notices me. Then be those things too. Hermione's voice was gentle now. You can carry the weight of the world and still be a child. The two aren't mutually exclusive. She smiled, small and sad. The Grey Lady's mother built this school so children wouldn't have to fight wars. She didn't anticipate that wars would come to Hogwarts anyway. But she would have wanted you to have a childhood, even in the middle of one. Harry was quiet for a long time. Then, you think I should try out for Quidditch? Hermione blinked. What? Quidditch? You said I should worry about it. He paused. I've never flown before. Sirius says my father was the best seeker Hogwarts had seen in decades. I don't know if that matters. Hermione recovered admirably. I think you should do whatever makes you happy. Even if that involves flying around on broomsticks chasing tiny golden balls while trying not to fall to your death. That's surprisingly supportive. Don't get used to it. I still think Quidditch is a ridiculous sport. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Noted, he said. He found Neville in the 7th floor corridor, staring at a tapestry of dancing trolls with an expression of profound confusion. I'm lost, Neville said before Harry could ask. I was trying to find the charms corridor and now I'm here and I don't know where here is and the staircases keep moving in. It's okay. Harry glanced at the tapestry. I know where we are. You do. I think so. He walked to the blank stretch of wall opposite the trolls. This is where the room of requirement appears. Hermione calls it the come and go room. Neville's eyes widened. The what? It's a room that appears when you need it. It gives you what you require. Harry looked at the wall. I need a shortcut to the Gryffindor common room. Nothing happened. I need a map of the castle. Nothing. I need. He stopped. Looked at Neville, anxious and lost and trying so hard to pretend he wasn't afraid. I need my friend to feel less alone. The stone rippled. A door formed, not the ornate oak of Harry's previous visits, but something simpler. Solid wood, unadorned, with a handle shaped like a badger. Neville stared. How did you? Open it, Harry said. Neville reached for the handle. The door swung open to reveal a small, circular room with a fire crackling in a stone hearth. 2 armchairs faced each other across a low table. Bookshelves lined the walls, but these weren't the esoteric texts of Hermione's visits. They were filled with herbology manuals, plant identification guides, and what appeared to be an entire shelf devoted to different varieties of tea. On the table, a pot of chamomile steamed gently. Neville made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. This is exactly what my grand's sitting room looks like. He stepped inside, his fingers trailing over the books. She has this same edition of Venomous Tentacula and you. The illustrations are identical. He turned to face Harry. How did you know? I didn't. The room did. Harry paused. It gives people what they need. You needed somewhere that felt like home. Neville was quiet for a long moment. My gran isn't very warm, he said finally. She loves me, I know she does, but she's not soft. She doesn't hug or bake cookies or tell me everything's going to be okay. She tells me to stand up straight and remember my family name and never let anyone see me cry. He sat in one of the armchairs. But this room, this is what I wanted her sitting room to be. Quiet, safe, full of books about things I'm actually good at. He looked up at Harry. How do you do that? Make rooms appear that give people exactly what they didn't know they needed. Harry thought about it. I don't make them appear. I just ask. And the castle answers. The castle likes you. I don't think that's it. I think the castle is waiting for something, and it thinks I'm part of whatever it's waiting for. Neville considered this. That sounds terrifying. It is. But also kind of amazing. Harry paused. Yeah, kind of amazing. They sat in comfortable silence, the fire crackling, the chamomile steaming. Outside, the castle breathed its ancient breath. Inside, two 11-year-old boys drank tea and didn't talk about prophecies or wars or parents who were dead or parents who might as well be. I think I'm supposed to be brave, Neville said eventually. Everyone expects it. My gran, Professor McGonagall, the Sorting Hat. They all think that because my parents were brave, I must be brave too. He set down his teacup. But I'm not brave. I'm terrified of everything. Snape, heights, the staircases, the giant squid. I'm even scared of my own toad, and he's been with me since I was 6. Harry remembered the Sorting Hat's words. You have courage. More than you know. I don't think bravery is about not being afraid, he said. I think it's about being afraid and doing the thing anyway. Neville looked at him. You came to Hogwarts, Harry continued. You knew everyone would compare you to your parents. You knew people would watch you and wait for you to fail. You came anyway. That's not bravery. That's just not having anywhere else to go. That's exactly what bravery is. Neville was quiet. Then, slowly, he smiled. You're not what I expected, he said. Everyone talks about the boy who lived, the Lord Black Potter, the heir of 2 ancient houses. They don't talk about how you're also just a person who drinks tea and worries about things and makes rooms appear so your friends feel less alone. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he poured more chamomile and didn't say anything at all. It was nearly midnight when Harry returned to his chamber. The silver veins pulsed their steady light. The 7 chairs stood empty around the central table. The stars wheeled overhead in patterns that shifted when he looked directly at them. He should sleep. He had homework, a foot of parchment on the proper theory of cheering charms, due Monday. He had classes, transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts. He had a life to live, a childhood to experience, a future to build. Instead, he sat in the largest chair and stared at the constellations. The compact is not dead, the Grey Lady had written. It is sleeping. And one day, an heir will wake it. Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. What am I supposed to do? He whispered. The chamber offered no answer. But the stars shifted, barely perceptibly, a fraction of a degree, and the silver veins in the floor began to glow. Not the steady, patient light of waiting. Something brighter. Something that pulsed in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat. He stood. The light was coming from beneath the central table, from the stone itself, which was rippling like water, parting like curtains, revealing a staircase that spiraled down into darkness. Harry looked at the staircase. The staircase waited. He thought of Sirius's letter. Remus's patience. Kreacher's grudging devotion. His grandmother hexing Walburga Black over dessert. He thought of Regulus, who had spent 17 years following the wrong path and one day finding the right one. He thought of his mother, who had faced Voldemort without a wand. He thought of his father, who had tried to hold the door. He took a breath, and he walked down. The staircase spiraled deeper than the chamber's position should have allowed, Deeper than the dungeons, deeper than the foundations, deeper than anything Harry had ever imagined existing beneath Hogwarts. The air grew colder. The silver light faded. The darkness pressed in, thick and ancient and patient. And then the staircase ended. Harry stood at the threshold of a cavern so vast he couldn't see its walls. The ceiling was lost in shadow. The floor was smooth obsidian, veined with silver that pulsed in the same rhythm as his heartbeat. And at the center of the cavern, suspended in a column of pure white light, was a sword. Not Gryffindor's sword, this blade was longer, slimmer, etched with runes that shifted and changed as Harry watched. The hilt was wrapped in dragonhide, black and worn with age. The pommel bore two crests, intertwined, the Potter family stag and the Black family star. Harry walked toward it. The sword hung in the light, waiting. His reflection rippled across its surface, the scar, the glasses, the messy black hair. But there was something else beneath the reflection, something that moved when he didn't move, something that watched him with eyes that were his own and not his own. "Hello, heir," said a voice that was not a voice. Harry didn't flinch. "I've been waiting a long time for you." "Who are you?" Harry asked. The sword's runes shifted. "I am what the founders built when they realized their compact wasn't enough. I am the promise they made to the children who would come after them. I am the answer to a question that hasn't been asked yet. I am the sword of 7 houses. And I am yours." Harry reached out. His fingers closed around the hilt. And the world exploded into light. The light did not fade. It saturated. It consumed. It unwove Harry's senses and rewove them into something he didn't recognize. Threads of magic older than Hogwarts, older than the founders, older than the very concept of schools and houses and the careful divisions wizards had built between themselves and the darkness pressing at the edges of their world. He was falling. No, he was rising. No, he was standing perfectly still in the center of a cavern that stretched to infinity, his hand wrapped around a sword hilt that burned with cold fire, and the universe was pouring itself into his chest through the space where his fingers met ancient dragonhide. "Breathe," said the voice that was not a voice. "You are not dying. You are remembering." Harry didn't understand. "You do not need to understand. You only need to breathe." He breathed. The light settled. And he saw a hill. Not the gentle slopes of the English countryside, something older, sharper, a wound in the earth. 7 figures stood at its crest, their silhouettes black against a sky bleeding red. Godric Gryffindor, his sword unsheathed, his mane of hair wild in the wind. Salazar Slytherin, coiled tension and calculating eyes, his wand raised in defense. Rowena Ravenclaw, her diadem catching the dying light, her face carved from grief. Helga Hufflepuff, her hands extended towards something Harry couldn't see, her lips moving in a chant he couldn't hear. And 3 others. Their faces were shadows. Their names were silence. Their magic was a wall of pure, incandescent wool, holding back a tide of darkness that churned at the horizon like an ocean in revolt. "It's not enough," one of them said. Her voice was wind through autumn leaves. "We're slowing it. We're not stopping it. Then we become the wall," said another. His voice was stone grinding against stone. "We become the barrier it cannot cross. We become nothing," said the third. Her voice was the space between heartbeats. "So that everything else can remain something." Godric turned from the darkness. His face was young, younger than Harry had ever imagined, but his eyes held centuries. "There has to be another way." "There isn't." Rowena's voice was quiet. "You know this. We all know this. The compact was never meant to be wielded by the living. It was always a death sentence. Then we die." Helga's hands never stopped moving. "We die, and the children live. That was the bargain. That was always the bargain." Salazar said nothing. His wand traced patterns in the air, wards, bindings, sacrifices written in light. The 3 shadowed figures turned to face the darkness. "Remember us," said the first. "Remember what we built," said the second. "Remember why," said the third. And then they stepped forward. And the darkness met them. And the world did not end. Harry opened his eyes. He was on his knees in the obsidian cavern, the sword still gripped in both hands. Its blade reflected his face, pale, streaked with tears he didn't remember crying. The runes had stopped shifting. They now read, "Heir." "What did I just see?" His voice was barely audible. "The beginning," the sword answered. "And the ending they chose so there could be more beginnings." The 3 unknown founders. They didn't just erase themselves. Harry couldn't finish. They became the compact. Their bodies, their magic, their names, all of it woven into the foundations of Hogwarts. Not forgotten. Transformed. The castle is not stone and mortar. The castle is their sacrifice, made manifest. Harry looked at the blade in his hands. And this sword, what is it? A key, a promise, a weapon. The runes flickered. When the compact was forged from their deaths, the remaining founders knew it would not be enough. Darkness does not die, it retreats, regroups, returns. They needed something that could carry the compact's power forward. Something that could be wielded by a single hand when 7 were no longer available. Me. You're saying this sword was made for me. It was made for the heir who would come when the compact was ready to wake. Not you specifically, the founders could not see that far. But they built the sword to recognize certain signs. Certain bloodlines. Certain burdens. You carry all 3. Harry stared at his reflection in the blade. I'm 11 years old. Yes. I don't know how to wield a sword. I don't know how to fight. I don't know how to be what the founders expected me to be. You do not need to know yet. You only need to carry. The sword will teach you when you are ready to learn. And when will that be? When you stop asking if you're worthy and start acting as if you are. Harry laughed, a short, sharp sound with no humor in it. That's not helpful. I am a sword. I was not built to be helpful. I was built to be wielded. Harry looked at the blade. Looked at the runes. Looked at the reflection of an 11-year-old boy who had been asked to carry more weight than most adults could bear. Show me how to put you away, he said. I can't carry a sword to Charms class. You can. You simply choose not to. Show me, please. The runes shifted again. Sheathe me in shadow. Call me when you have need. I will hear you. Harry concentrated. The sword dissolved into silver light, flowing up his arms, across his chest, settling against his skin like a second layer of existence. He could feel it there, a weight that wasn't weight, a presence that wasn't quite separate from himself. He touched the rings beneath his shirt. The sword pulsed in acknowledgement. And Harry climbed the spiral staircase back toward the chamber that was waiting for him. Dawn was breaking through the narrow window when he emerged. The silver veins in the floor had dimmed to their usual steady pulse. The 7 chairs stood empty. The stars overhead were fading into the pale gray of morning. Harry sat in the largest chair and pressed his palms against his eyes. He was so tired. Not the physical exhaustion of a sleepless night. The chamber had somehow kept him from feeling that, had sustained him through hours of visions and revelations and conversations with ancient weapons. This was something else. The exhaustion of inheritance. The castle is their sacrifice, made manifest. Every stone he walked past. Every corridor he traversed. Every classroom where he sat and tried to learn while professors watched him with varying degrees of hope, suspicion, fear. It was all built on death. Not the peaceful deaths of old age, not the tragic deaths of illness or accident. Deliberate deaths. Chosen deaths. 700 years of waiting for an heir who could carry what they had left behind. And he was 11 years old. He was 11 years old, and he had just accepted a sword made from the souls of 3 wizards who had died so children could be safe. What kind of child accepted that kind of burden? The kind who has no choice, answered a voice in his memory. His own voice, from a conversation he'd had with himself in the mirror at Grimmauld Place, 3 days before he left for Hogwarts. The kind who was born marked and hunted and prophesied over. The kind who survived when he should have died. The only kind who could. Harry lowered his hands. His reflection stared back at him from the polished surface of the table, same scar, same glasses, same messy hair. But there was something different in his eyes now. Something that hadn't been there before the cavern. Recognition. He knew what he was carrying. Not the sword, that was new, that was still settling into his bones like a second heartbeat. The other weight. The one he'd been carrying since he was 15 months old, and the killing curse rebounded and left him with a scar and a prophecy and a future he'd never asked for. He was carrying the war. Not the last war, the one that killed his parents and sent Sirius to Azkaban and Regulus to his death in a cave full of inferi. That war was over, even if its wounds still bled. He was carrying the next war. The one that was gathering in the shadows, waiting for Voldemort to regain enough strength to walk the earth again. The one that would demand sacrifices and choices and deaths. The one that would ask him, eventually, to do what the 3 unknown founders had done. To become the wall. To become the barrier. To become nothing, so that everything else could remain something. Harry touched his scar. It was quiet. For now. He was late to breakfast. The great hall was already crowded, the 4 tables buzzing with the particular energy of Monday morning, students comparing weekend homework, prefects attempting to enforce quiet, all swooping through the high windows with letters and packages. Harry collected toast and eggs from the platters and sat in the empty space at the front of the hall. The sword pulsed against his chest. This is a lot of people, it observed. I have not been around this many living humans since the founders walked these halls. You'll get used to it, Harry murmured. Talking to yourself. Hermione slid onto the bench beside him, her own plate piled high with fruit and porridge. Her eyes were sharp, assessing. You look terrible, she said. Did you sleep at all? No, I didn't think so. She paused. Your aura is different. My what? Your magical aura. Everyone has one, it's like a fingerprint, unique to each wizard. Yours was already unusual, but now it's. She frowned. Sharper. Like you've acquired a new layer of magic that wasn't there before. Harry stared at her. What? Hermione said. It's basic thaumaturgic theory. Chapter 3 of Fundamental Magical Properties. Don't tell me you haven't read it. I haven't read it. Oh. She looked momentarily thrown. Well, you should. It's quite illuminating. The sword pulsed again. This one is perceptive. Harry ignored it. Neville appeared a few minutes later, his toad clutched in both hands and his expression relieved. Trevor escaped again. I found him in the herbology greenhouses, trying to eat a fanged geranium. Professor Sprout was not amused. He sat beside Harry with the casual ease of someone who had stopped calculating whether he was welcome. Did you do the Transfiguration essay? He asked. I stayed up until midnight and I still don't think I got the theory right. McGonagall said the transformation requires simultaneous application of force and will, but she didn't explain how to apply will to an inanimate object. You have to visualize it, Hermione said. Not what the object is, but what it will become. See the needle in the matchstick. Believe it's already there. The magic follows belief. Neville blinked. Oh, that's actually helpful. I know. Hermione turned back to her porridge. Harry ate his toast and listened to them talk. Neville's anxieties about herbology practicals, Hermione's theories about the upcoming charms quiz, the comfortable rhythm of conversation between people who were slowly, cautiously becoming friends. The sword pulsed with quiet interest. This is what the founders built Hogwarts for, it said. Not battles. Not sacrifices. This. Harry looked at Neville, who was describing his grand's reaction to his first letter home with exaggerated terror. Looked at Hermione, who was explaining the proper pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa, with patient precision. Yes, he thought at the sword. I know. Then you understand why the 3 became nothing. Harry was quiet for a long moment. I understand why they did it, he thought. I don't understand how they lived with the choice. The sword was silent. Neither did they, it finally said. That is why they made it. Potions was a disaster. Not for Harry. Snape ignored him with pointed deliberation, directing his venom at other students with the casual cruelty of a man who had perfected contempt into an art form. Neville's cauldron melted. Seamus Finnegan's potion turned an alarming shade of orange. Draco Malfoy received fulsome praise for a draft of peace that was, according to Hermione's whispered assessment, barely adequate. But Harry couldn't focus. The sword was restless. Not actively, it wasn't trying to manifest or demanding his attention. But it was aware in a way it hadn't been before. Alert. Watchful. And it kept pulling his attention toward the front of the dungeon, where Snape prowled between workstations with his black robes billowing. This one carries old wounds, the sword observed. Wounds that were never allowed to heal. Harry kept his eyes on his cauldron. He knew your mother, the sword continued. The resonance is faint, but present. He cared for her. Perhaps more than he should have. Harry's hand tightened on his stirring rod. And he hates your father. No, hate is not sufficient. He resents your father's memory with an intensity that has curdled into something else entirely. I know, Harry whispered. Did you say something, Potter Black? Snape's voice cut across the dungeon. No, Professor. Snape's eyes narrowed. Then perhaps you can explain why your potion has developed a crystalline precipitate at the bottom of your cauldron. Harry looked down. His draft of peace was perfectly clear. Perhaps, he said carefully, Professor Snape is seeing things that aren't there. The dungeon went silent. Snape's expression didn't change. His face remained carved from ice, his eyes black voids of controlled fury. But something shifted in the air between them. Something that made Harry's scar prickle with familiar unease. 5 points from, Snape stopped. Harry had no house to lose points from. 5 points, Snape continued through clenched teeth, from whatever affiliation you imagine yourself to have. He turned and swept back to the front of the dungeon. Hermione's eyebrows had climbed so high they'd nearly disappeared beneath her bangs. What, she whispered, was that? Harry shook his head. But the sword pulsed with something that felt almost like satisfaction. He knows what you carry, it said. Perhaps not the specifics, he cannot sense me directly, but he knows you are no longer merely a student. That's not a good thing, Harry thought. It is neither good nor bad. It is simply information. What you do with it is what matters. Harry looked at his perfectly clear potion. Looked at Snape's rigid back. I don't know what to do with it, he thought. I don't even know what it means. Then learn, the sword said. That is why you are here. After class, Draco Malfoy was waiting in the corridor. Not alone, Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like particularly dense bookends, and a girl with dark hair and sharper eyes stood slightly apart, watching Harry with an expression that was difficult to read. Potter Black, Draco said. I want to talk to you. Harry stopped. Then talk. Not here. Draco glanced at the students streaming past. Privately. I don't do private conversations with people who spend weekends practicing the dark arts with their father's old friends. Draco's face went white. That's not, I don't. You don't what? Practice. Or just don't talk about it. Harry's voice was steady, but the sword was pulsing against his chest. Your father was a Death Eater, Draco. He wears his mark every day under his left sleeve. He didn't get that mark by accident. The dark-haired girl made a small sound, surprise, perhaps. Or recognition. That's not fair, Draco said. His voice had lost its usual sneer. You don't know anything about my family. I know your father chose the Dark Lord over his own wife and child. I know he only claimed the Imperious Curse when it became clear the Dark Lord wasn't coming back. I know he's spent the last 11 years pretending to be something he's not, and making you pretend along with him. Draco's hands were shaking. That's not true, he whispered. Isn't it? Silence stretched between them. The girl stepped forward. Draco. Her voice was quiet, controlled. We should go. He can't say things like that. He already has. She looked at Harry with those unreadable eyes. And we've given him exactly the reaction he wanted. She turned and walked away. Draco stared at Harry for another moment, something flickering in his gray eyes that might have been hatred, might have been envy, might have been something else entirely, then followed. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him. Harry stood alone in the corridor, the sword pulsing against his chest. That was cruel, it observed. Yes. Was it necessary? I don't know. Harry started walking toward the Great Hall. Probably not. Then why did you do it? He thought about it. Because I'm tired, he thought. Tired of being the one everyone watches. Tired of being the one everyone expects things from. Tired of pretending I don't know what Draco's father did, what Draco's father is, what Draco himself is becoming. And maybe I wanted someone else to feel tired for a change. The sword was silent. That is honest, it finally said. Not admirable, but honest. Harry didn't have an answer to that. He found the come-and-go room without consciously seeking it. The wall rippled at his approach, forming a door that opened onto a space he hadn't seen before. Not the library of Hermione's visits, not the sitting room he'd made for Neville. This room was small, round, with a single window that looked out over the lake. 2 armchairs faced the fire. A table held a chess set, pieces carved from obsidian and moonstone. Harry sat in one of the chairs. The fire crackled. I didn't think I'd find you here. Harry looked up. Hermione stood in the doorway, her arms full of books, her expression carefully neutral. I wasn't hiding, Harry said. You were hiding. It's fine, I hide here too. She crossed the room and settled into the other chair. That's what this room is for, I think. Not just giving people what they need. Giving them space to need it. She set her books on the table. I heard what you said to Malfoy. Harry's jaw tightened. It wasn't kind. No. But it was true. Hermione's voice was quiet. The truth isn't always kind. Sometimes it's a weapon. Sometimes it's the only weapon you have. She paused. My parents are dentists. They fix teeth. They don't know anything about magic, about wars, about dark lords who want to kill people like me just for existing. When I go home for Christmas, I'll have to pretend that Hogwarts is just a boarding school, that I'm learning the same things Muggle children learn, that everything is normal and safe and fine. She looked at the fire. I'll smile and eat my mother's cooking and let my father check my teeth, and I won't tell them that there are people in this world who think I shouldn't exist because my grandparents were Muggles. I won't tell them that I carry that knowledge every day, that it sits in my chest like a stone, that sometimes I lie awake at night wondering if they'd be safer if I'd never gotten my Hogwarts letter at all. Her voice didn't waver. So I understand using truth as a weapon. I understand wanting someone else to feel even a fraction of what you feel. I understand that kindness isn't always possible when you're fighting for your right to exist. She turned to face him. But I also understand that Draco Malfoy is 11 years old. He didn't choose his father. He didn't choose his family's legacy. He didn't choose to be raised on lies about blood purity and Dark Lord supremacy. Her brown eyes were very steady. He's going to make choices, Harry. Terrible choices, probably. But he hasn't made them yet. And when you attack him for things his father did, you're not fighting against blood purity, you're just proving his father right. The fire crackled. Harry was very still. Lucius Malfoy believes that Muggle-borns are inferior, Hermione continued. That purebloods are superior. That power justifies any means. But he also believes that the Potters and the Blacks have always looked down on families like his. That you consider yourselves above him. That you'll never accept his son as anything other than the child of a Death Eater. She paused. When you attacked Draco today, you confirmed every belief his father has ever planted in his head. You proved that Lord Black Potter is exactly what Lucius Malfoy says he is, arrogant, judgmental, unwilling to see beyond bloodlines and family history. Harry's hands were gripping the arms of his chair. That's not what I know. Hermione's voice was gentle. I know you weren't thinking about blood purity or family politics or the long-term consequences of a single conversation. You were tired and angry and you wanted someone else to hurt the way you hurt. That's human. That's understandable. She leaned forward. But you're not just Harry Potter anymore. You're Lord Black Potter. Every word you say, every action you take, every expression that crosses your face, people are watching. People are interpreting. People are building narratives about who you are and what you represent. Her voice dropped. And right now, Draco Malfoy is writing a narrative where Lord Black Potter is exactly the enemy his father warned him about. The fire crackled. The sword pulsed against Harry's chest. She is right, it said. You know she is right. Harry knew. Then what do I do? His voice came out rougher than he intended. How do I fix it? Hermione considered this. I don't think you can fix it. Not directly. Draco's not ready to hear an apology, he'd just see it as weakness. But you can stop making it worse. She picked up one of her books. You can remember that he's 11 years old, same as you. That he's scared, same as you. That he's being shaped by forces he doesn't understand, same as you. She opened the book. And you can try, next time, to be the person you want to be instead of the person your pain makes you. Harry sat in silence. The fire crackled. The sword pulsed with something that felt almost like approval. I'm not very good at that, Harry said quietly. Neither am I. Hermione didn't look up from her book. That's why we practice. He wrote to Sirius that night. Not about the sword, that felt too new, too raw, too much like a secret he wasn't ready to share. Not about Draco, that shame was still too fresh. Instead, he wrote about his classes. About Neville's toad. About Hermione's relentless dedication to being the smartest person in every room. About the room of requirement and the way it seemed to know exactly what people needed before they knew themselves. He wrote about Hogwarts. Not the ancient magic or the political intrigue or the weight of his inheritance. Just Hogwarts, the moving staircases and the talking portraits and the ghost who waved at him in the corridors now instead of looking through him. It was the most honest letter he'd written since arriving. I don't know if I'm doing this right, he wrote near the end. Being a student, I mean. Being a friend. Being a person who isn't just defined by prophecies and lordships and the expectations of everyone who looks at me. But I'm trying. That counts for something, right? He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig, who nipped his finger affectionately before soaring through the narrow window into the night. Then he sat in the largest of the 7 chairs and watched the stars wheel overhead. The sword pulsed against his chest. "You are trying," it said. "That counts for everything." Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. "Did the founders try?" he asked. "Before they became the compact. Before they became nothing. Did they try to find another way?" "Yes. And there wasn't one. Not then." A pause. "But they built me so that future heirs might have more options than sacrifice." Harry looked at his reflection in the polished table. "Am I supposed to find another way?" "I do not know." The sword's voice was quiet. "I was built to be wielded, not to prophesy. But I was also built to hope. The founders hoped. They hoped so fiercely that they wove their hope into my very metal. 700 years, and I have never stopped hoping that the heir who finally claimed me would be the one who found another path." Harry was silent. "I hope it is you," the sword said. "I hope you find another way. I hope you never have to become nothing." He dreamed that night. Not the visions of founders and sacrifices, not the gray mist of Voldemort's rage. Something else. He was walking through Hogwarts, but the castle was empty, no students, no professors, no ghosts. Just corridors stretching into infinity, doors that opened onto walls, staircases that led nowhere. And at the end of the longest corridor, a door that pulsed with familiar silver light. Harry opened it. The room beyond was round, its walls lined with portraits. Not the sleeping subjects of the headmaster's office, these figures were awake, alert, watching him with eyes that held centuries. 7 portraits hung above an empty throne. 4 of them he recognized: Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff. 3 of them were empty frames. "You came," said Gryffindor. His voice was warm, rough, the voice of a man who had spent his life shouting over battlefields. "We weren't sure you would." "Where am I?" Harry asked. "The space between dreaming and waking," said Ravenclaw. "The threshold of becoming. Your magic brought you here. Your sword guided you." Harry touched his chest. The sword pulsed in acknowledgement. "Why?" he asked. "Because you need to understand," said Slytherin. His voice was quiet, controlled, the voice of a man who measured each word before releasing it. "Not the history, you've seen that. Not the sacrifice, you carry that. What you need to understand is the choice." He leaned forward. "The 3 who became the compact. They were not saints. They were not heroes. They were wizards who made a terrible decision because the alternative was worse. And they regretted it," Harry said. "The Grey Lady said they didn't. But you're saying..." "I am saying that regret and choice are not opposites." Slytherin's eyes were very dark. They regretted that the choice existed at all. They regretted that the world had become such that their deaths were the only answer. They regretted that they would never see their children grow, never grow old, never know what became of the school they had helped build. He paused. But they did not regret the choice itself. Because the alternative, the death of everything they loved, was not a choice at all. Harry looked at the 3 empty frames. "They can't speak to me," he said. "They're not here." "They are everywhere," said Hufflepuff softly. "Every stone of this castle holds their memory. Every student who learns within these walls carries their legacy. Every moment of peace Hogwarts has known for 700 years was purchased with their sacrifice." She smiled, sad, infinite. "They do not need to speak. You carry them in your blood, your name, the sword at your chest. You carry them every time you walk these corridors." She rose from her portrait. "And one day, when you face your own terrible choice, you will carry them with you then too." Harry's throat was tight. "How do I know what choice to make?" he asked. "How do I know if I'm doing the right thing?" Hufflepuff's smile deepened. "You don't. That's what makes it a choice." She reached out, her painted hand extending beyond the frame, impossibly, miraculously, and touched his forehead, just above his scar. "But you will make it anyway. Because that is what heirs do. That is what founders did. That is what the 3 did, when they became nothing so everything else could remain something." Her touch was warm. "And that is what you will do, when the moment comes." Harry woke with tears on his face and the sword burning against his chest. The chamber was dark. Not the living darkness of night, something else. Something that pressed against the edges of his vision, that whispered at the corners of his awareness. The sword was fully alert now, its presence sharp and urgent. "Something is wrong," it said. "The wards, someone is testing the wards." Harry was already moving. He didn't know where he was going, his feet carried him through the chamber wall, down corridors that shifted and rearranged themselves, past portraits that stirred in their frames with murmured warnings. The sword pulsed with increasing urgency. Third floor. East corridor. Something dark. Harry ran. He rounded a corner and stopped. A door stood at the end of the corridor, ordinary oak, unremarkable, with a simple brass handle. But the air around it shimmered with residual magic, dark and cloying. And on the floor, slumped against the wall, was Professor Quirrell. His turban had come undone. His face was gray. His eyes were fixed on something Harry couldn't see, something that had left him trembling and muttering in a language Harry didn't recognize. Professor Quirrell's head snapped toward him. His expression shifted, fear, recognition, and something else. Something that made Harry's scar erupt in agony. "Get away," Quirrell whispered. "Get away from here. Don't let him, don't let it." His eyes rolled back in his head. Harry's scar was screaming. And deep within the castle, in the chamber of 7 chairs, the compact stirred in its centuries-long sleep. "Heir," the sword said. "Something has awakened. Something that should have stayed buried." Harry looked at the door. Looked at Quirrell's unconscious body. Looked at the darkness that pulsed beyond the threshold. And he made a choice. Harry's scar burned. Not the distant throb of Voldemort's distant rage, not the sharp stab of proximity to dark magic. This was something else, a deep, pulsing ache that radiated from the lightning bolt scar down through his skull, his spine, his chest. It was the sensation of something ancient recognizing something ancient. The sword was screaming in his head. "Heir, you cannot be here, the wards are breaking." Quirrell's body twitched on the cold stone floor. His lips moved, forming words that had no sound. His turban had unspooled completely, revealing a scalp mottled with purple discoloration that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Harry's legs wouldn't move. Not from fear, fear he could have handled, fear he understood. This was something else. The door at the end of the corridor was pulling at him, drawing him forward with invisible threads wrapped around his chest, his throat, the scar that had marked him since infancy. "Heir." The sword's voice sharpened, cutting through the fog. "Heir, you must move. You must fetch help. You must." Harry took a step toward the door. No. Another step. "Heir." His hand touched the brass handle. Cold. Not the cold of metal left in a drafty corridor, something deeper. The cold of tombs. The cold of places where light had not touched for centuries. The cold of waiting. The handle turned. The room beyond was not large. It was not grand or terrible or filled with the accumulated darkness of 7 centuries of magical defense. It was simply a room, circular, stone-walled, utterly empty except for the mirror that stood at its center. The Mirror of Arised. Harry had read about it. Hermione had mentioned it in passing during one of their library sessions, a footnote in a text about obscure magical artifacts. "Shows the deepest desire of the heart," she'd said. "Highly dangerous. Highly addictive. Currently in storage at Hogwarts." It was not in storage. It was here, in this hidden room on the 3rd floor, waiting for someone to find it. Harry walked toward the mirror. His reflection swam into view. And stopped. He was older in the mirror, 16, 17, the sharp angles of childhood softening into something else. His scar was still there, but fainter, like a memory of pain rather than the pain itself. His glasses were gone. His hair was still impossible. And around him stood people. Sirius, gray-haired but grinning, his arms slung around Remus's shoulders. Remus, whole and hale, no shadows under his eyes. Neville, taller, straighter, holding a potted plant that seemed to be trying to eat his sleeve. Hermione, a prefect's badge gleaming on her robes, a book in one hand and a quill in the other. And behind them, half hidden in the mirror's silver depths, 2 figures Harry had never seen but recognized instantly. A woman with his hair and his mother's eyes. A man with his smile and his father's glasses. Lily and James Potter stood at the edges of the reflection, their hands intertwined, watching their son with expressions of infinite love and infinite grief. Harry reached toward the glass. His fingers touched cold silver. And the world shattered. He was falling again. Not the gentle descent of the sword's visions, this was violent, uncontrolled, the sensation of being dragged through water too deep and too dark to see the surface. "Heir," the sword shouted. "Heir, hold on to me." Harry grasped at the presence in his chest. The falling stopped. He was standing in a corridor that was not Hogwarts and not Grimmauld Place and not anywhere he had ever been. The walls were black stone, veined with silver that pulsed in irregular rhythms. The floor was slick with moisture that steamed in the cold air. The ceiling was lost in shadow. And at the end of the corridor, a door. Not the ordinary oak of the third-floor chamber. This door was carved from obsidian, its surface etched with runes that writhed and shifted like living things. At its center, a single word burned with sickly green light. Open. Harry's scar erupted. Not the ache of recognition, not the throb of proximity, full agony, the kind that had sent him to the hospital wing in first year, the kind that made his vision white and his knees buckle. And through the pain, a voice. Not the sword's patient resonance. Not the Founder's ancient echoes. Something else. Something that knew him. Harry Potter. The voice was high, cold, empty of everything except the certainty of its own supremacy. Come to see what I have found. Come to see what your precious headmaster has hidden from you. Harry forced his eyes open. The runes on the door were shifting, rearranging themselves into patterns he couldn't read but somehow understood. Open became blood, became sacrifice, became heir. You carry my mark, the voice continued. You have carried it since the night I tried to kill you and failed. Do you know why you survived, Harry Potter? Harry's fingers dug into his palms. Because your mother loved you. Because she stood between us and love, that most ancient magic, created a protection I could not breach. A pause. I have spent 11 years searching for a way around that protection. And now, thanks to your headmaster's arrogance and your own foolish curiosity, I have found one. The door began to open. Not outward, inward, into darkness so complete it seemed to consume light itself. The runes blazed brighter, their green glow casting Harry's shadow impossibly long across the stone floor. You are standing before a door that should never have been opened, the voice said. You are carrying a sword that should never have been drawn. You are 11 years old, and you have already walked further into my territory than most wizards dare in a lifetime. The darkness within the doorway shifted. Step forward, Harry Potter. Step forward and see what I have become. Harry's leg moved. Not his choice, his body was no longer responding to his commands, was being pulled forward by invisible threads that wrapped around his limbs and tugged him toward the waiting dark. Heir. The sword's voice was quiet now. Calm. Heir, listen to me. I can't. You can. This is not Voldemort's power, not directly. This is the scar, the connection. He is using your own magic against you, turning your fear into chains. Then how do I stop it? You stop being afraid. Harry laughed, a broken, desperate sound. I've been afraid my entire life. I don't know how to stop. Then be afraid and move anyway. That is what courage is. That is what your parents did. That is what the Founders did. That is what you must do now. Harry looked at the darkness. Looked at the voice that wore Voldemort's cadence and Voldemort's cruelty and Voldemort's infinite, patient hatred. And he thought of his mother, standing between her son and death. Without a wand in her hand. He thought of his father, trying to hold the door. He thought of Sirius, emerging from 12 years in hell with his heart still capable of love. He thought of Hermione, who carried the weight of her Muggle parents' ignorance and still showed up every day to be the smartest person in the room. He thought of Neville, who was terrified of everything and came to Hogwarts anyway. He thought of Regulus, who spent 17 years following the wrong path and one day finding the right one. He thought of the 3 unknown Founders, who became nothing so everything else could remain something. And he took a step. Not forward. Back. The threads snapped. The corridor shattered. And Harry opened his eyes to find himself on the floor of the third-floor chamber, his cheek pressed against cold stone, his scar throbbing with residual pain. Quirrell was still unconscious. The mirror of Arised still stood at the room's center. And standing in the doorway, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that held no trace of their usual twinkle, was Albus Dumbledore. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, not the theatrical whisper of his public persona, something stripped bare, almost human. Can you stand? Harry nodded. His legs were unsteady, but they held. How did you know I was here? The wards. Dumbledore's gaze swept the room, the mirror, Quirrell's body, the lingering traces of dark magic that still stained the air. Someone attempted to breach the defenses I placed around this chamber. The alarm brought me here. He paused. I did not expect to find you inside. Harry's scar throbbed. The door was open. Quirrell was on the floor. I thought. What did you think? That I could help. That I could fix it. That I could be the hero everyone expects me to be. I don't know, Harry said. I wasn't thinking. No. Dumbledore's voice was not unkind. You were feeling. There is a difference. He moved past Harry to kneel beside Quirrell's body. His fingers pressed against the professor's throat, checking for pulse, then moved to examine the discoloration on his scalp. This is not natural, he murmured. This is not any curse I recognize. It's Voldemort. Harry's voice came out flat. He's attached to Quirrell somehow. Living through him. Using him. Dumbledore's hands stilled. Why do you say that? Because I saw him. Because I spoke to him. Because he used my scar to pull me into a vision and tried to make me walk into darkness. I don't know, Harry said. It's just a feeling. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Your feelings, he finally said, have proven remarkably accurate in the past. I would be foolish to dismiss them now. He rose, his movements slower than usual, as if the weight of his years had suddenly become unbearable. Professor Quirrell will be taken to the hospital wing. The mirror will be relocated to a more secure location. And you, Harry. He turned to face the boy. You will tell me exactly what happened here tonight. Everything. The visions, the voice, the door in your mind. Everything. Harry met his gaze. No. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. No, Harry repeated. I won't tell you everything. Because you won't tell me everything. You'll give me partial answers and careful silences, and that look you do, the twinkly one that makes people think you're being honest when you're really just managing them. He was shaking. He couldn't stop. I've spent my whole life being managed. The Dursleys managed me with cupboards and silence and the constant threat of being sent away. You manage me with kindness and patience and the promise that you'll explain everything when I'm older. His voice cracked. I'm 11 years old. I have a sword made from the souls of dead founders fused to my chest. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul stuck to my forehead. I have lordships and prophecies and a war that's waiting for me to grow up so it can eat me alive. He looked at Dumbledore. I don't need you to manage me. I need you to trust me. The silence stretched between them. Somewhere, in the depths of the castle, a clock began to chime. You were right, Dumbledore said quietly. I have been managing you. I have been managing you since you were 15 months old, and I left you on your aunt's doorstep with a letter and a hope that love would be enough to protect you. He removed his spectacles and polished them slowly. It was not enough. Love is never enough on its own. It requires action. Sacrifice. Choices that are not always clear or easy or right. He replaced his spectacles. I have made many choices, Harry. Some of them were wise. Some of them were necessary. Some of them were neither. And I have carried the weight of those choices for so long that I forgot what it felt like to be free of them. He smiled. Not the twinkly smile, not the public smile. Something smaller. Something sad. You have reminded me. He paused. Very well. I will trust you. Not with everything. Some secrets are not mine to share, some burdens are not yours to carry yet. But I will stop pretending that you are merely a child who needs protection from the truth. He extended his hand. Shall we begin again? Harry looked at the hand. Wrinkled. Spotted with age. Steady. He thought of Sirius's letter. Remus's patience. The sword's quiet presence against his chest. He took Dumbledore's hand. I'm not promising to tell you everything either, he said. Dumbledore's smile deepened. I would not expect you to. They spoke until dawn. Not in Dumbledore's office, that felt too formal, too much like the careful choreography of headmaster and student. Instead, they sat in the room of requirement, which had transformed itself into a small, circular space with 2 armchairs facing a fire and a pot of tea that remained perpetually hot. Harry told Dumbledore about the sword. About the cavern beneath his chamber. About the visions of the 3 unknown founders. About the voice that had spoken to him through the door in his mind. He did not tell Dumbledore about Regulus. That secret belonged to Sirius, to Creature, to the brother who had waited 40 years for forgiveness. It was not Harry's to share. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. His face remained composed, but something shifted in his eyes when Harry described the sword's origins, a flicker of recognition, perhaps. Or grief. The Sword of 7 Houses, Dumbledore said slowly. I had heard rumors of its existence, but I believed them to be legend. The founders were secretive about the compact's true nature, and the 3 who became its foundation took their knowledge with them into oblivion. He paused. Or so I thought. It seems they took their knowledge elsewhere. What does it mean? Harry asked. The sword choosing me. What does it want me to do? The sword does not want anything. It is an object, powerful, ancient, imbued with the magic and memory of its creators. But it is not alive. It cannot desire or intend or choose. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. You, however, are alive. You desire and intend and choose. And the sword responds to those choices. It amplifies what you already are. He leaned forward. The question is not what the sword wants you to do. The question is what you want to do. What kind of wizard you want to become. What legacy you want to build with the power you have inherited. Harry was silent. I don't know, he finally said. I don't know what kind of wizard I want to be. I don't know what legacy I want to build. I don't even know if I want to be Lord Black Potter, or if I just, That is the difference between inheritance and choice. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Your titles, your bloodlines, your prophecy, these are inheritances. They were given to you without your consent, and you cannot give them back. He paused. But what you do with them, that is choice. That is yours. Harry looked at the fire. What if I make the wrong choice? Then you will live with the consequences, as we all do. Dumbledore smiled. And then you will make another choice, and another, and another. That is what living is. Not a single perfect decision, but an endless series of imperfect ones, each building on the last. He set down his teacup. The three founders who became the compact. They did not make one choice. They made thousands, to study magic, to befriend their rivals, to build a school, to defend it. The final choice, the one that cost them their lives, was merely the last in a long line of choices that made them who they were. He looked at Harry. Your choices are already shaping you. Every conversation, every class, every moment of kindness or cruelty. You are becoming someone, Harry. Not through prophecy or inheritance or the expectations of others. Through the small, ordinary decisions you make each day. He rose from his chair. That is why I was wrong to manage you. Not because you do not need protection, you do, as all children do. But because protection is not the same as control. And I have been controlling you, however gently, however lovingly, for 11 years. He looked down at Harry. I am sorry. Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing. And Dumbledore, for the first time in Harry's memory, left without delivering a speech or a warning or a cryptic piece of advice. He simply left. Quirrell was gone by morning. The hospital wing reported that he had been discharged at his own request, against Madame Pomfrey's explicit instructions. His turban was rue-wrapped. His stammer was intact. He attended breakfast in the Great Hall and smiled nervously at students who asked about his health. But Harry saw his eyes. They were not the eyes of a man who had nearly died the night before. They were the eyes of a man who had been given a second chance, and was already planning how to use it. He's still connected, Harry thought at the sword. Voldemort is still inside him. I can see it. Yes, the sword agreed. But he is also afraid. Last night, you showed him that the heir of the compact is not defenseless. He will be more cautious now. That's not comforting. It was not meant to be. It was meant to be information. Harry watched Quirrell pick at his porridge. How do I stop him? He thought. How do I get Voldemort out of him? You don't. The sword's voice was flat. Voldemort is not possessing Quirrell, not in the traditional sense. He is sharing Quirrell's body, feeding on his life force, using him as a vessel. The connection is symbiotic. Severing it would likely kill them both. Then what do I do? You wait. You watch. You learn. And when the moment comes, you act. That's not a plan. No. It is patience. And patience, heir, is the most difficult magic of all. Harry tried to be patient. He attended classes. He studied for exams. He wrote letters to Sirius and received letters in return. Long, rambling missives filled with stories about his father's misadventures at Hogwarts and Creature's ongoing campaign to reorganize the Black family library. He met Hermione in the room of requirement every Thursday. They worked through McGonagall's transfiguration theory, Flitwick's charm. Mechanics, Snape's increasingly elaborate potions assignments. Hermione talked. Harry listened. The room provided tea and biscuits and, on one memorable occasion, a Muggle wireless that played music neither of them recognized. He sat with Neville at breakfast. He learned that Neville was unexpectedly gifted at herbology, hopeless at potions, and secretly terrified that he would never live up to his parents' legacy. He learned that Neville's grandmother sent him howlers on a regular basis, most of which Neville intercepted before they could detonate in the Great Hall. He watched Draco Malfoy from across the Slytherin table. Draco didn't look at him anymore. Not since their confrontation in the corridor. Not since Harry had thrown his father's choices in his face and walked away. He's 11 years old, Hermione had said. He didn't choose his father. Harry knew this. He also knew that he had confirmed every fear Draco had ever had about the wizarding world's perception of his family. That he had taken a boy who was already drowning in his father's expectations and pushed his head below the water. That was cruel, the sword had said. Harry knew this too. But knowing and fixing were different things. And Draco still wouldn't look at him. October arrived with rain and wind and the first whispers of Quidditch season. The castle transformed. Conversations that had centered on homework and professors shifted to Chudley Cannon's losing streak and Puddlemere United's new seeker and whether Hogwarts had any chance against Slytherin this year. Harry tried not to care. He failed. The tryouts are next week, Neville said, not looking up from his herbology textbook. For first years, I mean. Wood's holding special sessions for people who've never flown before. Harry buttered his toast. I'm not trying out. Why not? Because I'm Lord Black Potter and the heir of the compact and I carry a sword made from dead founders' souls in my chest. Because I have a prophecy and a dark lord and a war waiting for me. Because I don't have time for games. Because I don't know how to fly, Harry said. You're James Potter's son. Neville finally looked up. Everyone says he was the best seeker Hogwarts ever had. It's probably genetic. Quidditch isn't genetic. How do you know? Has anyone studied it? Neville paused. Actually, that's a really good research question. I should ask Hermione. Don't ask Hermione. She already thinks Quidditch is a waste of academic potential. She thinks everything that isn't reading is a waste of academic potential. Neville smiled. That's why I like her. Harry stared at him. What? Neville said. Nothing. You said you like her. Well, yes. She's annoying and bossy and she corrects my pronunciation constantly, but she's also the only person I've ever met who reads textbooks for fun. That's nice. Harry filed this information away for later analysis. I still don't think I'm trying out for Quidditch, he said. We'll see. Neville returned to his textbook. Wood's very persuasive. Oliver Wood was, indeed, very persuasive. He cornered Harry after Transfiguration on Tuesday, his Quidditch robes already on despite tryouts being 6 days away, his expression the particular intensity of a man who had dedicated his life to the pursuit of a giant metal trophy. Potter Black, he said. I've been watching you. Harry glanced behind him to see if there was someone else Oliver could possibly be addressing. You have the stride, Oliver continued. The way you move, quick, decisive, always watching the edges of your vision. That's seeker instinct. You can't teach that. I've never been on a broomstick. Doesn't matter. Your father was a natural. It's in your blood. Everyone keeps saying that, Harry thought. About my father. About my grandmother. About the Black family and the Potter family and every ancestor I never met. And what do you think? The sword asked. I think I'm tired of being defined by dead people. Tryouts are Saturday, Oliver said. 9 o'clock. Don't be late. He strode off before Harry could respond. He does that, Neville said, appearing at Harry's elbow. The walking away thing. It's his signature move. I'm not trying out for Quidditch. Sure. Neville smiled. Whatever you say. Saturday morning dawned gray and cold. Harry woke before the sun, his scar quiet, the sort of steady warmth against his chest. He dressed in his school robes and sat in the largest of the 7 chairs, watching the stars fade from the chamber ceiling. You are going to the Quidditch pitch, the sword observed. No, I'm not. You have been staring at the wall for 20 minutes thinking about broomstick aerodynamics. That's not, I was thinking about. You were thinking about flying. Harry stood abruptly. I'm going to breakfast, he announced. The sword said nothing. Harry went to breakfast. He ate his toast. He drank his pumpkin juice. He listened to Hermione explain the fundamental flaws in Oliver Wood's defensive formations. And at 10 minutes to 9, he found himself walking toward the Quidditch pitch. The stands were empty. The first years gathered on the damp grass, a motley collection of nervous hopefuls and curious spectators. Neville stood near the back, his face pale but determined. Hermione was conspicuously absent. She had made her position on Quidditch abundantly clear. And at the center of the pitch, surrounded by a pile of battered broomsticks, stood Oliver Wood. Right, he said. Everyone pick a broom. Don't worry about the make or model, It's the rider, not the broom. Your father flew a silver arrow through 6th year, Potter Black, and he was still the best seeker I ever saw on film. Harry picked a broom at random. It felt wrong in his hands. Not the weight, that was fine. Not the balance, that was actually quite comfortable. It was the familiarity that unsettled him. The sense that his fingers knew exactly where to grip, his body knew exactly how to mount, his muscles knew exactly how to launch. Up, he said. The broom flew into his hand. Oliver's eyes widened. First time. Yes. Huh. Oliver made a note on his clipboard. Natural. Definitely natural. He turned to address the group. Okay, everyone. On my whistle, you'll kick off from the ground, gently, like you're stepping onto a moving staircase. Keep your grip firm but not rigid. Look at the horizon, not your feet. He raised the whistle to his lips. Harry mounted the broom. The whistle blew. And Harry rose into the air like he had been born there. Flying was nothing like he expected. It was not freedom, freedom was abstract, philosophical, the absence of constraint. This was presence. This was the wind against his face and the ground falling away and the sudden, crystalline clarity of a world seen from above. He banked left. The broom responded instantly, eagerly, like it had been waiting for someone who knew how to ask. He accelerated. The stands blurred. The pitch became a green streak. The sky opened around him like water accepting a diver. This is what your father felt, the sword said quietly. This is what he tried to describe, in the letters he wrote before you were born. Harry didn't answer. He was too busy flying. You're a natural, Oliver said for the 7th time. They were standing on the pitch after tryouts, the other first years having dispersed to the castle for lunch. Harry's broom, a battered clean sweep 5, rested against his shoulder like an extension of his own body. I told you it was genetic, Neville said. He had managed to stay airborne for approximately 45 seconds before plummeting into the commentator's box. His pride was bruised, but his enthusiasm remained intact. It's not genetic, Harry said. It's just practice. You've never practiced. Oliver's expression was approaching religious fervor. You've never been on a broom before today and you caught the snitch. Not during a game. We didn't have a game, but I threw it and you caught it. One-handed. Upside down. I was falling. You were diving. There's a difference. Oliver made another note on his clipboard. You're on the team, obviously. We'll need to get you fitted for proper robes. I haven't agreed to anything. First match is November 2nd against Slytherin. Oliver was already walking away. Training starts Monday at 6. Don't be late. Harry stared after him. Told you, Neville said. Very persuasive. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm Harry had never experienced but found himself craving. Mornings with Neville at breakfast, Hermione joining them when her Ravenclaw housemates became too exhausting. Classes that grew more challenging as the material advanced. Letters from Sirius that arrived every Tuesday and Thursday, filled with increasingly obscure stories about Harry's parents and increasingly desperate requests for updates on his Quidditch training. And flying. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Harry met Oliver on the pitch before dawn. They ran drills until Harry's hands blistered and his shoulders ached and his vision blurred from staring at the gray pre-dawn sky. Oliver was relentless, demanding, utterly convinced that Harry could be the best seeker Hogwarts had seen since James Potter. Harry didn't know if that was true. But he was starting to believe it might be possible. October 27th, 3 days before Halloween, 6 days before Harry's first Quidditch match. The castle was decorated with carved pumpkins and floating candles, the great hall's enchanted ceiling showing a sky thick with clouds and migrating bats. Students buzzed with excitement about the upcoming feast, the first Hogsmeade weekend, the inevitable pranks the Weasley twins were undoubtedly planning. Harry sat in the room of requirement, trying to focus on his transfiguration essay. He couldn't. His scar had been throbbing all day, not the sharp agony of Voldemort's rage, but a persistent ache that settled behind his eyes and refused to leave. The sword was restless, its presence shifting and pulsing like a caged animal. Something is wrong, it said. Something is coming. I know, Harry murmured. Hermione looked up from her arithmancy charts. Know what? Nothing. Just. He rubbed his scar. Do you ever get the feeling that something terrible is about to happen? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Yes, she said. Every time I read the Daily Prophet. She set down her quill. But feelings aren't facts, Harry. Just because you're afraid doesn't mean there's something to be afraid of. There is something to be afraid of, the sword said. I can feel it. The wards are thinning. The dark magic is gathering. Harry looked at the door. Do you trust me? He asked Hermione. Her brown eyes met his. Yes. Then stay here. Don't leave this room until I come back. He stood. Harry. I'll explain later. I promise. He walked to the door. The sword pulsed against his chest. And Harry stepped out into the corridor to face whatever was waiting for him. The castle was too quiet. Not the peaceful silence of sleeping students, this was the silence of held breath, of watching eyes, of ancient stone waiting to see what would happen next. Harry moved through the corridors with the sword's guidance, his footsteps echoing against walls that seemed to press closer with each passing moment. Third floor, the sword said. The same corridor as before. No. Harry's voice was steady. He wouldn't try the same place twice. Dumbledore moved the mirror. Whatever Quirrell was after, it's not there anymore. Then where? Potions dungeon. The sword was silent. You're certain? No. But Snape was at the door last time. Snape knew something was wrong. And Quirrell, when he looked at me in the Great Hall, he wasn't afraid of Dumbledore. Harry rounded a corner. He was afraid of Snape. The dungeon corridor was cold. Harry's breath misted in the air as he approached the door to Snape's office, not the classroom, but the private workspace adjacent to it. Light flickered beneath the doorframe. Voices murmured within. He pressed himself against the wall and listened. Cannot keep the stone here. Snape's voice, tight with fury. It's too dangerous. The Dark Lord is all ready. The stone remains at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice was calm, unhurried. It is safer here than anywhere else in the wizarding world. Safer. Quirrell nearly breached the defenses last month. If Potter hadn't, Snape stopped abruptly. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. If Harry hadn't been where he should not have been, doing what he should not have done. We have discussed this, Severus. He could have been killed. He was not killed. He was precisely where he needed to be, doing precisely what needed to be done. The boy has an unfortunate habit of that. Silence. You trust him, Snape said. It was not a question. I trust his instincts, his heart, his capacity for love. Dumbledore paused. I trust him far more than I trust myself at his age. Another silence. The stone, Snape said finally. If Quirrell attempts to steal it again, he will not succeed. The defenses are being reinforced. And we have an unexpected advantage. What advantage? Lord Black Potter. Dumbledore's voice held the faintest suggestion of a smile. He does not know it yet. But his presence at Hogwarts has altered the castle's magic in ways I am only beginning to understand. The wards respond to him. The Founder's compact responds to him. He paused. And if Quirrell, or his master, attempts to breach those wards again, they will find that Hogwarts is no longer merely a school. It is a fortress, Snape said slowly. It has always been a fortress. It simply forgot, for a few centuries, what it was built to defend against. Dumbledore's voice grew serious. Harry has reminded it. Harry pressed his back against the cold stone. The stone, he thought. They're talking about the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, the sword said. And they believe you are its protector. I'm 11 years old. You are the heir of the compact. You carry the sword of 7 houses. You have walked through Voldemort's darkness and emerged unchanged. A pause. Age is irrelevant. You are what the castle has been waiting for. Harry closed his eyes. I didn't ask for this, he whispered. No, the sword agreed. But it asked for you. Halloween. The Great Hall was transformed. Floating pumpkins, live bats, a skeleton that danced when anyone passed too close. The smell of roasting meat and baked apples filled the air. Students laughed and shouted and threw napkins at each other across the tables. Harry sat between Neville and Hermione, pushing food around his plate. His scar was burning. Not the ache of recognition, not the throb of proximity, full, searing agony, the kind that made his vision whiten his hands. Shake. Harry. Hermione's voice was sharp. Harry, what's wrong? He didn't answer. He couldn't answer. Because through the pain, through the fire in his skull, he could hear Voldemort's voice. Kill the boy. Kill Potter. Kill him now. Harry stood. His chair scraped against the stone floor. Harry, I have to go. He didn't wait for their response. He ran. The dungeon corridor was empty. The door to Snape's office was ajar. And standing before it, his wand raised, his face contorted with an expression Harry had never seen before. Professor Quirrell. Hello, Harry Potter, he said. His voice was steady now. No stammer. No hesitation. I've been waiting for you. Behind him, the door swung open. And the darkness within reached out to greet them both. The darkness did not rush forward. It seeped. Like smoke under a door. Like ink spreading through water. Like the moment between wakefulness and nightmare when you know you are dreaming but cannot force yourself to consciousness. Harry's scar screamed. Quirrell's face was wrong. The stammer had vanished, the nervous tics smoothed away, the twitching hands perfectly still. What remained was a mask, and beneath the mask, something that had been waiting 11 years for this moment. You carry my mark, said the voice that was not Quirrell's voice. You have carried it since the night I tried to kill you and failed. I have felt it. Every moment of fear. Every moment of pain. Every night you lay awake in that cupboard and wondered why you were born. Harry's fingers found the hilt of the sword. It was not there. No, it was there, but not in the physical sense. The sword existed in the space between his ribs and his heartbeat, in the silver veins that had begun to pulse beneath his skin, in the ancient magic that had recognized him as heir and claimed him as its own. You cannot draw me here, the sword said. Not yet. The connection is too new. The magic is too unstable. Then what do I do? You survive. You hold. You wait. Quirrell smiled. It was not Quirrell's smile. Your mother's protection weakens, Voldemort said. Love is powerful, yes. But love requires presence. It requires intention. It requires sacrifice renewed. Your mother has been dead for 11 years, Harry Potter. Her magic fades. He stepped forward. Harry stepped back. And when that protection is gone, when the final trace of Lily Potter's sacrifice dissolves into memory, there will be nothing standing between us. His wand rose. And nothing standing between me and the stone. Harry had never seen the killing curse cast. He had read about it. Remus had described it in careful, clinical terms, the flash of green light, the sound of something heavy falling, the absolute absence of struggle or suffering. It is not painful, he had said. It is simply, nothing. Harry had wondered, sometimes, what it would feel like to be nothing. Now he knew. The green light filled the corridor like water flooding a sinking ship. It did not move fast, it moved at the speed of inevitability, of prophecy, of all the moments in Harry's life that had been leading to this single point. He did not close his eyes. He thought of Sirius, Remus, Creature, polishing silver in an empty kitchen. He thought of Neville, who was afraid of everything and came to Hogwarts anyway. He thought of Hermione, who was probably already running toward the dungeon corridor because she did not know how to leave a friend behind. He thought of his mother, who had stood between her son and death without a wand in her hand. And the sword moved. Not in his hand, he had not drawn it, could not draw it, was not ready to draw it. But the sword had been forged from sacrifice and compact in the accumulated magic of 7 founders who had refused to let darkness consume their creation. It remembered what it was built to protect. The green light struck Harry's chest. And shattered. Quirrell screamed. Not Voldemort, Quirrell. The man beneath the monster, the professor who had stammered through defense lessons and smelled faintly of garlic and had tried so desperately to hide the parasite feeding on his soul. His wand hand was blackened, cracked, oozing something that was not quite blood. His face had lost its mask of Voldemort's control, revealing the terrified man beneath. What have you done? He whispered. What have you done? Harry didn't answer. He didn't know. The sword pulsed against his chest. Not with triumph, not with satisfaction. With something that felt almost like grief. The protection, it said. Your mother's protection. It was not gone. It was waiting. Waiting for what? For you to need it. For you to accept it. For you to stop running from what her sacrifice gave you. Harry touched his chest. His skin was unmarked. No wound. No scar beyond the one that had been there since infancy. But something had changed. The magic that had shielded him from Voldemort's curse had been passive before, an invisible barrier, an unconscious defense. Now it was awake, alert. I don't understand, he said. You do not need to understand. You only need to carry it. Quirrell was backing away now, his ruined hand clutched against his chest, his eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that held no hatred. Only fear. You're like him, he breathed. You're like him. The same power. The same. I'm nothing like him. Harry's voice was quiet, Steady. The voice of someone who had looked into the darkness and discovered that darkness could not look back. I'm not going to kill you, Professor. I'm not going to torture you or possess you or feed on your soul until there's nothing left. He stepped forward. Quirrell flinched. I'm going to let you walk away. Because that's what my mother would have done. That's what my father would have done. That's what the founders built this school to teach. He stopped. But if you come near me again, if you come near any of my friends again, I won't need a wand to stop you. Quirrell stared at him. Then he turned and ran. Harry stood alone in the corridor. The green light had faded. The darkness had retreated. The only evidence that anything had happened was the cracked stone where Quirrell's wand had discharged its failed curse and the faint scent of ozone that still lingered in the air. His scar was quiet. Not the dull ache of distant presence, not the sharp throb of proximity, but true, absolute silence. The silence of before. The silence of the cupboard under the stairs, when he had not yet known that a piece of Voldemort's soul lived in his forehead. The protection has strengthened, the sword said. Your mother's sacrifice. Your choice to spare Quirrell. They have woven together into something new. Something that can block the killing curse. Something that can block any curse born of hatred. The killing curse is not unique. It is simply the most efficient expression of murderous intent. Your mother's love created a barrier that such intent cannot cross. And now that barrier is mine. It was always yours. You simply did not know how to access it. Now you do. Harry touched his scar. It was cool beneath his fingers. Voldemort will know, he said. He felt the curse fail. He felt his connection to Quirrell break. He'll know something changed. Yes. He'll come back. Stronger. More prepared. Yes. And next time, he won't underestimate me. The sword was silent. No, it finally said. Next time, he will bring everything he has. Harry lowered his hand. Then I need to be ready, he said aloud. The echo of his voice lingered in the empty corridor. And somewhere, in the depths of the castle, the compact stirred in acknowledgement. Harry did not tell Dumbledore what had happened. He did not tell Sirius. He did not tell Remus. He did not tell Hermione or Neville or the sword, which already knew because the sword had been there and the sword remembered every moment of magic that passed through its heir's body. He told no one, not because he was keeping secrets, not because he didn't trust them. Because the words wouldn't come. Because how do you tell the people who love you that you have become something they cannot protect you from? How do you say, I stopped the killing curse with my mother's love and a sword made from dead founders' souls, and I am 11 years old and I have never been more terrified in my life? You don't. You go to breakfast. You attend your classes. You train for Quidditch and study for exams and write letters home about how Hogwarts is wonderful. Really, you've never been happier. You pretend. Something's wrong with you, Hermione said. It was Thursday. The room of requirement had become a library again, its shelves crammed with texts on advanced defensive magic. Hermione was supposed to be helping Harry prepare for Snape's monthly potions assessment. Instead, she was watching him with those sharp brown eyes that missed nothing. Nothing's wrong, Harry said. I'm fine. You're not fine. You've been distracted all week. You keep touching your scar. You've stopped complaining about Malfoy. She paused. Yesterday, Neville dropped his entire breakfast tray on your robes and you didn't even notice. I was thinking about transfiguration theory. You were thinking about something that scared you. Hermione set down her quill. What happened at the Halloween feast? You ran out of the Great Hall like the castle was on fire, and when you came back, you looked. She hesitated. Different. Harry stared at his textbook. Quirrell tried to kill me, he said. The words hung in the air between them. Tried, Hermione repeated. Past tense. He failed. How? I don't know. The sword protected me. My mother protected me. I protected myself. All of the above. None of the above. I don't know, Harry said. It just didn't work. Hermione was very still. Quirrell, she said slowly. The defense professor. The one who stammers and smells like garlic and can't control his own classroom. That Quirrell. Yes. And he tried to kill you. With magic. Yes. And it didn't work. No. Hermione picked up her quill. Set it down. Picked it up again. We need to tell Dumbledore, she said. He already knows. He just doesn't know it happened again. Then we need to tell him it happened again. He'll move the stone somewhere else. He'll increase the wards. He'll do exactly what he did last time, and Quirrell will find another way around it, and we'll be right back here in another month. So what do you suggest? Letting Quirrell steal the Philosopher's Stone so Voldemort can regain a body and start killing people again. Her voice was sharp. Her eyes were bright. No, Harry said. I suggest we stop him ourselves. Hermione's first reaction was to list 17 reasons why this was the worst idea she had ever heard. Her second reaction was to ask what the plan was. I don't have a plan yet, Harry admitted. I just know that Dumbledore's approach isn't working. He's too reactive. He waits for Quirrell to act and then responds. We need to be proactive. Proactive how? We're first years, Harry. We can barely levitate a feather. What are we supposed to do against a fully trained wizard possessed by the most powerful Dark Lord in a century? Harry thought about the sword. Thought about the green light shattering against his chest. Thought about the look on Quirrell's face when he realized that the boy who lived was not defenseless after all. I don't know, he said. But I'm not going to wait for him to try again. Hermione studied him for a long moment. You've changed, she said. Since Halloween. It's not just the Quirrell thing. There's something else. Something you're not telling me. Harry was silent. I'm not going to push, Hermione said. If you don't want to tell me, that's your choice. But whatever happened, whatever you're carrying now, you don't have to carry it alone. She picked up her quill. That's what friends are for. Neville was easier to convince. Not because he was less intelligent than Hermione, he was, in fact, remarkably perceptive when it came to people's emotional states. But Neville had spent his entire life being protected from dangers he couldn't see, and he was tired of it. If Quirrell is working for you-know-who, he said quietly, then he's the reason my parents are insane. Mungos. He's the reason Bellatrix Lestrange spent 12 years in Azkaban instead of being executed for what she did. His hands were shaking. I want to help stop him. You don't have to, Harry said. This isn't your fight. Neville looked at him. My gran says the Longbottoms have always stood against the dark arts. She says it's our family legacy. He paused. But that's not why I want to help. Why, then? Because you're my friend. Neville's voice was steady now. And friends don't let friends face Dark Lords alone. The Quidditch match against Slytherin was scheduled for November 2nd. Harry had never been more grateful for something to distract him. Training consumed his mornings and evenings. Oliver Wood was relentless, pushing Harry through drill after drill until his muscles screamed and his vision blurred and the snitch became less an object to catch and more a concept to embody. You think too much, Oliver said, again and again. Stop thinking. Just fly. Harry tried. But thinking was what he did. Thinking had kept him alive in the cupboard under the stairs, had helped him navigate the Dursleys. Casual cruelty had allowed him to survive 11 years of being unwanted in a house that never let him forget he didn't belong. Thinking was not something he could turn off. Then think about the wind, the sword suggested. Think about the broom in your hands. Think about the sky. That's not thinking. That's feeling. Yes, that is the point. Harry banked hard to avoid a bludger. Felt the broom respond to his weight shift. Felt the wind catch his robes and lift him higher. I don't know how to just feel things, he thought. Every time I try, I remember that Voldemort is out there waiting for me. That Quirrell is probably planning his next attempt. That Dumbledore is keeping secrets and Sirius is afraid and Remus is trying so hard to be normal when nothing about our lives is normal. And feeling things hurts. The sword was quiet. Yes, it finally said. It does. But the alternative, not feeling, is a different kind of pain. One that does not heal. One that calcifies. One that turns wizards into Dark Lords because they have forgotten how to mourn. Your parents loved you. Your godfather loves you. Your friends love you. That love will hurt you, again and again, because love and loss are the same coin. But it will also save you. It already has. Harry caught the snitch. It was pure reflex. His hand shot out, closed around the tiny golden sphere, and he was suddenly holding something that weighed almost nothing and meant everything. Oliver's whistle shrieked across the pitch. Yes, the Gryffindor captain was actually jumping up and down. That was, did you see that? He wasn't even looking. Potter Black just caught the snitch blindfolded. I wasn't blindfolded, Harry said. You might as well have been. Oliver was already making notes on his clipboard. The sun was directly behind you. You couldn't have seen more than a meter ahead. Harry looked at the snitch in his hand. Its wings fluttered against his palm. I felt it, he thought. I didn't see it. I felt where it was going to be. That is not Quidditch, the sword said. That is Seeker's intuition. Your father had it. Your grandmother had it. The Potters have always been able to feel magic in motion. And the snitch is magic. The snitch is the most concentrated piece of flight magic most wizards will ever encounter. Of course you felt it. Harry released the snitch. It hovered for a moment, then shot away across the pitch. I don't want special abilities, he thought. I don't want to be the chosen one or the heir of the compact or whatever Voldemort thinks I am. I just want to play Quidditch and pass my exams and have dinner with my friends. I know, the sword said. But wanting does not make it true. Harry landed. Oliver was still talking. Harry wasn't listening. He was thinking about his mother. The match was 3 days away. Harry stood on the Quidditch pitch at dawn, alone except for the sword and the steady gray sky. His broom rested against his shoulder. His breath misted in the cold air. He had not slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw a green light. Heard Voldemort's voice. Felt the sword surge against his chest and the ancient magic of his mother's love rise to meet the killing curse. You need rest, the sword said. The match. I don't care about the match. You should. Your team is counting on you. Harry was silent. The match matters, the sword continued. Not because Quidditch is important, it is a game, nothing more. But because playing it reminds you that you are still a child. Still capable of joy. Still capable of living, not just surviving. That is what your mother wanted for you. That is what your father died trying to give you. Do not waste their sacrifice by forgetting how to live. Harry mounted his broom. The sky opened around him. The morning of November 2nd dawned cold and clear. Harry woke before the sun, his scar quiet, the sword a steady warmth against his chest. He dressed in his Quidditch robes, crimson and gold, the Gryffindor colors, even though he was not Gryffindor. Oliver had insisted. You're playing for Gryffindor, he'd said. You wear Gryffindor colors. Harry didn't argue. He stood before the mirror in his chamber and studied his reflection. The same scar, the same glasses, the same messy hair, but the eyes were different. They had been winter before. Now they were something else, not spring, not yet. Something in between. Something that had looked at the killing curse and refused to flinch. You can do this, he told his reflection. The reflection didn't answer. The sword pulsed. Yes, it said. You can. The great hall was buzzing. Breakfast was a blur of nervous energy, Gryffindors clapping him on the shoulder, Slytherins watching with cold assessment, Hermione lecturing him on the importance of maintaining proper altitude to avoid bludger impact trauma. Neville sat beside him, too nervous to eat. You'll be fine, he said. You caught the snitch blindfolded. I wasn't blindfolded. Metaphorically. Neville pushed his eggs around his plate. My gran says the Potters have always been natural flyers. She says your great-grandfather used to race broomsticks professionally before he married into the family. Harry paused. I didn't know that. There's a lot people don't tell you about your own family. Neville's voice was quiet. Sometimes I think they're trying to protect us. Sometimes I think they're just afraid of the questions we might ask. He looked at Harry. But we ask anyway. Because we have to know who we are. Harry set down his toast. Yeah, he said. We do. The Quidditch pitch had never seemed so large. Harry stood at the center of the field, his broom in hand, the roar of the crowd washing over him in waves of sound and color. Gryffindor red and gold filled one set of stands. Slytherin green and silver filled the other. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff occupied the remaining seats, their cheers more measured but no less enthusiastic. And floating above them all, suspended in the announcer's box, was Lee Jordan. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season. His voice echoed across the pitch. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the oldest rivalry in wizarding sports, and today we have a very special treat. Harry's stomach clenched. Making his competitive debut, the boy who lived himself, Lord Harrison Black Potter. The Slytherin section erupted in boos. Playing Seeker for Gryffindor. The Gryffindor section erupted in cheers. Harry looked at his broom. Looked at the sky. You can do this, the sword said. You have faced worse than a game. Facing worse doesn't make this less terrifying, Harry thought. No, but it does put it in perspective. Madame Hooch's whistle shrieked. Mounts. Harry kicked off. The first 10 minutes were chaos. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, played dirty, that was his reputation, and he lived up to it. Bludgers aimed at heads rather than brooms. Elbows thrown during passes. A particularly creative foul involving a beater's bat and a Gryffindor chaser's broom tail. Oliver Wood screamed instructions from the goalposts. Harry flew. Not strategically, there was no strategy in those first minutes, only survival. The Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, was older and more experienced, and he knew it. His eyes tracked Harry's movements with the predatory patience of a hawk. Harry ignored him. He was looking for the snitch. It wasn't visible. It wasn't audible. But it was there. He could feel it, the same way he'd felt it during training, the same way he'd felt the sword before he knew how to draw it. Follow the feeling, the sword said. Not your eyes. Your instincts. Harry banked left. Higgs followed. Harry dove. Higgs hesitated. And Harry saw it, a flicker of gold at the edge of his vision, so brief that if he'd been looking directly at it, he would have missed it. He didn't look directly at it. He felt where it was going to be. His hand closed around empty air. The snitch had moved. Higgs was already accelerating toward the opposite end of the pitch. Harry turned. The wind caught his robes. The broom responded instantly, eagerly, like it had been waiting for this moment. He leaned forward, flattened himself against the handle, became an arrow aimed at a golden target. Higgs was faster. But Harry was hungrier. Not for victory, not for glory. For the simple, crystalline certainty of this moment. For the feeling of his body and his broom and his magic working together without thought or fear or the weight of prophecies. He was flying. And flying was the only thing that had ever made him feel truly free. His fingers closed around the snitch. The roar of the crowd hit him like a physical force. He was upside down. When had that happened? His legs hooked around his broom handle, one arm extended toward the sky, the snitch fluttering in his grip. Potter Black has caught the snitch. Lee Jordan's voice was nearly hysterical. Potter Black has caught the snitch and Gryffindor wins. Harry righted himself. The snitch beat its wings against his palm. He released it. It hovered for a moment, then shot away across the pitch. The Gryffindor team surrounded him, Oliver, the Weasley twins, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet. They were shouting, laughing, pounding him on the back. The noise was overwhelming. The joy was overwhelming. Harry didn't know what to do with his face. He thought it might be smiling. That was incredible. Ron Weasley cornered him after the match, his face nearly as red as his hair. I've never seen anyone catch the snitch like that. You were upside down, mate, upside down. It wasn't that impressive, Harry said. Wasn't that? Ron stared at him. You just won the first Quidditch match of the season against Slytherin. That's the most impressive thing any first year has done since your dad played. Harry paused. You knew my dad. Knew of him. Ron's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. My brothers talk about him sometimes. Charlie and Bill were at Hogwarts when the war ended. They said your dad was the best seeker in 50 years. He paused. They also said he was a right git sometimes, but in a funny way, not a mean way. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he didn't say anything. Ron shifted his weight. Anyway. Good match. Really good. He hesitated. Maybe we could. I don't know. Practice sometime. I'm not very good, but Fred and George said I have potential. Sure, Harry said. Practice would be good. Ron grinned. It transformed his face, the awkwardness smoothing into something almost confident. Brilliant, he said. I'll find you after charms on Monday. He walked away, shoulders a little straighter than before. Harry watched him go. Another friend, the sword observed. Maybe, Harry thought. We'll see. Yes, we will see. The celebration in the Gryffindor common room lasted until midnight. Harry didn't stay. He slipped out after the first hour, when the noise became overwhelming and the weight of too many people wanting to touch him, congratulate him, claim a piece of his victory became unbearable. The corridors were quiet. His footsteps echoed against stone. The chamber accepted him without comment, its silver veins pulsing with steady light. The 7 chairs stood empty around the central table. The stars wheeled overhead. Harry sat in the largest chair. The snitch, no, not the snitch, the memory of the snitch, still fluttered against his palm. You did well today, the sword said. Your father would have been proud. Harry didn't answer. But that is not why you are unhappy. No. Then why? Harry touched his scar. Because for 10 minutes today, I forgot. About Voldemort. About Quirrell. About the stone and the compact and everything else. I just flew. He paused. And it was the best 10 minutes of my life. That is not a cause for sorrow. It is when I know I'll never get them back. The sword was silent. No, it finally said. You will not. But you will have other 10 minutes. Other moments of forgetting. Other joys that have nothing to do with prophecy or war. That is what it means to live, heir. Not one perfect moment. An endless succession of imperfect ones. Some of them will be joyful. Some of them will be terrible. Most of them will be ordinary. But they will be yours. Harry looked at the stars. I don't know if that's enough, he said. Neither do I, the sword admitted. But I suspect it is all any of us ever get. He wrote to Sirius that night. Not about the match, that would come later, in a separate letter full of exaggerated descriptions and carefully edited details. This letter was shorter, simpler. I caught the snitch today, he wrote. Upside down. I thought of you when I was flying. Of how you told me that my father used to do barrel rolls over the Great Lake just to hear my mother scream. I think I understand now. Not the barrel rolls, I haven't tried those yet. The flying. The feeling of being completely, utterly free. Thank you for teaching me that some kinds of freedom are worth fighting for. Harry. He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig. She hooted softly and pressed her face against his fingers. I know, he murmured. I miss them too. Hedwig flew through the narrow window into the night. Harry watched until she disappeared. Then he lay back in the chair that had waited 7 centuries for someone who didn't belong anywhere, and closed his eyes. He dreamed. Not the visions of founders and sacrifices. Not the gray mist of Voldemort's rage. He was flying. Not on a broom, beneath his own power, his arms outstretched, the wind carrying him higher and higher until Hogwarts became a toy castle and the Forbidden Forest became a patch of dark moss and the world opened around him like water accepting a diver. Harry. His mother's voice. Harry, wake up. He didn't want to wake. You have to wake up. There's something you need to see. The dream dissolved. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was dark. Not the living darkness of night, something else. Something that pressed against the edges of his vision, that whispered at the corners of his awareness. His scar was burning. Not the ache of Voldemort's presence, something closer, more immediate. Someone was in the castle. Someone who should not be here. Harry was already moving. The sword was fully alert now, its presence sharp and urgent. Quirrell, it said. He's trying again. Where? 3rd floor. The corridor where you found the mirror. But the mirror isn't there anymore. He's not looking for the mirror. He's looking for the stone. Harry ran. The corridor was empty. No Quirrell. No dark magic. No evidence that anyone had passed this way since Harry's last visit. But his scar still burned. He was here, the sword said. The magic is fresh. He went. It paused. Down. Harry looked at the floor. The stone at his feet was smooth, unremarkable, indistinguishable from any other stone in this ancient castle. But when he knelt and pressed his palm against it, he felt something. Warmth. Not the cold of Hogwarts stone. The warmth of recent passage. The warmth of magic that had not yet faded. There's something under here, Harry said. Something hidden. Yes. How do I open it? You don't. This is Dumbledore's magic. Only he can. Harry's palm sank through the stone. Not fell, sank, like the stone had become water, like the barrier between solid and liquid had simply ceased to exist. The sword was shouting. Harry didn't hear it. He was falling. He landed hard on packed earth. The chamber was small, a cellar, perhaps, or a forgotten storage room. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with dusty bottles and crumbling parchment. A single torch flickered in an iron bracket. And at the center of the room, suspended in a column of shimmering light, was the Philosopher's Stone. It was smaller than Harry expected. No larger than a chicken egg, it pulsed with gentle amber warmth, its surface smooth and unmarked. Beautiful. Ancient. Waiting. Harry reached toward it. Air. His fingers touched the light. And Voldemort stepped out of the shadows. He was not whole. He was not even properly formed. A wraith, a shade, a creature of smoke and spite held together by stolen magic and desperate will. His eyes were red slits in a face that was almost a skull. His voice was the sound of fingernails on slate. Harry Potter, he whispered. Harry didn't move. Again we meet. Again you stand between me and what I desire. Voldemort's form shifted, flickered, solidified. You are very inconvenient, for a child. The sword was screaming. Harry couldn't hear it. You can't touch me, he said. His voice was steady. My mother's protection is weakening. Voldemort smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I felt it, Harry Potter. When you faced my servant. When my curse shattered against your chest. Your mother's love is powerful, yes. But love is not infinite. It can be exhausted. He drifted closer. And you have been using it. Every moment of fear. Every moment of pain. Every time you lie awake in that chamber of yours, worrying about the people you love and the future you cannot escape. His voice dropped to a whisper. Every time you think of me, Harry Potter. Every time your scar burns. Every time you feel my presence and flinch away. He was very close now. You are using up your mother's gift. And when it is gone. His hand reached toward Harry's face. The sword erupted. Not in Harry's chest, in his hand, suddenly solid and burning and alive. The blade of 7 houses caught the torchlight and threw it back in silver waves. Voldemort recoiled. What? The founders send their regards, Harry said. And he swung. The blade passed through Voldemort's form like sunlight through smoke. The wraith screamed, not in pain, but in fury. His shape fragmented, reformed, fragmented again. The light of the stone flickered wildly. This is not over, he hissed. This will never be over. You cannot destroy me, Harry Potter. You cannot hide from me. I am already inside you. His eyes met Harry's. And one day, you will realize that we are not so different. He dissolved. The chamber was empty. Harry stood alone with the sword in his hand and the stone pulsing gently in its column of light. His scar was silent. His heart was not. The sword trembled in Harry's grip. Not with fear, the sword did not fear. With something else. Something that resonated through the blade and up his arm and into the scar that had finally, blessedly, fallen silent. He is gone, the sword said. For now. Harry didn't lower the blade. The philosopher's stone pulsed gently in its column of light, indifferent to the battle that had just been fought in its presence. Amber warmth. Patient glow. The heartbeat of magic older than Hogwarts. He said my mother's protection is fading. He lied. He said he's inside me. That we're not so different. The sword was quiet. That was not a lie, it finally said. But it was also not the truth. Not the whole truth. Then what is the whole truth? I do not know. The founders did not build me to answer questions about Horcruxes and living anchors. They built me to fight. To protect. To give an heir the strength to stand against darkness. A pause. But I know this. You are not him. You have never been him. You carry a piece of his soul, but you are not defined by it. Your mother's love defines you. Your father's courage defines you. Your own choices define you. The piece of Voldemort inside you is a scar, nothing more. You are the flesh around it. You are the healing. Harry lowered the sword. His reflection rippled across its surface, tired, pale, but steady. The same boy who had faced the killing curse and refused to flinch. The same boy who had caught the snitch upside down and felt, for 10 minutes, completely free. He was still that boy. He was also something else now. How do I put you away? He thought. You do not put me away. You sheathe me. There is a difference. Then show me how to sheathe you. The sword dissolved into silver light. It flowed up his arm, across his chest, settling against his skin like a second heartbeat. The weight of it was familiar now, not burden, not obligation. Simply, presence. Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. The sword pulsed in acknowledgement. And the door at the top of the staircase opened. Dumbledore descended slowly. Not the theatrical entrance of a headmaster arriving to deliver a speech. This was the careful, measured movement of an old man who had felt a disturbance in his wards and come to investigate. His blue eyes swept the chamber. The stone. The lingering traces of dark magic. The sword-shaped emptiness in Harry's hand. I see, he said quietly, that you have been busy. Harry didn't answer. Dumbledore moved past him to examine the column of light. His fingers hovered over the stone's surface, not quite touching. Nicholas Flamel entrusted this to me nearly 600 years ago, he said. Not the stone itself, that came later. He entrusted me with the knowledge of its existence. The responsibility for its protection. He turned to face Harry. I have carried that responsibility for longer than most wizards live. And in all that time, I never imagined that its defense would fall to an 11-year-old boy. Neither did I, Harry said. No, I imagine not. Dumbledore's smile was faint. Life has a habit of surprising us. Often when we least expect it. Often when we are least prepared. He paused. Tell me what happened here. Harry told him. Not everything. He did not speak of the sword's awakening, of the visions of founders and sacrifices, of the chamber beneath his chamber that had waited 7 centuries for his arrival. But he told Dumbledore about Voldemort's appearance. About the Wraith's words. About his mother's protection and the curse that had shattered against his chest. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the headmaster was very still. "You drew the sword," he said. "Not in defense of yourself, in defense of the stone. In defense of Hogwarts." "Yes. And it responded to you." "Yes." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "The compact has not acknowledged an heir in 700 years, he said. "I had begun to believe it never would. That the founders' magic had faded beyond recovery. That the 3 who became nothing had done so in vain." He looked at Harry. "I was wrong." Harry didn't know what to say. "The sword you carry," Dumbledore continued, "is not merely a weapon. It is a key. It is the proof that the compact recognizes you as its rightful heir. And it is a promise, that as long as you wield it, the founders' magic will stand with you." He paused. "But it is also a burden. Perhaps the heaviest burden you will ever carry. Because the sword does not simply give you power. It asks you to use that power wisely. To choose when to draw it and when to sheath it. To know that every swing of its blade carries the weight of 7 centuries of waiting." His blue eyes met Harry's. "Are you prepared for that burden?" "No," Harry said. "But I don't think I have a choice." Dumbledore smiled. "That," he said, "is precisely the right answer." They spoke for another hour. Dumbledore explained the history of the Philosopher's Stone, its creation by Nicholas Flamel, its journey through centuries of alchemical refinement, its current role as both a source of immortality and a lure for those who sought to cheat death. He explained the protections he had placed around it. The 3-headed dog, the devil's snare, the keys, the chessboard, the logic puzzle, each defense designed not to kill, but to slow, to warn, to give him time to respond. He did not explain why he had placed the stone in a school full of children. Harry didn't ask. He already knew the answer. Because Voldemort would come here anyway, he thought. Because Hogwarts is where the war will be decided. Because Dumbledore would rather face his enemy on ground of his choosing than wait for the attack to come elsewhere. The sword pulsed in agreement. "He is not wrong," it said. "But he is not entirely right either." "What do you mean?" "The headmaster sees the stone as a trap. A bait to draw Voldemort into the open. He does not see that Voldemort is already here. That he has been here since September, hiding in the flesh of a frightened professor. And he does not see that the castle's true defender is not him. It is you." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "The stone isn't safe here," he said. "Voldemort will keep trying. Quirrell will keep trying. You can move it, reinforce the wards, add more protections, but he'll find a way through eventually." Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "What do you suggest?" "I don't know." Harry's voice was steady. "I'm 11 years old. I don't know anything about alchemy or Horcruxes or the best way to hide magical artifacts from Dark Lords." He paused. "But I know that hiding things hasn't worked. The stone was hidden and he found it. The sword was hidden and I found it. The chamber under my room was hidden and the founders wanted me to find it." He looked at Dumbledore. "Maybe the problem isn't the hiding. Maybe the problem is that we keep treating this like a game of secrets when Voldemort doesn't play by the same rules." Dumbledore was silent. "That," he finally said, "is the most perceptive observation anyone has made about this situation." He rose from where he had been sitting. "Nicholas Flamel and I have discussed the possibility of destroying the stone. It is not a simple process, the magic that created it is woven through with centuries of accumulated power. But it is possible." He looked at the stone. "And perhaps it is time." Harry watched the amber light pulse against Dumbledore's aged face. "When?" he asked. "Soon. Very soon." Dumbledore turned away from the stone. "But first, I must ensure that Voldemort cannot simply seek another path to immortality. The stone is not his only option. It is merely his most accessible one." He moved toward the staircase. "You should return to your chamber. Your friends will be worried." Harry hesitated. "Professor." Dumbledore paused. "My mother's protection. Voldemort said it was weakening. That every time I'm afraid or in pain, I use it up." He touched his scar. "Is that true?" Dumbledore was very still. "No," he said. "It is not true. Your mother's sacrifice created a bond between you and her blood. That bond is not a finite resource, it is a living magic. It grows stronger with love, with courage, with the choices you make to protect others rather than yourself. He turned to face Harry. It weakens when you despair. When you believe yourself alone. When you forget that there are people who love you and would die to keep you safe. His voice was very quiet. That is what Voldemort does not understand. Love is not a shield to be exhausted. It is a flame to be fed. And you, Harry, have more fuel than you know. He smiled. Your godfather. Your friends. The founders who chose you as their heir. The sword that answered your call. Even I, old and foolish as I am, have come to care for you more than I intended. He paused. That is not a weakness. That is the greatest strength you possess. He climbed the staircase and disappeared into the darkness above. Harry stood alone with the stone. It pulsed gently in its column of light, patient and eternal. Waiting for its creator to decide its fate. You should go. The sword said. Your friends are looking for you. How do you know? I can feel your concern for them. And through that concern, I can feel their presence. They are in the come and go room. They have been waiting for hours. Harry touched his chest. I don't know what to tell them. The truth, or as much of it as you are willing to share. The truth will scare them. Yes, but lies would scare them more. Harry looked at the stone one last time. Then he climbed the staircase and left it behind. The come and go room had transformed again. No library. No sitting room. No chess sets or tea tables. This was a waiting room, bare walls, hard chairs, a single window that showed nothing but gray. The kind of room designed for people who had nowhere else to go and nothing to do but wait. Hermione sat in one of the chairs, her fingers white-knuckled around a book she wasn't reading. Neville sat in another, his toad clutched in both hands. They looked up when Harry entered. You're alive, Hermione said. It was not a question. Yes, we felt something, Neville said quietly. The castle, it shook. Not physically. But something changed. Harry sat in the empty chair. Voldemort was here. In the castle. I stopped him. The words hung in the air. Stopped him how? Hermione's voice was carefully controlled. I don't know. The sword. My mother's protection. Both. Neither. He touched his chest. He's not fully back yet. He's still a wraith, still weak. He's using Quirrell as a host. And the stone? Hermione asked. Dumbledore is going to destroy it. Neville made a sound, relief, perhaps. Or grief. My gran always said the Philosopher's Stone was dangerous, he whispered. She said immortality wasn't meant for wizards. That Nicholas Flamel was a fool to create it. He looked at Harry. She also said that some things are worth dying for. That my parents knew that. That I should know it too. His voice was very steady. I think she was right. They sat in silence for a long time. The gray window showed nothing. The bare walls offered no comfort. But the chairs were solid, and the air was warm, and Harry was not alone. I should have told you, he said. About the sword. About the compact. About all of it. Yes, Hermione said. You should have. She set down her book. But I understand why you didn't. She paused. When I was 7 years old, I realized I was different from other children. I could do things they couldn't. Make things move without touching them. Change the color of my hair. Once, I accidentally turned my teacher's wig blue. She smiled faintly. My parents took me to doctors. Specialists. They thought something was wrong with me. And I couldn't tell them the truth, that I was magic. That the world was bigger and stranger than they could imagine. That I was leaving them for a place they would never see. She looked at Harry. So I understand keeping secrets. Not because you want to. Because the truth is too heavy to share. Harry was quiet. The sword chose me, he said. Not because I'm special or powerful or destined. Because I was there and it was waiting and the founders needed someone to carry it. He touched his chest. I don't know if I'm the right person. I don't know if I'll ever be ready for what it asks of me. But it's mine now. And I have to live with that. Neville shifted in his chair. You're not alone, he said. You know that, right? Whatever the sword asks. Whatever Voldemort does. Whatever comes next. He looked at Harry with those earnest, anxious eyes. We're here. We're not going anywhere. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he didn't say anything. And somehow, that was enough. The letter arrived. The next morning. Not Hedwig, Harry would have recognized her distinctive knock at the chamber window. This was a different owl, smaller and grayer, its feathers ruffled from a long flight. It perched on his bedpost and extended a leg with imperious impatience. The seal was unfamiliar. Not the Potter crest. Not the Black family star. Something else, a sword crossed with a quill, encircled by runes Harry didn't recognize. He broke the seal. Lord Black Potter, your recent acquisition has not gone unnoticed. The Sword of 7 Houses has not been drawn in 7 centuries. Its awakening has been felt by those of us who watch for such things. We do not know what this means. We do not know why the compact chose you, or what it expects you to do. But we know that the sword's return changes everything. Be careful, Lord Black Potter. There are those who will see your sword as a threat. Those who will seek to claim it for themselves. Those who will try to destroy you before you can become what the founders intended. And there are those who will want to help. If you need us, send word. The sword will show you how. The Grey Lady. Harry read the letter 3 times. The Grey Lady, he thought. She wrote this. She's been watching. Yes, the sword said. She has been waiting longer than any of us. Waiting for what? For you to prove yourself worthy of the truth. And have I. You drew me in defense of Hogwarts. You faced Voldemort and did not falter. You told your friends the truth, even when it was difficult. A pause. Yes, heir, you have proven yourself. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it in his trunk. What truth? He asked. What has she been waiting to tell me? That the 3 unknown founders did not simply erase themselves. They transformed. Their magic did not fade into the castle's foundations, it became something else. Something that has been watching and waiting for 7 centuries. And the Grey Lady knows where they are. The Grey Lady knows everything. Harry looked at the chamber's silver veins. At the 7 chairs. At the stars wheeling overhead. Then why hasn't she told me? He thought. Why wait? Because some truths cannot be spoken. They must be discovered. And discovery requires patience. I'm not patient. No. But you are learning. November settled over Hogwarts like a blanket. The days grew shorter. The corridors grew colder. Students huddled in common rooms and exchanged predictions about the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend and gossiped about which professors were secretly dating and whether the giant squid had finally found a mate. Harry attended classes, studied for exams, trained with Oliver Wood for the next Quidditch match, wrote letters to Sirius and received letters in return. Normal things. But beneath the normalcy, something had shifted. He felt the castle differently now. The stones recognized him, not just as a student, not just as Lord Black Potter. As something else. Something the founders had built and the compact had chosen and the sword had claimed. He walked through corridors and portraits bowed. He passed through doorways and torches flared brighter. He sat in the great hall and the enchanted ceiling arranged its constellations to mirror the stars above his chamber. The castle knows you, the sword said. It has always known you. It was simply waiting for you to know it back. Harry didn't know what that meant. But he felt it anyway. Quirrell avoided him. Not obviously, the professor still attended meals, still stammered through defense lessons, still smelled faintly of garlic and fear. But his eyes never met Harry's. His path never crossed Harry's in the corridors. His presence, such as it was, had become a carefully maintained absence. He's afraid, Harry thought. Voldemort is afraid. Yes, the sword agreed. You showed him that his curse cannot touch you. That you carry a weapon forged specifically to destroy creatures like him. That you are not the helpless infant he tried to murder 11 years ago. That would make anyone afraid. Even Dark Lords. Harry watched Quirrell pick at his porridge. What happens when he stops being afraid? He thought. When Voldemort finds another way around my mother's protection. Then you fight. And if I lose, then you lose. But you do not stop fighting. That is what it means to be the heir of the compact. That's not comforting. No, it is not meant to be. It is meant to be true. December arrived with snow and silence. The castle transformed, not the gaudy decorations of Halloween, but something quieter. Evergreen boughs in the corridors. Floating candles that burned with cold blue flame. The great hall's enchanted ceiling showing a sky thick with falling snow. Harry stood at the window of his chamber and watched the flakes drift past. His first Christmas at Hogwarts. His first Christmas anywhere that wasn't number 4, Privet Drive. Sirius had written to ask if he wanted to spend the holiday at Grimmauld Place. Remus had added a postscript about Creature's plans for a 12-course Christmas dinner. Even Dumbledore had mentioned, in passing, that students were welcome to remain at Hogwarts over the break. Harry hadn't decided yet. You are thinking about your parents, the sword said. Yes. What do you remember of them? Harry was quiet for a long time. Nothing, he said. I don't remember anything. Not their voices. Not their faces. Not the way they smelled or laughed or said my name. He pressed his palm against the cold glass. I have photographs. Sirius gave them to me. My mother holding me when I was a few hours old. My father tossing me in the air and catching me. Both of them at their wedding, looking at each other like no one else in the world existed. He paused. But they're just pictures. They don't move. They don't speak. They don't tell me who my parents actually were. And you want to know. I want to know everything. The sword was silent. Then you must ask, it finally said. Not the dead, they cannot answer. The living, your godfather, your father's friends, the people who loved them and remember them. They will tell you. Because you are ready to hear. Harry turned from the window. Write to Sirius, he said. Tell him I'm coming home for Christmas. Hedwig hooted softly and extended her leg. The train departed on the 20th. Harry sat in a compartment with Hermione, Neville, and, surprisingly, Ron Weasley, who had invited himself in with a casualness that bordered on territorial. You're sitting with us now, Ron announced. Everyone knows that. Everyone, Harry said. Well, everyone who matters. Ron settled into his seat and pulled out a pack of exploding snap. My mum sent me this. She says it's educational. Hermione raised an eyebrow. How is exploding snap educational? It teaches reflexes, and risk assessment, and how to not set your eyebrows on fire. Ron shuffled the cards. Very important life skills. The train carried them south through the fading afternoon. Snow fell past the windows. The landscape blurred from white to gray to the familiar sprawl of London's outskirts. Neville dozed with Trevor in his lap. Hermione annotated a text on advanced transfiguration theory. Ron won 3 rounds of exploding snap and lost 2. And Harry watched the world pass by and tried not to think about what awaited him at Grimmauld Place. Sirius was waiting on platform 9 3/4. Not alone, Remus stood beside him, his battered suitcase at his feet. And Creature, invisible to Muggle eyes but present nonetheless, his large eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on desperate. Welcome home, mister, he whispered. Harry stepped off the train. Sirius pulled him into a hug that lasted longer than was strictly necessary. You caught the snitch upside down, he said into Harry's hair. Your father would have lost his mind. I know, Harry said. You told me. In your letter. I'm telling you again. Sirius released him. Because it bears repeating. Remus's hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. You look well, he said. Tired. But well. I'm fine. Liar. Remus smiled. We'll talk about it over dinner. Harry looked at the 3 of them, Sirius with his too long hair and borrowed leather jacket, Remus with his careful movements and patient eyes, Creature with his trembling ears and barely contained devotion. They were waiting for him. They had always been waiting for him. Okay, Harry said. Let's go home. Grimmauld Place was warm. Not the oppressive warmth of the Dursleys' overheated sitting room. This was the warmth of a fire that had been burning for hours, of tea that had been brewed and rebrewed, of a house that had spent 3 months preparing for the return of its lord. Creature had outdone himself. The dining table groaned under the weight of dishes, roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, roasted potatoes, vegetables Harry couldn't identify and wasn't entirely sure were safe to eat. The silver was polished. The linens were pressed. The portrait of Walburga Black had been temporarily silenced with a combination of cushioning charms and what appeared to be several layers of thick velvet. She started screaming when Creature mentioned the mister was coming home, Sirius said. Remus had to improvise. It was either that or set her on fire, Remus said mildly. I chose the more diplomatic option. Harry sat at the table. Not the head, Sirius had tried to seat him there, and Harry had refused. Not the foot. Somewhere in the middle, between his godfather and his godfather's best friend, where the light from the chandelier caught his glasses and the steam from the food fogged his vision and everything felt almost, impossibly, normal. So, Sirius said, passing the potatoes. Tell us about Hogwarts. Harry told them. Not about the sword, not yet. Not about Voldemort's appearance in the chamber beneath the 3rd floor. But about Quidditch. About Hermione and Neville. About the room of requirement and the way it seemed to know exactly what people needed before they knew themselves. He told them about flying. I caught the snitch upside down, he said. Oliver Wood said it was the best catch he'd ever seen. Sirius's eyes were very bright. Yeah, he said. I bet it was. After dinner, Harry sat in Sirius's childhood bedroom and watched the London sky through the window. The city was quiet. Street lamps cast amber pools onto wet pavement. Somewhere, a car alarm wailed and fell silent. You wanted to ask about your parents. Sirius stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed against the corridor light. Harry nodded. Sirius crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. Your mother, he said, was the kindest person I ever met. Not soft. Lily Evans was never soft. She had a temper that could strip paint and a stubborn streak that drove your father absolutely mad. He smiled. But she was kind. Not because she wanted people to like her. Because she genuinely believed that everyone deserved kindness. Even people who didn't deserve it. Even people who had done nothing to earn it. He paused. Even me. Harry waited. I was a mess when I met your parents. Disowned. Homeless, sleeping on street corners and in all-night cafes. I'd convinced myself that I didn't need anyone, that I was better off alone, that the Black family could rot for all I cared. He looked at Harry. And then James found me. He didn't ask questions. Didn't demand explanations. He just brought me home. He smiled. Your mother made me dinner. Your father made me laugh. And for the first time in months, I felt like maybe I wasn't completely beyond saving. His voice was very quiet. That's who they were, Harry. Not heroes. Not legends. Just two people who were too stubborn to give up on the people they loved. He paused. And they loved you more than anything in the world. Harry didn't trust his voice. So he didn't speak. Sirius didn't seem to expect him to. They sat together in the darkness, watching London breathe, and did not speak of war or prophecy or the weight of ancient names. It was enough. Christmas Eve arrived at Grimmauld Place wrapped in grey London light and the smell of creatures determined baking. Harry woke before dawn, as he always did, and lay in Sirius's childhood bed staring at the ceiling. The room was different now. The Slytherin banners had been taken down, the dark furniture replaced with something lighter, warmer. But the bones remained. The bones remembered. You did not sleep well, the sword observed. I never sleep well. No. But tonight is worse than most. Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about his mother. Not the abstract concept of mother, the woman in the photographs, the name on the grave, the sacrifice that had saved his life and cost hers. He was thinking about the actual person. The girl who had grown up in a house that didn't understand her, who had discovered she was magic and never looked back, who had fallen in love with a reckless boy with messy hair and too much confidence. The girl who had looked at her infant son and chosen to die so he could live. That is not a choice, the sword said quietly. That is instinct. The same instinct that makes a wolf protect her cubs, a dragon guard her nest. Your mother did not choose to die, she chose for you to live. There is a difference. Is there? Yes. Choice implies alternatives. Your mother had none. Not because the magic required her death, because her love would not allow her to consider any other outcome. She could have run. No. She could have hidden. No. She could have given Voldemort what he wanted. Never. Harry closed his eyes. How do you know? He thought. You weren't there. You were still buried under Hogwarts, waiting for an heir who wouldn't be born for another decade. I know because I have watched 7 centuries of mothers protect their children. I know because the magic of sacrifice is woven into my very metal. I know because you carry her love in your blood, and I have felt it. A pause. Your mother would have died 1,000 deaths before she let Voldemort touch you. That is not poetry, heir. That is fact. Harry opened his eyes. The ceiling was still there. The grey light was still filtering through the curtains. The house was still breathing its ancient breath around him. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. Creature was in the kitchen. This was not unusual. Creature was always in the kitchen, or the pantry, or the dining room, or any of the other spaces he had claimed as his domain since Harry's departure for Hogwarts. What was unusual was the expression on his face. Not the grudging devotion Harry had grown accustomed to. Not the muttering resentment that had defined their early interactions. Joy. Pure, unfiltered, barely contained joy. The Mister is awake, Creature breathed. The Mister has come home for Christmas. Creature has prepared the Mister's breakfast. Creature has prepared the Mister's favorite breakfast. Harry had not known he had a favorite breakfast. Thank you, Creature, he said. Creature's ears turned pink. It is nothing, he muttered. Creature serves the House of Black. Creature does what is required. He placed a plate on the table. Eggs, bacon, toast, a small dish of baked beans arranged in the shape of a lion. Harry sat down. This looks wonderful, he said. Creature's ears turned a deeper shade of pink. Creature will prepare the Mister's trunk for the return journey, he announced. Creature will ensure that all of the Mister's belongings are properly organized and packed and protected from the depredations of inferior house elves at that so-called school. He snapped his fingers and disapparated. Harry stared at the lion-shaped beans. He loves you, the sword said. He loves the House of Black. I'm just the current representative. No, he loves you. The House of Black gave him purpose. You gave him something else. What? Hope. Harry picked up his fork. Sirius appeared an hour later, rumpled and yawning, his hair defying gravity in ways that would have impressed a professional magician. Creature said you were up, he mumbled, pouring coffee with the focused intensity of a man who had not yet achieved full consciousness. Something about lion beans. I didn't ask for clarification. He made me breakfast. He makes everyone breakfast. It's his love language. Sirius collapsed into a chair. What time is it? 7:30. That's not a real time. That's just a number. Harry watched Sirius add sugar to his coffee. 3 spoonfuls. 4. 5. You're going to give yourself a heart attack, he said. Probably. Sirius stirred his coffee with grim determination. But not today. Today I'm going to eat Creature's legendary Christmas Eve dinner and convince Remus to play Exploding Snap and pretend I'm not desperately waiting for you to ask me the questions I can see building behind your eyes. Harry was quiet. They're about your parents, Sirius said. Not the easy questions, I can see those on your face too, and I'll answer them, I promise. These are the hard ones. The ones you're not sure you're ready to hear. He set down his coffee. I'm ready, Harry said. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Your mother, he said finally, didn't trust me. Harry blinked. Not at first. James was her best friend, and I was James's best friend, so she tolerated me. But she didn't trust me. Sirius's voice was matter of fact. And she was right not to. I was reckless, arrogant, convinced that my family's darkness couldn't touch me because I'd rejected everything they stood for. I didn't understand that rejection isn't the same as healing. He paused. She saw that. She saw the parts of myself I was trying to bury. And she never stopped believing that I could be better than I was. His gray eyes met Harry's. That's who your mother was. Not a saint. Saints don't have tempers like Lily Evans had. Not a martyr, she didn't choose death because she wanted to die. She chose it because she wanted you to live. He smiled. She was the bravest person I ever knew. And I spent 7 years trying to be worthy of her friendship. Harry was very still. Did she know? He asked. That you were trying. Sirius was quiet for a long time. Yeah, he said finally. I think she did. Remus found them in the kitchen an hour later, still talking. He made no move to interrupt, simply poured his own coffee and settled into the chair beside Sirius with the ease of long practice. His presence was quiet, undemanding, a steady warmth at the edge of Harry's awareness. She would have been proud of you, Remus said quietly. Harry looked at him. Your mother. She would have been proud of the person you're becoming. How do you know? Because I knew her. And because I know you. Remus's voice was gentle. You have her eyes. Her stubbornness. Her refusal to give up on people who don't deserve your faith. He paused. And you have her capacity for love. That's the rarest gift of all. Harry didn't trust his voice. So he didn't speak. Remus didn't seem to expect him to. The morning passed in a blur of small tasks and quiet conversations. Harry helped Creature prepare vegetables for the Christmas Eve dinner, a process that involved 17 specific instructions, 3 incantations Harry had never heard of, and a lecture on the proper way to season a roast that lasted nearly an hour. Sirius and Remus argued about the best strategy for exploding Snap. The portrait of Walburga Black made muffled sounds of outrage beneath her velvet shroud. Normal things. But beneath the normalcy, something was building. Harry felt it in the way Sirius's eyes kept flickering to him when he thought Harry wasn't looking. In the way Remus's hands trembled slightly as he shuffled the cards. In the way Creature's muttering had shifted from complaints about inferior educational establishments to anxious repetitions of the Mister must be careful, the Mister must not trust. Creature, Harry said. The house elf froze. The Mr. Nose creature should not speak of. What shouldn't you speak of? Creature's large eyes were very bright. The locket, he whispered. Creature cannot. The Mister's mother, the Mister's brother, they commanded Creature not to. I'm Lord Black now. Harry's voice was quiet. Their commands don't apply anymore. Creature trembled. The locket, Harry said again. Where is it? Creature does not know. Creature was not told. The headmaster, he took it. He said it was safer hidden where no one could find it. Did he destroy it? Creature shook his head. He said he could not. He said the magic was too strong. He said, the house elf's voice cracked. He said it would have to wait. Wait for what? For the right moment. The right wizard. The right. Creature's eyes met Harry's. Heir. The word hung between them. Dumbledore, Harry thought. Dumbledore knew about the locket. Dumbledore has always known. Yes, the sword said. And he has been waiting for you. Harry stood. Where's Sirius? He asked. Creature's ears drooped. The Mister's godfather is in the drawing room. He is. The house elf hesitated. He is looking at photographs. He does this when he is remembering. Harry found Sirius in the drawing room. Not the formal space where Walburga Black had once held court. This was a smaller room, tucked away at the back of the house, filled with comfortable furniture and the smell of old paper. Sirius sat on the floor, surrounded by photographs. Not the moving kind. Muggle photographs. Static, silent, frozen in moments of joy that would never move again. Sirius looked up. Your dad hated Muggle cameras, he said. Said they stole your soul. Your mom bought him one for his 17th birthday anyway. He held up a photograph. James and Lily Potter stood in front of the Hogwarts Express, their arms around each other, their faces young and foolish and so desperately in love. She told him it was for posterity, Sirius continued. He said the only posterity he cared about was the kind that laughed at his jokes and inherited his hair. He smiled. She hexed him for that. He spent the rest of the day with Antlers. Harry sat beside him. Creature told me about the locket, he said. Sirius's smile faded. He shouldn't have. He's my house elf now. He answers to me. Harry paused. And I needed to know. Sirius was very still. Did Dumbledore tell you where it is? Harry asked. No. Sirius's voice was rough. He said it was better if I didn't know. Better if no one knew. He said the locket's magic was too dangerous to risk anyone trying to destroy it before they had the means. And you believed him. I didn't have a choice. Sirius turned the photograph in his hands. I was in Azkaban, Harry. I spent 12 years surrounded by Dementors, reliving my worst memories every moment of every day. By the time I escaped, the locket had been hidden for over a decade. He looked up. What was I supposed to do? Spend the rest of my life searching for something Dumbledore had spent years trying to hide. Something that might not even exist anymore. Would you have? Harry asked. If you could have. Sirius was quiet. Yes, he said. I would have searched until I found it. Because that's what Regulus died trying to destroy. And I owe him more than 40 years of silence. He paused. But I also owed you. You were 11 months old when your parents died. You had no one. And I was supposed to be your godfather. I was supposed to protect you. His voice broke. I couldn't protect you from Azkaban. I couldn't protect you from the Dursleys. The least I could do was not abandon you to chase a ghost. Harry didn't know what to say. So he sat beside Sirius in the silence and let the photographs watch over them. Christmas Eve dinner was a subdued affair. Creature had outdone himself, course after course of elaborate dishes, each one more perfect than the last. But the joy that had animated him that morning was gone, replaced by anxious silence and trembling hands. Sirius ate mechanically. Remus made quiet observations about the food. And Harry sat at the center of it all, carrying the weight of a question he didn't know how to ask. The locket is a Horcrux, the sword said. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Dumbledore has been hiding it for more than a decade, waiting for someone who could destroy it. Waiting for me. Yes. Why didn't he tell me? Perhaps he was waiting for you to ask. Harry set down his fork. I need to go back to Hogwarts, he said. Sirius looked up. Harry, I know what Dumbledore's been hiding. I know about the locket. I know he's been waiting for me too. He stopped. I don't know what he's been waiting for me to do. But I can't find out sitting here. You're 11 years old. Sirius's voice was careful. You don't have to solve everything right now. I know. But the locket isn't going to wait. Voldemort isn't going to wait. And Dumbledore, Harry paused. Dumbledore is waiting for me to become something I don't understand yet. He looked at Sirius. But I can't become it by hiding. Sirius was very still. Your father, he said slowly, used to say that courage wasn't about not being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the thing anyway. He smiled. He also used to say that he learned that from your mother. Harry didn't smile back. I'm not trying to be courageous, he said. I'm trying to be prepared. That's the same thing, Remus said quietly. Courage isn't a feeling, Harry. It's a choice. And you've been making that choice every day since you arrived at Hogwarts. He paused. You'll keep making it, because that's who you are. Harry looked at his plate. I don't know who I am, he said. I know who everyone expects me to be. The boy who lived, Lord Black Potter, the heir of the compact. He touched his chest. But that's not me. That's just what they see. Then who are you? Remus asked. Harry thought about it. I'm the boy who caught the snitch upside down, he said. I'm the boy who makes rooms appear so his friends feel less alone. I'm the boy who writes letters to his godfather and reads them 3 times before sending them. He paused. I'm the boy who's afraid of disappointing everyone who believes in him. Sirius reached across the table and took Harry's hand. That's not disappointment, he said. That's love. And love is never a burden. He squeezed Harry's fingers. Not when it's real. After dinner, Harry sat alone in Sirius's bedroom. The photographs were spread across the bed. His parents, Sirius and Remus, the marauders in various states of undignified celebration. Frozen moments of joy that had been waiting decades for someone to remember them. You are going to ask Dumbledore about the locket, the sword said. Yes. You are going to demand answers. Yes. And if he refuses, then I find another way. The sword was quiet. You are angry, it said. At Dumbledore. At Sirius. At everyone who has been keeping secrets from you. Yes. But also at yourself. For not asking sooner. For accepting partial answers and careful silences. For believing that you had to wait until you were older to understand the world you were born into. Harry didn't answer. That anger is not weakness, the sword said. It is recognition. You see now that waiting does not protect you, it only delays the inevitable. And the inevitable is, you face Voldemort, you destroy the Horcruxes, you fulfill the prophecy, or you choose not to. That is also an option. Harry looked at his reflection in the dark window. Can I choose not to? He asked aloud. Yes, the sword said. You can walk away. You can refuse the compact. You can live your life as Harry Potter, ordinary wizard, and let someone else carry the burden of the prophecy. But you won't. Because you are not that person. And you never have been. Christmas morning. Harry woke to the smell of roasting turkey and the sound of Sirius and Remus arguing about the correct way to unwrap presents. You're supposed to savor it, not just rip into everything like a starving hippogriff. I am savoring it. This is how I savor. This is how you savage. There's a difference. Harry lay in bed and listened to them bicker. Normal. Ordinary. Perfect. This is what your parents wanted for you, the sword said. This is what they died to give you. I know. Then do not waste it. Harry got out of bed. The presents were modest. Sirius gave him a new broomstick servicing kit and a book on advanced Quidditch techniques. Remus gave him a rare text on defensive magic and a jumper that was, he admitted, a little large in the shoulders. Creature gave him a set of silver cufflinks engraved with the Black family crest and a look of such desperate hope that Harry immediately put them on. And Harry gave them gifts in return. For Sirius, a photograph of himself at the Quidditch match, caught mid-dive, the snitch visible as a golden blur in his outstretched hand. For Remus, a first edition of a book on magical creatures that Hermione had helped him track down through the Hogwarts library. For Creature, a new tea set, because the old one had a crack in the pot and Creature would never replace it himself. Creature does not deserve, the house elf whispered. Yes, you do, Harry said. You've always deserved it. You just forgot. Creature burst into tears. Sirius pretended not to notice. Remus handed him a handkerchief. And Harry sat in the middle of his impossible, broken, healing family and thought that this ordinary morning, this quiet joy, this moment of being loved and loving in return, was worth any price the future might demand. The train back to Hogwarts departed on the 28th. Harry stood on platform. 9 3/4, his trunk at his feet, Hedwig's cage warm in his hands. Sirius and Remus stood before him, their faces carefully composed. You write every week, Sirius said. More than once a week. Twice a week. 3 times. I'll write every day, Harry said. Good. Sirius pulled him into a hug. And you eat properly. And you sleep enough. And you don't do anything recklessly heroic without consulting us first. No promises. I didn't think so. Sirius released him. But I had to try. Remus's hand rested briefly on Harry's shoulder. Trust your instincts, he said. They're better than you know. Harry nodded. The whistle blew. He climbed aboard the train. The compartment was empty when he found it. Harry settled into his seat, Hedwig's cage beside him, his trunk in the luggage rack. The train began to move. London slid past the window. Gray buildings. Gray sky. Gray platform with 2 figures growing smaller and smaller until they disappeared entirely. Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. You will see them again, the sword said. Soon. I know. Then why does it feel like goodbye? Harry was quiet. Because it always does, he said. Every time I leave somewhere. Every time I say goodbye. Every time I let myself care about people. He paused. It always feels like the last time. And is that true? No. But it feels like it should be. Why? Harry thought about it. Because the Dursleys taught me that good things don't last. That love is conditional. That eventually, everyone leaves. He looked out the window. I know it's not true. I know Sirius and Remus aren't going to abandon me. But knowing and believing are different things. Yes, the sword said. They are. But belief can be learned. The same way you learn to fly. The same way you learn to draw me. One moment at a time. The train carried him north through the fading afternoon. Hogwarts rose against the winter sky. Harry stood at the window of his compartment and watched the castle grow larger with each passing moment. Its towers reached toward the clouds. Its windows blazed with warm golden light. Its walls held 7 centuries of memory and magic and the accumulated sacrifice of 3 founders who had given everything so children could be safe. You are home, the sword said. Yes, Harry thought. I am. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. The common room, his common room, the chamber of 7 chairs, welcomed him with silver light and patient silence. Harry set down his trunk. Hedwig flew to her perch. The stars wheeled overhead in constellations that shifted when he looked directly at them. He sat in the largest chair. The sword pulsed against his chest. What now? It asked. Harry touched his scar. Now, he said, I asked Dumbledore the questions I should have asked months ago. He stood. And I don't leave until I get answers. The stone gargoyle stood guard before the headmaster's office. Sherbet lemon, Harry said. The gargoyle sprang aside. The spiral staircase rose to meet him. Dumbledore was waiting. His office was exactly as Harry remembered, cluttered, comfortable, filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of sleeping headmasters. Fawkes preened his golden feathers on his perch. The pensieve sat on the desk, its contents swirling in slow, patient circles. I wondered when you would come, Dumbledore said. His blue eyes met Harry's. I wondered when you would start asking the right questions. Harry stood before the desk. I know about the locket, he said. Regulus Black died trying to destroy it. Creature brought it back. You took it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes. You hid it. Yes. You didn't destroy it. No. Why? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Because I could not, he said. Because the magic required to destroy a Horcrux is rare and dangerous. Because I spent years searching for the means to do so and found only dead ends and false hopes. He paused. Because I was afraid. Harry waited. I was afraid, Dumbledore continued, that if I failed, if I attempted to destroy the locket and merely damaged it, or released the soul fragment within, or alerted Voldemort to my efforts, the consequences would be catastrophic. His voice was very quiet. I was afraid of making the wrong choice. So I made no choice at all. He looked at Harry. And I have carried that failure for 11 years. Harry didn't speak. Regulus Black was braver than I, Dumbledore said. He walked into that cave knowing he would not walk out. He faced Voldemort's defenses and Voldemort's magic and Voldemort's monstrous cruelty. And he did it because it was right. He smiled. He did not wait for certainty. He did not wait for permission. He did not wait until he was older, wiser, more prepared. His eyes met Harry's. He simply acted. Harry's scar pulsed. "You've been waiting for me," he said. "All this time. You've been waiting for me to become what Regulus was. What my parents were. What the founders expected." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I have. And now I am watching you become it. Not because I shaped you, I have never had that power. Because you chose it. Because every day, in small ways and large, you decide to be the person the prophecy demands." He paused. "And every day, you also decide to be more than that." Harry touched his chest. "The sword," he said. "The compact. The founders' magic. You knew it was there. You knew it was waiting for me." "I suspected." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "I did not know. The founders' secrets were not mine to discover. They were yours." He leaned forward. "And you discovered them. You claimed the sword. You woke the compact. You became what Hogwarts has been waiting 7 centuries to find." His eyes held something that might have been wonder. "You did that, Harry. Not me. Not the prophecy. Not the weight of your names. You." Harry was very still. "Where is the locket?" he asked. Dumbledore's expression shifted. "I cannot tell you that." "Why not?" "Because the magic protecting it is keyed to the Horcrux itself. If I speak its location aloud, if I write it down, if I reveal it through any means, Voldemort will know." He paused. "And he will retrieve it before anyone else can reach it." Harry's hands clenched. "Then how am I supposed to find it?" "You already know how." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "The same way you found the sword. The same way you found the chamber. The same way you find the snitch when you cannot see it." He met Harry's eyes. "You feel it. And you follow the feeling." Harry touched his chest. The sword pulsed. "He's right," it said. "The Horcrux calls to you. Not directly, the connection is not that strong. But you are linked to Voldemort's soul. You will recognize its echo. And if I follow it and find nothing, then you try again, and again, and again." That's what Dumbledore did. For 11 years. Yes. And he never found it. No. But Dumbledore does not carry a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. Dumbledore does not share Voldemort's magic. Dumbledore does not dream Voldemort's dreams. A pause. "You do. That is not a gift. It's a curse. It is both. Most powerful magic is." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "I'll find it," he said. "The locket. I'll find it and I'll destroy it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I believe you will," he said. "But not tonight. Not this week. Perhaps not this year." He smiled. "You are 11 years old, Harry. You have time." Harry didn't answer. He wasn't sure that was true. He returned to his chamber and sat in the largest chair, watching the stars wheel overhead. The sword pulsed with quiet patience. "You are thinking about the locket," it said. "Yes. You are thinking about how to find it." "Yes. And you are thinking about what you will do when you do." Harry touched his scar. "I'm thinking about what I'll become," he said. "If I spend my life hunting Voldemort's Horcruxes. If I let the prophecy define me. If I become the person everyone expects me to be." He paused. "What if there's nothing left of me at the end?" The sword was silent. "That," it finally said, "is the right question. And the answer, I do not know. But I know that you are asking it. That you are afraid of losing yourself. That you are determined not to. That is more than most wizards ever manage." Harry looked at his reflection in the polished table. Same scar. Same glasses. Same messy hair. But the eyes were different now. They had been winter. Then something between winter and spring. Now they were something else entirely. They were his mother's eyes. And they were not afraid. January arrived at Hogwarts wrapped in frost and silence. The castle settled into the deep cold of a Scottish winter, stone walls that retained chill-like memory, windows that grew cataracts of ice, corridors where breath materialized in small white clouds and lingered before fading. Students hurried between classes with scarves wrapped to their chins and hands buried deep in robe pockets. Harry stood at the window of his chamber and watched snow accumulate on the sill. The sword was quiet. It had been quiet for 3 days, not the silence of absence, but the silence of waiting. Of patience. Of knowing that its heir was processing something too large to rush. "You have not slept," it said finally. "No. You have not eaten. I'm not hungry. You have not spoken to your friends." Harry didn't answer. "Heir." The sword's voice was gentle. "You cannot carry this alone. I've carried everything alone my entire life." Harry's voice was flat. The Dursleys. The cupboard. The scar. The prophecy. That does not mean you must continue to do so. Harry turned from the window. The chamber was empty, 7 chairs, silver veins, stars wheeling in patterns that made his eyes ache if he looked too long. No Hermione. No Neville. No one to witness the weight he was trying to pretend he wasn't carrying. You are afraid, the sword said. Yes. Of what? Harry touched his scar. Of finding the locket. Of destroying it. Of what happens to me when I do. He paused. Of what happens if I can't. Those are reasonable fears. That doesn't make them easier to carry. No. But naming them is the first step toward releasing them. Harry was quiet. I need to tell them, he said. Hermione and Neville. About the locket. About the Horcruxes. About Voldemort's soul living in my forehead. Yes. They'll be afraid. Yes. They might not want to be my friend anymore. That is possible. Harry's chest tightened. But they deserve to know. His voice was barely audible. They deserve to choose whether they want to carry this with me. Yes, the sword said. They do. Harry took a breath. Then I need to stop being a coward and tell them. That, the sword said, is the bravest thing you have said all day. He found them in the room of requirement. Not the library version, not the sitting room version, something new. The walls were pale gray, the floor dark wood, the furniture simple and functional. A fire burned in a marble hearth. Tea steamed on a low table. Hermione sat in one chair, Neville in another. They had been waiting for him. You disappeared, Hermione said. After Christmas. You didn't come to meals. You didn't answer our notes. Her voice was carefully controlled. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry. We were worried. Neville's voice was quieter. Hermione thought you were sick. I thought you were avoiding us. Neither. Both. Harry sat in the empty chair. I was processing. Processing what? Hermione's eyes were sharp. Harry looked at the fire. I need to tell you something, he said. Something I should have told you months ago. Something that might make you not want to be my friend anymore. Neville shifted in his chair. Hermione's expression didn't change. I'm not going to stop being your friend, Neville said quietly. Whatever it is. You don't know that. I know you. Neville's voice was steady. I know you're brave and stubborn and terrible at asking for help. I know you make rooms appear so your friends feel less alone. I know you carry things you shouldn't have to carry and pretend they don't weigh anything. He paused. And I know that whatever you're about to tell me, you've been carrying it alone for too long. Harry looked at him, looked at Hermione. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar, he said. The fire crackled. That's how I survived the killing curse. The curse rebounded and hit him instead of me, but a piece of his soul broke off and attached itself to the only living thing it could find. His voice was steady. Me. Hermione was very still. That's. She stopped. Started again. That's not possible. Horcruxes require an intricate ritual. Intentional murder. Deliberate splitting of the soul. You can't just. The killing curse rebounding wouldn't. It wasn't a Horcrux. Not intentionally. Dumbledore called it a living anchor. Voldemort didn't mean to create it. It just happened. Harry touched his scar, and it's been there ever since. Every time I feel his emotions. Every time my scar burns. Every time he gets angry or triumphant or murderously furious. He looked at Hermione. That's why. Not because I'm special. Not because I'm connected to him through prophecy or destiny. Because a piece of his soul is stuck to my forehead. Silence. Neville's face had gone pale. His hands were gripping the arms of his chair so tightly his knuckles were white. Does it hurt? He whispered. Having it there. Does it hurt? Harry thought about it. Sometimes. When he's particularly angry. When he's near. When he's thinking about me. He paused. Most of the time, it's just, there. Like a scar. Like a reminder. Neville nodded slowly. My gran says Bellatrix Lestrange used to laugh while she tortured people. She said the Cruciatus curse was Bellatrix's favorite. That she'd hold it longer than necessary, just to hear them scream. His voice was very quiet. She laughed while she tortured my parents. While she destroyed their minds. While she took everything they were and left nothing but bodies that breathe and eat and stare at walls. He looked at Harry. And then she went to Azkaban and spent 12 years feeding on her own happy memories. 12 years of laughing at what she'd done. 12 years of never once regretting it. His hands stopped shaking. You didn't choose to have that thing in your head. You didn't murder anyone or split your soul or laugh while other people suffered. He leaned forward. You're not him. You've never been him. And you never will be. Harry didn't trust his voice. So he didn't speak. Hermione's eyes were very bright. We need to tell Dumbledore, she said. If there's a piece of Voldemort's soul in your scar, he needs to know. He might be able to remove it. He already knows. He knows and he hasn't done anything. He said the magic is too complex. That removing it could kill me. That we have to wait until we understand it better. Hermione's expression shifted, shock, then anger, then something that looked almost like grief. He's been keeping secrets from you. From all of us. About the stone, about the locket, she stopped. About what's inside you. Yes. And you trust him anyway. Harry was quiet. I trust that he's trying to do the right thing, he said. I don't always trust that he knows what the right thing is. Hermione nodded slowly. That's actually very mature. My godfather says maturity is just learning to distrust authority figures in more sophisticated ways. Sirius sounds like a sensible man. He's a mess. Most sensible people are. Neville smiled, small, tentative, but genuine. So, he said, piece of Dark Lord's soul in your head. Ancient magical sword fused to your chest. Prophecy that says you're destined to fight each other until one of you dies. He paused. Anything else you've been keeping from us? Harry thought about the Horcruxes. The locket. The cave where Regulus died. The 3 unknown founders who had become the Compact and waited 7 centuries for an heir. Not today, he said. Good. Neville picked up his tea. Because I don't think I can handle any more revelations before breakfast. The weeks that followed were not normal. But they were something close to it. Harry attended classes. Studied for exams. Trained with Oliver Wood for the next Quidditch match. Wrote letters to Sirius and received letters in return. Normal things. But beneath the normalcy, something had shifted. He no longer pretended that the piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar was something he could ignore. It was there, always, a constant presence at the edge of his awareness. Not painful, not usually. Just present. You are thinking about it again, the sword said. I'm always thinking about it. That is exhausting. Yes, you should rest. I don't know how. The sword was quiet. Neither do I, it finally said. But perhaps your friends can teach you. Hermione taught him that knowledge was a form of control. The more she learned about Horcruxes, the calmer she became. She devoured every text in the restricted section that touched on soul magic, cross-referenced every historical account of magical possession, compiled notes that grew from pages to folders to an entire expandable file cabinet she somehow convinced the room of requirement to provide. The more we understand, she said, not looking up from Secrets of the Darkest Art, the less power it has over us. Secrets of the Darkest Art is banned, Harry said. This is a restricted copy. Professor Flitwick keeps it in his personal collection. I convinced him that my research on defensive countermeasures required primary source material. You convinced him. I may have implied that Professor Snape had recommended it. Hermione turned a page. Flitwick and Snape have been rivals since 1971. He didn't question it. Harry stared at her. What? Hermione said. It's research. Neville taught him that fear and courage were not opposites. My grand says courage isn't about not being afraid, Neville said one evening in the room of requirement. It's about being afraid and doing the thing anyway. He was repotting a fanged geranium that had somehow escaped the greenhouses. His hands moved with practiced ease, avoiding the snapping jaws with the automatic precision of long experience. I've been afraid my entire life, he continued. Afraid of disappointing my gran. Afraid of not living up to my parents' legacy. Afraid that everyone will eventually realize I'm not brave enough or smart enough or good enough. He settled the plant into its new pot. But I keep showing up anyway. Because what's the alternative? Hiding. Pretending I don't exist. He looked at Harry. That's not living. That's just waiting to die. Harry was quiet. How do you do it? He asked. Keep showing up. Even when you're terrified. Neville thought about it. I don't know, he said. I just do. He paused. Maybe that's the secret. There's no magic trick. No special spell. You just decide, over and over again, that being afraid isn't a good enough reason to stop trying. He smiled. And eventually, it becomes a habit. Ron taught him that some friendships didn't need grand declarations. They just happened. Quidditch practice is at 6, Ron said, sliding into the seat beside Harry at breakfast. Wood wants to run through the new formation before the Ravenclaw match. I know. Good. Ron grabbed a piece of toast. Also, Hermione told me about the soul thing. Harry froze. Not the details, Ron said quickly. Just, that there's a thing, in your head, that makes your scar hurt. He chewed his toast. That's rubbish, he said. Having to carry that around. Yes, but you're dealing with it. I'm trying to. Good. Ron reached for the marmalade. That's what matters. He didn't ask questions. He didn't demand explanations. He didn't treat Harry differently. No careful silences, no pitying glances, no sudden shifts in conversation when Harry entered a room. He just stayed. And somehow, that was exactly what Harry needed. February arrived with rain and wind and the looming threat of exams. Harry sat in the library, surrounded by towering stacks of textbooks, trying to memorize the properties of Moonstone for Snape's upcoming potions assessment. Hermione was across the table, annotating advanced potion making with the focused intensity of a scholar preparing for academic combat. Neville was next to her, slowly and methodically working through a herbology practical guide. Ron was asleep. His head rested on an open copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, his snores occasionally startling nearby students. Should we wake him? Harry asked. Absolutely not, Hermione said without looking up. He's quieter when he's unconscious. Harry returned to his textbook. Moonstone. Associated with the moon. Used in potions related to dreams, divination, and mental clarity. Should be harvested under a full moon, preferably by someone who has never told a lie. You are not memorizing, the sword observed. I'm trying to. You are thinking about the locket. Harry's quill paused. Yes. You have not felt it yet. The echo. No. Then why are you thinking about it now? Harry looked at his friends, Hermione's fierce concentration, Neville's patient determination, Ron's oblivious slumber. Because I don't know how to be both, he thought. The person who hunts Horcruxes and the person who studies for exams and plays Quidditch and has friends who care about him. Those are not separate people, the sword said. They are the same person, in different moments. It doesn't feel that way. No. Integration is difficult, but necessary. Why? Because if you fragment yourself, if you become one person when you hunt and another when you live, you will eventually lose track of which one is real. A pause. And that is how Dark Lords are made. Harry set down his quill. Let's take a break, he said. Hermione looked up. We've only been studying for 3 hours. My brain is full. You can't just stop when your brain is full. You have to push through. That's how knowledge is consolidated. My brain is actively leaking information. I think I forgot how to spell my own name. Hermione sighed. Fine. 20 minutes. She closed her book. But we're coming back to the Moonstone properties. You still can't explain why sopiferous beans need to be crushed with a silver dagger instead of pressed. I don't think anyone can explain that. It's the enzymes, Ron mumbled without opening his eyes. Pressing releases enzymes that compromise the binding agent. Hermione stared at him. You've been asleep for 45 minutes. Sleep learning. Mum swears by it. Ron opened one eye. Is there food? The Ravenclaw Quidditch match was scheduled for February 14th. Harry tried not to think about the irony. Valentine's Day, Ron said darkly. The most dangerous day of the year. Because of the match. Because of the cards. Ron shuddered. Last year, Fred and George hexed about 100 of them to shout embarrassing secrets whenever they were opened. Colin Creevy's card announced to the entire Great Hall that he still slept with his baby blanket. That's terrible. That's the Weasley twins. Ron's expression was mournful. I'm related to them. By blood. It's a constant source of shame. Harry didn't receive any Valentine's cards. He received a letter from Sirius, which contained a detailed account of Creature's latest attempt to reorganize the Black family library and a brief postscript that said, your father once charmed your mother's breakfast eggs to say, I love you, in 17 different languages. She was so embarrassed she didn't speak to him for a week. He wrote it in the margin of his Transfiguration notes, Sirius had added. He was very proud of himself. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it in his trunk. The match was brutal. Ravenclaw's seeker was a 6th year named Cho Chong, and she was fast. Harry spent the first 20 minutes chasing shadows, his eyes scanning the gray sky for any flicker of gold. Oliver's voice echoed across the pitch, concentrate, Potter Black. Harry concentrated. The snitch was there. He could feel it, not see it, not yet, but feel it. A presence at the edge of his awareness, teasing, elusive. Stop chasing, the sword said. Let it come to you. It won't come to me. It's a snitch. It is magic. And magic responds to intent. Harry stopped chasing. He hovered in the center of the pitch, his broom steady, his eyes half closed. The wind whipped his robes. The crowd roared. Oliver was probably having a heart attack. And the snitch appeared, not at the edge of his vision, directly in front of him, hovering at eye level, its golden wings beating slowly. Harry reached out. His fingers closed around it. And the roar of the crowd became a tsunami. That was insane. Ron was practically climbing over the barrier to reach him. You didn't even move. I moved, Harry said. I just didn't go anywhere. That doesn't make sense. Quidditch never makes sense. Ron's face was flushed with excitement. That's why it's brilliant. Hermione was waiting at the edge of the pitch, her arms crossed, her expression carefully neutral. You caught the snitch, she said. Yes. Without moving. I moved a little. That's not how Quidditch is supposed to work. Tell that to the snitch. Hermione's mouth twitched. Fine, she said. Congratulations. She almost smiled. That night, Harry sat alone in his chamber and watched the stars wheel overhead. His scar was quiet. The sword was patient. The locket was still hidden somewhere in the world, waiting for him to find it. He touched the rings beneath his shirt. You are thinking about your parents again, the sword said. Always, Harry thought. Every time I fly. Every time I catch the snitch. Every time I do something they would have been proud of. That is not a burden. That is memory. It feels like both. Yes. Because they are not here to share it with you. Harry was quiet. I don't remember them, he thought. Not really. I have photographs and stories and letters Sirius saved. But I don't remember their voices or their faces or the way they said my name. They are gone. And I am here. And I don't know how to carry that. The sword was silent for a long time. You carry it the same way you carry everything else, it finally said. One day at a time. That's not an answer. No. But it is the truth. Harry lay back in the chair and closed his eyes. The truth isn't always enough, he thought. No, the sword agreed. But it is always the place you must start. February bled into March. The days grew longer. The snow melted. The castle shook off its winter hibernation and began to stir with the restless energy of approaching spring. Harry attended classes, studied for exams, trained for Quidditch, wrote letters to Sirius and received letters in return. Normal things. But beneath the normalcy, the search continued. Every night, after his friends had gone to their common rooms and the castle had settled into its nocturnal silence, Harry reached out with the strange, fragmented senses that connected him to Voldemort's soul. He felt nothing. No echo. No resonance. No flicker of recognition from the locket that Regulus had died trying to destroy. It's hidden too well, he thought. Dumbledore's protections are too strong. Or, the sword said, you are not reaching deeply enough. What does that mean? The connection between you and Voldemort is not one way. He can feel your emotions. Your fear. Your pain. And I can feel his. Yes. But you have been blocking that feeling. Protecting yourself from it. Because it hurts. Yes. But pain is also information. And information is what you need to find the locket. Harry was quiet. You want me to stop blocking Voldemort, he thought. To open myself to his emotions. His thoughts. His presence. I want you to consider that the connection is a tool. Not a curse. Not a burden. A tool. And tools can be used. Yes. Harry touched his scar. What if I open myself and can't close it again? He thought. What if I let him in and he never leaves? The sword was silent. That is the risk, it finally said. But it is also the choice. You do not have to make it today. Or tomorrow. Or this year. But eventually, you will have to make it. Because the locket is waiting. And Voldemort is waiting. And the war is waiting. And you cannot hide from any of them forever. March 15th. 3 months since Harry had faced Voldemort in the chamber beneath the 3rd floor. 2 months since Dumbledore had admitted the truth about the locket. 1 month since Harry had told his friends about the piece of soul in his scar. He stood at the window of his chamber and watched the sun set over the forbidden forest. The sword pulsed against his chest. You have made a decision, it said. Yes. You are going to open the connection. Yes. You are afraid. Yes. But you are doing it anyway. Harry didn't answer. He touched his scar. And he stopped blocking. The darkness hit him like drowning. Voldemort's emotions were not human, they were too sharp, too cold, too utterly without the warmth that made human feeling recognizable. Rage, hunger, impatience, the desperate, gnawing need to reclaim what he had lost. And beneath it all, the constant, pulsing awareness of him. Harry Potter. The boy who had survived. The boy who had defeated him. The boy who carried his mark and his magic and his future destruction in the shape of an 11-year-old child. You, Voldemort's voice whispered. You were reaching for me. Harry didn't answer. Why? The voice was curious now. Why would you open yourself to my presence? Because I need to find something, Harry thought. Something you hid. Something you forgot. The locket. Yes. Voldemort laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You think you can find it? He hissed. You think you can destroy what I have built? Yes. You are a child. I know. You carry my soul in your scar. Every moment it is there, I grow stronger. Every moment you use our connection, I see deeper into your mind. I know. And still you reach for me. Yes. Silence. You are either very brave, Voldemort said, or very foolish. I don't think those are opposites, Harry thought. Another silence. The locket is hidden, Voldemort said. Hidden where even I cannot find it. Dumbledore's magic is effective. But you know where it was. Before Dumbledore moved it. Yes. Show me. Why should I? Because you want me to find it. Harry's thought was steady. You want me to try to destroy it. You want me to fail. And when I fail, you'll know exactly where it is. Voldemort was very quiet. You are more dangerous than I anticipated, he said. Not because of your power, you have very little. Not because of your allies, they are children and broken men. But because you understand. You understand how I think. You understand what I want. You understand that I cannot resist the opportunity to watch you fail. He paused. Very well, Harry Potter. I will show you. The vision hit Harry like a wave. A house. Not Grimmauld Place, older, grander, crumbling with neglect. Black family crest above the door. Tapestries of pureblood lineage lining the walls. A locket, cold and pulsing with dark magic, hidden behind a panel in a drawing room that smelled of dust and decay. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry thought. It was always there. Right under our noses. Yes, Voldemort whispered. Dumbledore hid it in the one place no one would think to look. The house of the family who betrayed me. And now you know. What will you do with that knowledge, Harry Potter? Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was dark. His scar was burning. His hands were shaking. But he knew. The locket was at Grimmauld Place. Hidden in the house where Sirius had grown up. Where Creature had served 3 generations of Blacks. Where Walburga's portrait still screamed her pureblood hatred at anyone who passed. Where Harry had spent Christmas. Where the locket had been waiting for him all along. You found it, the sword said. You followed the echo and you found it. Yes. Now you must decide what to do. Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. I have to go back, he said. I have to find it before Dumbledore moves it again. And then I destroy it. And then, Harry was quiet. I don't know, he said. But I'll figure it out. Yes, the sword said. You will. That is what heirs do. He wrote to Sirius that night. Not a long letter, just a few lines, written in the careful handwriting he'd developed to survive Snape's potions essays. I know where the locket is. It's in the house. Hidden behind a panel in the drawing room. I'm coming to find it. I'll explain everything when I get there. Harry. He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig. She hooted softly and pressed her face against his fingers. I know, he murmured. I'll be careful. Hedwig flew through the narrow window into the night. Harry watched until she disappeared. Then he sat in the largest of the 7 chairs and waited for dawn. The morning brought rain and wind and a letter from Sirius. Don't come, it said. It's too dangerous. The locket's magic, I don't know what it might do to you. Let me find it. Let me bring it to Dumbledore. Let me. The ink smudged at the edge, as if Sirius had stopped writing and started again. I can't lose you too. Please. Harry folded the letter carefully. He's afraid, the sword said. I know. He's trying to protect you. I know. But you're going anyway. Harry stood. Yes, he said. I am. He didn't tell Hermione. He didn't tell Neville. He didn't tell Ron. He didn't tell them because they would try to stop him, and he didn't want to be stopped, and he didn't want to see the fear in their eyes when they realized what he was planning to do. He wrote to Dumbledore instead. Professor, I know where the locket is. I'm going to retrieve it. I understand the risks. I understand that you may try to stop me. But Regulus Black died trying to destroy this Horcrux. Sirius has spent 40 years grieving his brother. Kreacher has spent 40 years serving a family that never appreciated him. And I have spent 11 years carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar. This is my fight, not because the prophecy says so. Not because I'm Lord Black Potter or the heir of the compact. Because it needs to be done. And I'm the one who can do it. Harry. He left the letter on Dumbledore's desk and walked out of the office before the headmaster could respond. The flow network carried him from Hogwarts to Grimmauld Place in a swirl of green fire and falling ash. He stepped out of the hearth into a kitchen that smelled of tea and old parchment and Kreacher's particular brand of desperate hope. Mr. Harry, the house elf breathed. Kreacher felt the mister coming. Kreacher prepared. I know about the locket, Harry said. I know it's here. I know Dumbledore hid it. Kreacher's ears drooped. The headmaster said Kreacher must never tell. The headmaster said Kreacher's commands from the mister's mother and the mister's brother still bind him. Your commands came from Regulus and Walburga. Harry's voice was quiet. I'm Lord Black now. Their commands don't apply anymore. He knelt. Tell me where it is. Kreacher trembled. The drawing room, he whispered. Behind the panel with the serpent. The mister's mother, Walburga, she kept it there for years. The headmaster found it and left it. He said it was safer where no one would think to look. His eyes met Harry's. He said the mister would find it when the time was right. Harry stood. The drawing room was exactly as he remembered it. Dust. Shadow. The portrait of Walburga Black, currently shrouded in velvet. Tapestries depicting the glorious history of the noble and most ancient House of Black. And a wall panel carved with a serpent. Harry approached it. His fingers traced the carved coils. The serpent's eyes seemed to follow him, ancient and watchful. Open, he thought. The panel slid aside. The locket lay within. It was larger than Harry expected, heavy gold, inlaid with green gems that pulsed with sickly light. The serpent carved into its surface was Slytherin's serpent, the same symbol that marked Voldemort's Horcruxes. And it was cold. Not the cold of metal left in an unheated room. The cold of tombs. The cold of places where light had not touched for decades. The cold of a soul fragment waiting to be reunited with its source. Harry reached for it. His fingers touched the gold. And the world exploded into darkness. He was standing in a cave. Not the cave from his vision, this was different. Smaller. Darker. The walls dripped with moisture that steamed in the cold air. The floor was slick with something that looked like blood. And at the center of the cave, floating in a basin of glowing green potion, was the locket. You found me, a voice whispered. I knew you would. Harry turned. Regulus Black stood at the edge of the basin. Not the ghost Harry had met in the abandoned classroom, something else. A memory. An echo. A piece of the man who had died in this cave, wearing this locket around his neck, drinking poison so Kreacher could escape. You came back, Regulus said. I had to, Harry said. The locket is not the Horcrux. Regulus's voice was patient. The locket is the container. The soul fragment is what you must destroy. He smiled. But you know that. You carry one yourself. Harry touched his scar. Yes. Then you understand. Regulus drifted closer. The soul fragment will fight. It will show you your worst fears, your deepest regrets, your most desperate desires. It will try to convince you that you are not strong enough, not worthy enough, not good enough. He paused. It will lie. Harry looked at the locket. How do I destroy it? Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. The sword of Gryffindor. Regulus's voice was quiet. The Founder's blade, the one you carry, it was forged to destroy darkness. It will serve. He paused. But you must be certain. The Horcrux will sense hesitation. It will exploit doubt. His gray eyes met Harry's. Are you certain? Harry thought about Sirius, Remus, Kreacher, Hermione, Neville, Ron. He thought about his mother, standing between her son and death without a wand in her hand. He thought about his father, trying to hold the door. He thought about the 3 unknown founders, who had become nothing so everything else could remain something. Yes, he said. I'm certain. Regulus smiled. Then draw your sword, he said. And end what I began. Harry drew the sword. The blade caught the cave's dim light and threw it back in silver waves. The runes along its length blazed with cold fire, not the sickly green of the Horcrux's magic, but something older. Cleaner. The locket began to shake. No, Voldemort's voice screamed. You cannot, this is mine, I will not. Harry raised the sword, and brought it down. The blade pierced the locket's golden surface. The Horcrux screamed. Not Voldemort's scream, something else. Something that had been trapped inside the locket for decades, waiting to be released. A fragment of soul that had never been whole, never been human, never been anything except hunger and hate and the desperate need to exist. The sword burned brighter. The locket cracked, and the soul fragment dissolved into smoke and silence. Harry stood alone in the cave. The locket lay at his feet, split in two, its magic gone. The green gems had faded to gray. The serpent carving was barely visible. He had done it. He had destroyed a Horcrux. He had killed a piece of Voldemort's soul. And he was 11 years old. He opened his eyes. The drawing room was still. The locket lay in his hands, cracked and cold. The serpent panel stood open behind him. And Sirius stood in the doorway, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the broken Horcrux in Harry's hands. You found it, he whispered. You actually found it. Yes. Sirius crossed the room in 3 strides. He didn't speak. He didn't ask questions. He just pulled Harry into his arms and held him. You could have died, he said into Harry's hair. You could have been killed. I didn't. You didn't know that. Sirius's voice was shaking. You didn't know what would happen when you touched it. You didn't know if you'd come back. Harry was quiet. I had to try, he said. Regulus tried. He failed. But he tried. He pulled back. And I'm not going to let his death be meaningless. Sirius stared at him. You're nothing like him, he said. Regulus. You're nothing like him. I know. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not trying to be. Sirius laughed, a broken, desperate sound. You're exactly like your mother, he said. Stubborn, reckless, completely unwilling to let anyone else carry your burdens. He paused. She'd be so proud of you. Harry didn't trust his voice. So he didn't speak. Sirius didn't seem to expect him to. They stood together in the dusty drawing room, surrounded by the ghosts of the Black family's dark history, and held the broken pieces of a Horcrux that had claimed 2 lives and nearly claimed a third. Outside, the London rain continued its patient rhythm. Inside, an 11-year-old boy and his godfather began to learn how to carry what they had both lost and what they had both found. The locket lay in 2 pieces on the drawing room floor. Its golden surface was dull now, the green gems faded to the color of dead leaves. No pulse of dark magic. No whisper of Voldemort's voice. Just metal and stone and the faint scent of something that had been trapped for decades and finally released. Harry stared at it. He had destroyed a Horcrux. He had killed a piece of Voldemort's soul. The sword was quiet against his chest, not the silence of waiting, but the silence of satisfaction. Of purpose fulfilled. You did well, it said. The Founder's blade remembers what it was forged to destroy. Harry didn't answer. Sirius hadn't moved from the doorway. His face was pale, his gray eyes fixed on the broken locket with an expression that shifted between disbelief and grief and something that looked almost like relief. Regulus, he whispered. He died for this. Harry picked up 1/2 of the locket. The serpent carving was barely visible now, just faint lines in tarnished gold. He could see the inside, where a small compartment had held something. A folded piece of parchment, now reduced to ash. What was that? He thought. A message, the sword said. Regulus left a message for Voldemort. A final act of defiance. What did it say? I do not know. The Horcrux's destruction consumed it. But I suspect it was something like, to the Dark Lord. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. Harry looked at the ashes. How do you know that? Because Creature told me. When the Mister commanded him to speak of Regulus's death. Harry turned. Creature stood in the doorway behind Sirius, his large eyes fixed on the broken locket. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face, silent, unstoppable, the grief of 40 years finally released. Master Regulus, he whispered. Master Regulus commanded Creature to destroy it. Creature could not. Creature tried and tried and tried, but Creature could not. His voice cracked. Creature failed. Harry knelt. No, he said. You didn't fail. You brought the locket back. You protected it until someone else could destroy it. He held out the broken pieces. Regulus didn't ask you to destroy it. He asked you to help him destroy it. And you did. You helped him steal it from the cave. You helped him bring it here. You kept his memory alive for 40 years. Kreacher's ears trembled. That is not failure, Harry said. That is devotion. The house elf stared at him. Then, slowly, his gnarled hands reached out and took the broken locket. Kreacher will keep it, he whispered. Kreacher will keep it always. To remember. He clutched the pieces to his chest and disapparated with a crack that echoed through the silent house. Sirius hadn't moved. 40 years, he said. 40 years I spent hating my family. Hating my mother. Hating Regulus for staying when I left. His voice was raw. And all that time, Kreacher was here. Alone. Grieving. Serving a family that didn't deserve him, waiting for someone to come home. He looked at Harry. Waiting for you. Harry didn't know what to say. So he didn't speak. Sirius crossed the room and sank onto the dust-sheeted sofa. His shoulders curved forward, his head bowed. I should have been here, he said. When Regulus died. When Kreacher came back alone. I should have been here. You were in Azkaban. I should have been here anyway. Sirius's voice broke. I should have found a way. Harry sat beside him. You were innocent, he said. You spent 12 years in hell for a crime you didn't commit. You can't blame yourself for not saving people when you couldn't even save yourself. Sirius was quiet. That's very mature, he finally said. For an 11-year-old. I've had practice. Yeah. Sirius's smile was faint. You have. They sat together in the dusty drawing room, surrounded by the ghosts of the Black family's dark history, and did not speak of guilt or grief or the weight of choices made and unmade. Sometimes silence was enough. The flow flared green. Remus stepped out of the hearth, his face pale, his eyes scanning the room with the quick assessment of a man who had spent decades expecting danger. Sirius, he said. Harry. Dumbledore sent word. He said. He stopped. The broken locket was gone, but its presence lingered. The air in the drawing room was different now, lighter, somehow. As if something that had been pressing down on the house for decades had finally been lifted. You found it, Remus said quietly. You destroyed it. Harry nodded. Remus crossed the room in 3 strides. His hands gripped Harry's shoulders, not hard, but firm. His eyes searched Harry's face. Are you all right? He asked. I think so. Did it hurt you? The Horcrux, did it? No. Harry touched his chest. The sword protected me. Remus's gaze dropped to the place beneath Harry's shirt where the sword's presence pulsed with steady warmth. The sword of 7 houses, he said. I thought Dumbledore was exaggerating. He wasn't. No. Remus released his shoulders. He rarely does, when it comes to ancient magic and prophecy and children who carry more than they should. His voice was tired. I should have been here. When you decided to do this. I should have. You were at Hogwarts. Harry's voice was steady. You can't be everywhere. I can try. That's what Sirius said. Harry paused. You both need to stop blaming yourselves for not being perfect. It's exhausting. Remus stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. You sound like your mother, he said. She used to say the same thing. Usually after your father and Sirius had done something recklessly heroic and expected her to be impressed. Was she? Never. Remus's smile deepened. She was too busy saving them. Dumbledore arrived an hour later. Not through the flow, through the front door, which opened without a sound and closed without a whisper. He stood in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place, his blue eyes sweeping the darkness, his expression unreadable. Harry, he said, I received your letter. Harry stood at the top of the stairs. I destroyed the locket, he said. It's done. Dumbledore was very still. Yes, he said. I felt it. The wards around Hogwarts shifted when the Horcrux was destroyed. Voldemort's magic recoiled. He paused. He knows, Harry. He knows what you've done. Harry's scar pulsed. I know. He will be angry. More than angry. He has spent decades trying to achieve immortality. You have just proven that his Horcruxes are not invincible. I know. Dumbledore's eyes met his. And still you did it. Yes. Silence stretched between them. You are angry with me, Dumbledore said. For hiding the locket. For not telling you where it was. For waiting 11 years to act. Harry was quiet. I'm not angry, he said. I understand why you did it. He descended the stairs. But understanding doesn't mean agreeing. You waited because you were afraid. You waited because you weren't sure. You waited because you thought there might be a better way, a safer way, a way that didn't involve an 11-year-old boy destroying pieces of a Dark Lord's soul. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs. And while you were waiting, Regulus Black's sacrifice meant nothing. Creature spent 40 years grieving. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban believing his brother died a Death Eater. His voice was quiet. I'm not angry. I just think you were wrong. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. Yes, he said. I was. He removed his spectacles and polished them slowly. I have spent a century making choices. Some of them were wise. Some of them were necessary. Some of them were neither. And I have carried the weight of those choices for so long that I forgot what it felt like to trust someone else to carry them with me. He replaced his spectacles. You reminded me, not through argument or accusation. Through action. Through the simple, undeniable proof that you were capable of doing what I was too afraid to attempt. He smiled. Regulus Black was braver than I. And it seems his legacy continues in you. Harry didn't answer. What now? He asked. Voldemort has other Horcruxes. You know where they are. Dumbledore was quiet. I have suspicions, he said. But not certainties. Voldemort was obsessive about secrecy. He never revealed the full extent of his Horcrux network to anyone. Then how do I find them? You don't. Not yet. Dumbledore's voice was firm. You are 11 years old. You have destroyed one Horcrux and survived. That is enough for now. With respect, Professor, I am not asking, Harry. Dumbledore's eyes held something Harry had never seen before. Not the twinkle. Not the gentle patience. Something older, harder, more certain. I am telling you, the search for the remaining Horcruxes will continue. But it will not be carried by an 11-year-old boy. Not while I still draw breath. Harry met his gaze. And if I refuse to wait, then I will remind you that waiting is not the same as inaction. You have much to learn, about magic, about yourself, about the weight of the legacy you carry. Rushing headlong into danger without preparation is not courage. It is recklessness. He paused. Your father learned that lesson too late. I would prefer you learned it sooner. Harry's jaw tightened. That's not fair. No. But it is true. Silence. Sirius appeared at the top of the stairs, his face drawn, his wand in his hand. Are we done with the dramatic confrontations? He asked. Only creatures started crying again and Remus is pretending to read but he's actually just staring at the wall and I think we could all use some tea. Dumbledore smiled. Tea would be welcome, he said. I find that difficult conversations are best concluded with refreshments. Sirius stared at him. You're impossible, he said. You know that, right? Yes, Dumbledore said. I have been told. The kitchen was warm. Creature had reappeared, his eyes red but his hands steady, and was preparing tea with the focused intensity of a man who had decided that the best response to overwhelming emotion was to make very good sandwiches. Harry sat at the table between Sirius and Remus. Dumbledore sat across from him, his tea untouched, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. There are more Horcruxes, he said. I do not know how many. Voldemort was careful not to reveal the full count. But I believe there are several. He paused. Tom Riddle was always fascinated by the number 7. He considered it the most magically powerful number. I suspect he intended to create 7 Horcruxes, thereby splitting his soul into 8 pieces. 8. Sirius's voice was sharp. You mean, the piece that remained in his body. And the 7 fragments he embedded in objects. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. If I am correct, Voldemort has already created at least 2. The locket was one. There is also a diary. A diary, Harry interrupted. A simple Muggle diary, transformed into a vessel for a piece of his soul. He gave it to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping before his fall. I have been attempting to locate it. Harry's scar pulsed. Malfoy, he thought. Draco's father. Yes, the sword said. The same. Dumbledore, Harry said slowly, if Lucius Malfoy has a Horcrux. He does not know what it is. Dumbledore's voice was careful. Voldemort never revealed the diary's true nature. To Lucius, it was simply a dark artifact. A weapon to be used against his enemies. But he has it. He did, when Voldemort fell. Whether he still possesses it, I do not know. Harry's mind was racing. If Lucius Malfoy still has the diary, it's at Malfoy Manor. Protected by wards and Death Eaters and who knows what else. Yes, I can't just walk in and take it. No. Then how do I destroy it? You wait. You watch. You learn. That's what Dumbledore said. Yes. Because it is true. Harry's hands clenched beneath the table. I hate waiting. I know. But waiting is not the same as doing nothing. Waiting is preparation. Waiting is patience. Waiting is ensuring that when you act with certainty. That's what Regulus did. He waited 17 years. Yes. And when he acted, he succeeded. Not in destroying the Horcrux, that was beyond him. But in retrieving it. In giving it to someone who could. Giving it to me. Yes. Harry was quiet. Harry, Dumbledore said, I know you want to act. I know waiting feels like failure. But I am asking you, not commanding, asking, to trust me. He paused. Trust that I am not keeping secrets to control you. Trust that I am keeping them because some knowledge, acquired too early, can do more harm than good. His blue eyes met Harry's. Trust that I have spent a century learning when to act and when to wait. And trust that I will not ask you to wait a moment longer than necessary. Harry looked at him. I don't trust you, he said. Not completely. Not the way Sirius and Remus do. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But I understand why you do what you do. Even when I don't agree with it. He paused. And I'll try to wait. But I can't promise I'll always succeed. Dumbledore smiled. That, he said, is all I ask. The train back to Hogwarts was quiet. Harry sat alone in his compartment, watching the gray February landscape slide past the window. Snow-covered fields, leafless trees, sky the color of old pewter. The sword pulsed against his chest. You are thinking about the diary, it said. Yes. You are thinking about Malfoy. Yes. You are thinking about how to get it from him. Harry didn't answer. Heir, the sword said. You cannot simply walk into Malfoy Manor and demand a dark artifact. I know. Then what are you planning? Harry was quiet. I don't know, he said. But there has to be a way. There's always a way. Not always. Then I'll make one. The sword was silent. That, it finally said, is very Gryffindor of you. Is that a compliment? I am not sure. But I suspect your father would have approved. Harry almost smiled. Hermione was waiting on platform 9 3/4. Not with Neville. Not with Ron. Alone, her arms crossed, her expression the particular combination of worry and anger that she usually reserved for students who hadn't completed their homework. You destroyed a Horcrux, she said. Harry stepped off the train. Yes. Without telling anyone. Without backup. Without any plan except, find the evil soul fragment and stab it with an ancient sword. Basically. Hermione's jaw tightened. You could have died. I didn't. You didn't know that. Her voice cracked. You didn't know what the locket would do to you. You didn't know if the sword would protect you. You didn't know anything except that you had to do it alone. She blinked rapidly. I thought we were friends. I thought you trusted us. Harry was very still. I do trust you, he said. That's why I didn't tell you. Hermione stared at him. That makes no sense. I know. Harry paused. But if I'd told you, you would have tried to stop me. Or come with me. And I couldn't risk you getting hurt because of something I had to do. That's not your choice to make. I know. It's not your job to protect everyone. I know. Then why? Because I don't know how to stop. Harry's voice was quiet. For 11 years, the only person I could rely on was myself. The Dursleys didn't care if I lived or died. Sirius was in Azkaban. Remus was alone. Dumbledore was watching from a distance. He looked at her. I learned to carry things alone because there was no one to help me carry them. And I know that's not healthy. I know it's not fair to you. I know I need to learn how to trust people. He paused. But I don't know how to do that. Not yet. Not when every instinct I have tells me that asking for help is weakness. Hermione was quiet for a long time. That's the most self-aware thing you've ever said, she finally said. It's also the most pathetic. No. Her voice softened. It's honest. And honesty is the first step. She uncrossed her arms. I'm still angry. You should have told us. You should have let us help. I know. But I understand why you didn't. She paused. And I'm not going anywhere. Harry didn't trust his voice. So he didn't speak. Hermione nodded once, sharply, and turned toward the castle. Don't do it again, she said over her shoulder. Or I'll hex you. Neville's reaction was different. He found Harry in the room of requirement that evening, sitting alone in the darkness, watching the fire crackle in the marble hearth. I heard what you did, Neville said. Harry didn't look up. Are you going to yell at me too? No. Neville sat in the chair across from him. My gran yells at me enough for both of us. He paused. I just wanted to say. I understand. Harry looked at him. Understand what? Why you did it alone. Neville's voice was quiet. My parents, they were Aurors. They fought Death Eaters. They went on missions that would have killed anyone else. And they did it because they believed in protecting people. He paused. But they didn't do it alone. They had partners. Backup. People who had their backs. He met Harry's eyes. That's not weakness. That's strategy. Harry was quiet. My gran says the bravest people aren't the ones who fight alone. They're the ones who know when to ask for help. He smiled. She also says I need to work on that. Harry almost smiled. She sounds smart. She's terrifying. Neville's smile widened. But yes, smart. Ron found him in the Quidditch stands. It was nearly midnight. The pitch was empty, the stands silent, the sky thick with clouds that obscured the stars. Harry sat at the highest point, his broom across his lap. His eyes fixed on nothing. You're brooding, Ron said, climbing up to join him. I'm thinking. Same thing. Ron settled beside him. Mum says brooding is a sign of intelligence. Dad says it's a sign of indigestion. I'm with Dad. Harry didn't answer. So, Ron said. Horcrux. Yes. Destroyed it. Yes. With a magic sword. Yes. Ron was quiet. That's mental, he said. Completely mental. Yes. But also kind of brilliant. Harry looked at him. You're not angry? He asked. Course I'm angry. Ron's voice was matter of fact. You went off and did something insanely dangerous without telling anyone, and if you died, we'd have found out from Dumbledore at breakfast. He paused. But I'm also impressed. And relieved. And, he stopped. And what? And jealous, Ron said quietly. You did something that mattered. You made a difference. You proved you're not just the boy who lived. You're the boy who actually does things. He looked at his hands. I've never done anything that mattered. My brothers are all brilliant. Bill's a curse breaker. Charlie works with dragons. Percy's head boy. Fred and George are. Fred and George. And I'm just Ron. He paused. The sixth Weasley boy. The one who's not particularly good at anything. Harry was quiet. You're good at chess, he said. Ron blinked. Chess isn't. Chess is strategy. Anticipation. Seeing 10 moves ahead. Harry's voice was steady. That's not nothing. Ron stared at him. You really think that? I really think that. Ron was quiet. Thanks, he said finally. Thanks. They sat together in the darkness, watching the empty pitch, and did not speak of Horcruxes or prophecies or the weight of expectations. Sometimes silence was enough. Harry returned to his chamber in the hour before dawn. The stars were fading. The silver veins pulsed with steady light. The 7 chairs stood empty around the central table. He sat in the largest chair and touched his chest. The Horcrux is destroyed, the sword said. Voldemort's soul is diminished. Yes. You should feel victorious. Harry was quiet. I don't feel anything, he said. I thought I would. Relief. Satisfaction. Closure. He paused. But it's just gone. And there are more. And Voldemort knows what I did. And he's going to come after me. Yes. And I'm 11 years old. Yes. And I don't know if I can do this. The sword was silent. Neither do I, it finally said. But I know you will try. That is what heirs do. That is what you do. Harry closed his eyes. The darkness behind his eyelids was not empty. Voldemort was waiting there. Harry Potter, his voice whispered. You destroyed my Horcrux. Yes. You think you have wounded me. I know I have. Voldemort laughed. You have killed a piece of me. A piece I can regenerate. A piece I can replace. The diary. The diary is safe. Hidden where you will never find it. And there are others. More than you can imagine. More than Dumbledore suspects. His voice dropped to a whisper. I have made more Horcruxes than any wizard in history. I have split my soul 7 times. I am closer to immortality than anyone since the Flamels created the stone. And you, Harry Potter, are just a boy with a sword. You cannot stop me. No one can stop me. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was still. The stars had faded to gray. The silver veins pulsed with patient light. He's lying, Harry thought. About some of it. Not about all of it. No, the sword said. He has created multiple Horcruxes. How many, we do not know. But we know about the diary. And the locket. Yes. And we know there are others. Yes. Harry touched his scar. Then we find them, he thought. And we destroy them. One at a time. Yes. That is the only way. The sword pulsed in agreement. That is the only way. Dawn broke over Hogwarts. Harry stood at the window of his chamber and watched the light spread across the forbidden forest. The trees emerged from shadow. The lake caught the first pale gold of sunrise. The castle breathed its ancient breath. He was 11 years old. He had destroyed a Horcrux. He had faced Voldemort's rage and survived. He had friends who loved him, a godfather who believed in him, a sword that had chosen him. And the war was only beginning. What now? The sword asked. Harry touched the rings beneath his shirt. Now, he said, I learn. I train. I prepare. He paused. And I wait. That is wisdom, the sword said. It's patience. They are the same thing. Harry watched the sunrise. Then I'll be patient, he said. For now. The sword was silent. But Harry felt its approval. And somewhere, deep beneath Hogwarts, in the darkness where the three unknown founders had woven themselves into the castle's foundations, the compact stirred in its centuries-long sleep. The heir had proven himself. The war was coming. And Hogwarts was ready. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.